Section 17 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 17. Madeline Wyman, then, as I was saying, had come to be governess to the Herslands because a governess in the house with them had come to be a habit in the family living. They had had two of them. The first had left them to leave America. The second had married. And now it was natural to have a third one. This third one was the first one who was really important to Mrs. Hersland. Mr. Hersland found some important being in all three of them. They were like everything around him, part of the world around him, part of the beginning always in him. The second one had made more impression on him. She was a healthy woman. He liked to have a feeling of having her in the house with them. The first one had been mostly an ideal to him. The last one, Madeline, was pleasant to have listening to him. She had a neat figure. She was intelligent in listening. He had less active impression from her than he had from the one before her. None of them then, the first or second or third governess, were really important then to the three Hersland children. They had existence for them. Sometimes they interfered with them. Sometimes they were pleasant to have in the house with them. But mostly they were not then, any one of the three of them, very important to the three children. Later this will come clearer, later in the long histories of each one of the three Hersland children, which will now soon be commencing. First there will be a long history of Martha, then of Alfred, and then of young David, and of all of them together, and of every one who ever came to know them. Before then, there must be some more history of Mrs. Hersland and the important feeling in her that came to her from having Madeline Wyman as governess in the house with her. Mrs. Hersland, as I was saying, had in her then completely in her being the feeling of rich country house living, with servants and a governess and a seamstress in the house with them, and not cut off from right rich living, although really doing very little visiting. To herself, then, she and her husband and her children were part of right rich being, not doing much visiting, not needing to see much of richer people, but always of them. To herself, she was cut off from her family being and from accustomed living. To herself, the other rich people in Gossels who were living there, rich right living, were too cut off from their family living, from their accustomed being. She was to herself leading rich country house living. It was a natural living to her being. It was all of her middle living. It was all her important living and her children's being. It was the natural living to her. To herself, then, she was leading rich right living. To herself, then, she was cut off from her family living, from Eastern traveling. Madeline Wyman then lived in Mrs. Hersland's feeling. In Mr. Hersland, his early living was not, then, in his middle living, in him, in his feeling. It was in him as part of him. It came out of him sometimes in talking. It was not in him then in his middle living, nor in his later living. It was not in him then in his feeling. It was not important to him, excepting as so much talking coming out of him. That was all the meaning his early living had in him, and to every one who knew him. Even to Madeline Wyman, who lived in the early living of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, it was not as Mr. Hersland's early living that it was important to her being. It was as Mr. and Mrs. Hersland's early living that it made its impression. As I was saying, it was a different matter to Mrs. Hersland, who was to herself cut off from her family living. To Mr. Hersland, Eastern living was a past part of him. It was in him as being little as a baby or a child was in him. It was not something still existing cut off from him. It was part of him and not in his feeling. He had in him, in his feeling, his beginning, his having it in him to be as big as all the world around him. In Mrs. Hersland, then, it was a different thing. Her early living was a continuous living that was going on then, and she was cut off from it, to her feeling. When she later went to visit them, her family, who were still living in Bridgepoint in their natural way of living, she was still then cut off from them. She was of them, but a princess to them. She was of them, but a stranger to them with a husband and children who had not in any way any connection with them. She was of them, but cut off from them by her Gossel's living, which was a different way of being, though it was not a living that to herself was cut off from rich right being. Madeline Wyman, then, had in her the feeling of the early living of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, and this, all her later life, was an important part of her being and her feeling. She had this in her always as a possession. She had it in her more than Mr. or Mrs. Hersland had it in them. She had it in her as much as Mrs. Hersland had it in her talking. She had it in her more than Mrs. Hersland had it as a feeling. Her having it in her gave to Mrs. Hersland her important feeling of herself inside her. Mrs. Hersland could never have had this in her from her own feeling, from her own talking of her early living. She would only have it in her from Madeline Wyman having this as a possession. It is clear, then, Mr. Hersland had not in him any feeling of his early living. It was part of him because it had happened to him. It came out of him sometimes as bragging, sometimes as illustration, sometimes as moralizing, but it was not really ever then in him in his middle or in his later living as feeling. It was in him only as having happened to him. It is clear, then, that Mrs. Hersland had in her early living in her as something that was in her middle living, as part of her feeling. Really, her being was her children and her husband and her country house living. To herself, in her feeling, she was never cut off from right rich living. Really, she was then not at all of such living. Later, when she met any of such of them, she was cut off from them. To herself, then, it was not that she was cut off from right rich living. To herself, then, it was a little then that she was cut off from her family living and Eastern traveling and visiting. This was stronger in her from Madeline Wyman. It always had been all through her Gossel's living a little in her. It had not, before Madeline Wyman was in the habit of listening to her, it had not been in her a conscious feeling. Later, then, it was more consciously in her. It was really then not an important part of her being. It was really then an important part of her feeling herself inside her in her being. Her feeling herself inside her in her feeling was not an important part of her being. Her feeling herself inside her to herself from her family being, from her children, a little from her husband, was the important being in her. Feeling herself to herself inside her was not really ever very important being in her. Feeling herself to herself inside her from her talking to Madeline Wyman, from her defending her against her nagging father and mother, was not really important being in her. Feeling herself to herself inside her from having in her as part of her family living, her husband and her children, her country house living, was important being in her. As I was saying, his early living sometimes came out of Mr. Hersland as talking. Mrs. Hersland's early living and her early living with her husband sometimes came out of her as talking, very often to Madeline Wyman in the house with her. It was very different in the two of them, in Mr. and in Mrs. Hersland. As I was saying, it came out of him, sometimes as bragging, sometimes as illustration, sometimes as moralizing, sometimes as just talking, but it was not in him as feeling. It was not to him really then in his middle living an important part of his being. It was, as I was saying, early living to him. It had no more meaning than that in him. In Mrs. Hersland, it was in her as feeling, not really as very important feeling, but it had really meaning in her as feeling. It came out of her in talking. It had then to her real meaning, more even than it had to her feeling. She had always talked some about her early living, when she was living at the hotel, sometimes with Sophie Schilling. Sometimes when she was visiting, she would speak of Eastern living to other ones in rich right living, who had back of them too early Eastern living. Sometimes she told stories of it to her children. It was in her a little then as feeling. In the beginning, in the hotel living, it was in her fairly strongly as a feeling, not really a lonesome feeling. Her children, her husband, Sophie Schilling, and Sophie's sister, Sophie's mother, were then all the feeling really in her. But she had then still a little in her a feeling of her early living and Eastern traveling. As I was saying, she would speak then of it, but it did not then make her even a little important to herself inside her. This came to her later. This came to her when she told it over and over to Madeline Wyman, who was living then the complete being of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland in their early living. It came then to be in Mrs. Hersland her feeling of herself to herself in her feeling. This was not in her resisting or yielding. It was not like her being with her husband, or her having anger in her, or being a part of the children around her. It was in her like her being with the servants and seamstresses and poor people near her, being of them and above them. It was being herself inside her to her. It was the important being of herself to herself inside her. It was not really the important being in her. Important being in her really was herself as part of her family, as resisting to her husband or yielding in him, as being part of her children, as being part of rich, right living. As I was saying, those having in them dependent, independent being have in them resisting as their way of winning fighting. Resisting, though, is not their only way of fighting. They can have yielding, winning in them. Resisting and yielding, then, are not in them stupid being. Mrs. Hersland had in her dependent, independent being. Madeline Wyman had in her dependent, independent being. Mrs. Hersland then had in her resisting and yielding to give her winning. Madeline Wyman then had in her resisting and yielding to give her winning. Resisting and yielding then in both of them was not stupid being in them. Attacking then for both of them was stupid being. This is now a description of the different ways these things came out in them. There is, as I was saying, two kinds of being: independent, dependent, dependent, independent. Resisting is to the dependent, independent the natural way of fighting. Those, then, who have in them dependent, independent being as the bottom of them, have resisting in them as their natural way of fighting. Many of them have very little fighting in their living. This was true of both of them, Mrs. Hersland and Madeline, who both had dependent, independent nature in them. Resisting fighting is for these, then, who have dependent, independent being in them, not their only way of winning. They can have yielding and sensitive being and instrument being in them, sometimes for winning just to keep going, sometimes for winning to subdue someone near them. Mrs. Hersland and Madeline Wyman were then for a while then closely in each other's living. Madeline, always then all the rest of her living, was in her being in Mrs. Hersland's living. In Mrs. Hersland later there was weakening. She had never had Madeline Wyman in her as real being. In Mrs. Hersland, real being was rich right living, her Bridgepoint family living, and her marrying, and her country house living, and her children. Later in her living she was weakening inside her. She was scared then. Her children were big around her and outside her. Trouble was coming then. The country house living was ending, and often then Mr. Hersland forgot her as being, and later then she died away from among them, and they soon, all of them then, lost remembering her among them. So then this was real being in her. This was really being herself inside her. This was a real history in her. Her early living, later when she talked so much about it to Madeline Wyman, it was real in her. But it was important to her then more than it really was as being in her. It was sentimental feeling and romantic feeling in her. It was not real being in her. To Madeline Wyman, this early living of Mrs. Hersland was being. It was real being inside her, inside in Madeline Wyman. It was not sentimental and romantic in her. It was real being in her. It was a little, too, then real being in Mrs. Hersland, but in talking it came to be to her feeling more important than it was then in her being. This was the difference then between them. Mrs. Hersland then had a real being from her early living, but it was not, later then, so important to her being or her feeling as in her talking of it to Madeline Wyman. She made it come to be in her, Mrs. Hersland's feeling. Later, more and more, when she was weakening, it was all fainter and fainter in her. In Madeline Wyman, Mrs. Hersland and Mrs. Hersland's early living was real being. It came to be always stronger in Madeline Wyman, always more and more a part of her being, Mrs. Hersland and Mr. Hersland and their early living. Later, the Hersland children had a sore feeling at her having such possession. To begin again then, with dependent independent nature, with resisting being, with sensitive being. To begin again then, with dependent independent nature, with earthy instrument being, with little or much resisting, with little or much yielding, with little or much winning. To begin again then, with dependent independent nature, with resisting being, with sensitive being. To begin again then, with dependent independent nature, with earthy instrument being, with little or much resisting, with little or much yielding, with little or much winning. Neither Madeline Wyman nor Mrs. Hersland had in them really efficient being. They both had in them some resisting fighting, some yielding winning. It showed in the two of them in very different fashion. Madeline had in her really more instrument being than Mrs. Hersland had in her. Mrs. Hersland had in her more sensitive, earthy being than Madeline Wyman. Neither the one nor the other had really an efficient nature. They were very different from each other. Madeline was drier and had more energy in her, not enough to carry her, to make for herself a living in her, but enough to make her want to listen and answer, and to carry into action Mr. Hersland's talking about education. Enough to make her have later Mr. and Mrs. Hersland as a possession. Enough to make her then have Mr. and Mrs. Hersland's early living a part then of her being. Mrs. Hersland had enough energy in her to be a mother, to be a little resisting to her husband in their beginning, to have the dignity in her of country house living and Bridgepoint Hisson family being. She had her own being in her. Her children were a part of her. She had a sensitive and later a scared, weakening being in her. She could have anger in her and a sharp, indignant, injured feeling. She had not instrument being in her. Later this will be clearer. More and more then, it will be clearer the difference between the being in Madeline Wyman and in her. They both had in them dependent, independent being. It was in them in different fashion. Madeline had in her instrument being. Mrs. Hersland had not in her such being. She had yielding in her, but that was to loving in marrying. Yielding in her to the being that was part of her, as in her children, and her sisters, and her brothers, and her mother and her father. She had not instrument nature. She had not any living in any being that was not in her a part of her. She was different then from Madeline Wyman. Neither the one nor the other of them had in them really efficient being. This came out more and more in them in their later living. This came out in them in their resisting to the trying of the Wyman family when these wanted Madeline to marry John Summer. As I was saying, attacking in Mrs. Hersland was stupid being. It was in her when she had inside her her feeling of herself to herself in her, when she was resisting the Wyman family about Madeline. In Madeline, attacking was stupid being, but she was then not showing such being. She had no attacking with which to resist her family's trying. Stupid being then was in her as attacking, but it showed then only in her handling of children. Later she showed it with her husband. Later, when she had really no power over John Summer. She could sometimes stop him in business or in adopting a daughter. She could never really have any effect inside him. Now then, stupid being, as I was saying, was in Mrs. Hersland's attacking to stop the Wyman trying, the giving Madeline double wages, and a dress made by Mabel Linker and Mary Maxworthing. Then Madeline was not attacking, was not having stupid being, excepting with the children, in trying to carry out Mr. Hersland's ideas for them. Mostly then she had strongly in her instrument being. She was living in Mrs. Hersland's and in Mr. Hersland's being. The Wyman family then, the mother and the father with their children as a background to make a more solid seeming, won out then with trying. Madeline went back to them and later married John Summer. She really had no objection to marrying John Summer. She did not want to leave the Hersland family. She was willing to marry John Summer later. In all of them who have dependent, independent nature in them, there is resisting and yielding and stupid being as attacking. Sometime there will have been written a history of many of them, as by repeating it comes out of them. Sometimes someone will know the amount of resisting, yielding, and stupid acting there is in everyone who ever has or has had or will have dependent, independent being in them. Some have less, some have more of one or the other of these things in them. In some, it changes in them in the different parts of their living, in the way they have in them excitement or nervous or quiet or melancholy or happy or contented or diseased or healthful or hungry or thirsty or tired or satisfied being in them. Mrs. Hersland, then, had stupid attacking being mostly in her when she was having important feeling of herself inside her with a servant or a governess or a seamstress, or for her, poor people, to arouse it in her and to give to her indignant and injured feeling inside her. This, then, was strongest in her when Madeline Wyman was with her, when she was making to herself a being by always telling of her early living, when she was resisting for Madeline the Wyman family's trying, when she was making Mr. Hersland pay money for her attacking fighting. This, then, now is always getting clearer. To begin again, then, with the dependent, independent being in Mrs. Hersland. It is interesting in each one the success and failure that one has in living. Everyone has their own nature in them. This comes out of them as repeating. This comes out of them as making success or failure in their living. Mrs. Hersland and Madeline Wyman had not in them, either of them, very efficient being. They had not success or failure in living. They went on well enough, both of them, from their beginning to their ending. This is now to be a history of each one of them. Mrs. Hersland, then, had in her dependent, independent being. She did not have in her much stupid being. That was in her only as attacking, and that was in her sometimes when a servant or a seamstress or a governess or someone, living in a small house near them, did something that was to her not right for them to be doing, when such a one was ungrateful or unpleasant to her. Then she could have a sharp, angry feeling in her. Then she could have a hurt or injured, or hurt and injured feeling in her. Then she would do something for such a one, to show such a one that if they demanded something from her that it was not right that they should demand from her, she would give them more than they had asked of her. This was angry and injured feeling in her. As I was saying, this could be in her from a servant or governess or seamstress or people living in small houses near her. In her earlier living, this could be in her from people she knew as friends to her or of her family. She could then, in her early living, sometimes have it in her from a sister or a brother, but in her later living in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living, this feeling in her came to her only from servants or governesses or seamstresses or storekeepers or dependents in the small houses near her. She could have then a feeling of herself inside her. This was in her as a gentle dignity in her, as having as a part of her her early living, her country house being, her husband and her children. She could have then a feeling of herself inside her from angry or injured feeling in her. She could have a feeling of herself inside her from Madeline Wyman's having her, Mrs. Hersland's being, as part of her. So then Mrs. Hersland had in her in living a sense of herself inside her. This was most active in her when Madeline Wyman was living in the house with her. Slowly there is building up a solid structure of the two different kinds of nature. Later, anyone who looks at anyone will see the nature in them. Sometime then there will be a history of every one. As I was saying, Mrs. Hersland and Madeline Wyman had neither of them a very efficient nature. They went on well enough, both of them, from their beginning to their ending. It must be clear soon the nature in the two of them and the difference between them. They had, both of them, dependent, independent nature in them. Madeline had an instrument nature and stupid being as attacking in her. This is now a history of her. Mrs. Wyman, the mother of Madeline, was a foreign American and always remained very foreign, not to herself, but to everyone who came to know them, the Wyman family, in their American living. Mrs. Wyman had independent, dependent nature in her. She had in her not very efficient being, about as efficient being as Madeline, enough to bring Madeline away from Mrs. Hersland by her trying, enough to have Madeline later married to John Summer, enough to keep her family going, but none of these were very hard things to be doing. She had not in her a very efficient nature. She had in her about the same efficiency as Madeline had in her, and that will later come to be clearer. She had in her about the same efficiency that her second daughter Louise had in her. Mrs. Wyman had more variety to her nature than her daughter Louise. She had about as much variety in her nature, Mrs. Wyman, as her daughter Madeline had in her. Mrs. Wyman then had in her independent-dependent nature. The second daughter Louise and the youngest daughter Helen were of her as to nature. They had in them both independent-dependent nature. The daughter Louise had about as much efficiency in her as her mother. She had less variety to her nature. She had no liveliness of cringing in her as had her mother. Independence and dependence in the daughter were more solid substances inside her. In the mother were more lively and more cringing and more attacking and more lively in their changing. In the youngest daughter Helen there was independent-dependent nature, but this nature was in her as his nature was in her father, vague and uncertain and wide and without ever any accentuation. Mrs. Wyman then had independent-dependent nature in her. The second daughter Louise and the youngest daughter Helen were of her in their nature. Mr. Wyman was a foreign American like Mrs. Wyman, but nobody felt it very much about him whether he was always foreign. He was foreign. It was not very important to anyone excepting his wife and children. He had a dryness of being in him, like that in the second Wyman daughter Louise. He had a vagueness in him, like that in the youngest daughter Helen. Mr. Wyman then had in him dependent-independent nature. The son Frank and the eldest daughter Madeline were of this nature. The son Frank was like his father, only he was always all his life fresher and younger. He had it in him always to have fresher and younger being in him than his father had had in living. He had it in him, the son Frank, with his fresher, younger being, to have people like to take care of him. His sister Louise and his sister Madeline, and later his wife, and later all three of them, with the youngest sister Helen hanging on the outside of them, did this for him. There was in him all through his living fresher and younger being than his father had ever had in him. The eldest daughter Madeline had in her nature like her father. It was not so earthy in her as it was in her father and her brother. It was not as vague in her as it was in her father. It was never in her so young and so fresh as it was in her brother. It was about as various and as efficient in her as her mother's nature was in her. It was not as solid in her as the nature in her was in her sister Louise. It had in her a little of the dryness that his nature had in her father, the variety and the efficiency that her nature had in her mother. This makes her clearer, and now for a history of her. All four of the Wyman children were born and brought up American. Madeline had had a governess training. It was really a little more foreign than the training of the other three children. Louise, in her training, was between Madeline and Frank and Helen, these last two being entirely American, being entirely of their American generation in education and feeling. Madeline was still a little foreign. Louise was between them, but education was not really important in her being. She was to be all through her living important in running the family living, in helping and protecting Frank, and then Helen, then Madeline in her marrying, then Frank in his business of being a nurseryman, then Helen after she came back out of her strange marriage experience back to them, and then Madeline when she too came back to them with John Summer after their traveling, when John Summer was dying of queer ways in eating. Always then, she was of the living her brother and sisters had in them. She was not an instrument nature, for she was an underpinning always to them, but all her living was her brothers and sisters' living and being. Madeline then had lingering in her a little, being foreign. She was American. Her brother and sisters were American, and her father and mother in their feeling. They were all of them American. The mother and father were very foreign to everyone that came to know them. Madeline had lingering in her a little being foreign. Louise was very American in her feeling. Frank and Helen were simply American. Madeline and Helen had most of the education. Helen was almost literary in her feeling. Madeline had had a pretty good education for American governessing. She knew French and German, not as the first governess the Herslands had had knew them, but well enough to teach them and talk French and German with the children when parents insisted that there should be talking of French or German. She knew then enough French to teach it to children, enough German to teach it and talk it, and to listen with intelligence to Mr. Hersland's explanation of the fine qualities in foreign education. She was not a musician. She knew enough music to oversee the Hersland children's practicing, for they had then, that was their father's theory for them, real musicians to teach them. She knew enough music to teach music when there were music lessons to be given. When parents had notions not so completed about education as the Herslands had then. She had a good enough English education. She was not like her sister Helen literary in her feeling. She had, in short, a good enough American governess training. Madeline Wyman came to be a governess to the Herslands, for the Herslands had not come yet to the understanding that for their then family living a governess was not any particular use to them. The children were having then their regular public school living. They had then all the feeling of country children. They had freedom in coming and going. They were then, as I was saying, more of them, the people around them, than they were of the family living then, though they were then the large part of the family being. They had then their regular public school living. They had then, too, every kind of fancy education that their father could think would be good for them. They had out-of-door living and swimming and shooting and horseback riding and perfect freedom. They had not any need then in living for a governess in the house with them. More and more then this last governess became important in their mother's living. More and more then in the children's living she had no meaning. Sometimes she would be interfering, but mostly she had not even so much importance for them. This will be clearer in the long histories of each one of them. More and more then this last governess was really then only in Mrs. Hersland's living. She was pleasant enough at moments in Mr. Hersland's living, but she was prominent only in Mrs. Hersland's living. Mrs. Hersland and Mr. Hersland never thought about her not being important in their children's living. She kept on being in the house with them, and then came her people's nagging, and then the arousing in Mrs. Hersland of attacking resisting, and Mr. Hersland had not then about it any very strong feeling. He went, in her action, along with Mrs. Hersland, but it was not then important to him. The children then had completely drifted away from governess training. They had then perfect freedom in living. The governess then was not existing for them. This was the last governess the Hersland children had living with them. John Summer's father had come from the same part of the country as Mr. Wyman. They had known each other in Europe. The old Mr. Summer was dead then, and his wife, John Summer's mother, did not like Mr. and Mrs. Wyman and never came to see them. She did not want to know that they were still living in Gossels in the same town with her. John Summer was not a young man now when he wanted to marry Madeline Wyman. He was much older than she was, about 15 years older. This match was not the work of Mrs. Wyman. It was only that Summer was used to Madeline Wyman, and he came to want to marry her. Madeline was willing enough to marry John Summer. He was pretty rich and could go out of business after marrying and go traveling or anything that would please her. Mr. Hersland thought it a good match for her. Mr. Hersland always wanted girls to use their sense in marrying, and Madeline Wyman certainly ought to marry John Summer. Mr. Hersland always believed girls should have common sense in them. He always gave them advice about saving money and marrying and cooking. He always gave advice to the second governess, who was married to the baker, how she should act so that her husband would be contented with her. In his later living, he was strong in sensible advice to women in their living. Now he said it would be the best thing Madeline could be doing, marrying John Summer. Mr. Hersland always gave advice to the second governess, who had married the baker. He would stop there and eat a cake and look at her and give her a lecture. He liked the feeling of women, and he wanted them to have sense in them. Mrs. Hersland always wanted Madeline some time to marry Summer, but she wanted it to be put off a little longer so that their feeling would be tenderer, so that there should not be any forcing from Mrs. Wyman. Then, too, she wanted Madeline to stay in the house with her for the important feeling in her through her, though she did not know this in her. Now her children were drifting away from being a part in her. Now Mr. Hersland was beginning to have more and more in him impatient feeling, and brushing her away from around him. Mrs. Hersland did not know it inside her, but she wanted Madeline in the house with her. She wanted to have from her important being of herself to herself inside her. Now Mrs. Hersland had less and less in her the feeling of her children being in her as inside her. They were getting big then around her, and were coming more and more then to be apart from her. She was beginning then more to have her husband forget her. Country house living then was an old story to her. They never had visitors any more then, and though to herself then she still always had inside her the feeling of rich, right country house living, still then it was not lively to her feeling. There was nothing to make it strong then inside her in her feeling. She had then her early living, her Bridgepoint family being. She had the talking of this to make for her of it, to her, then a stronger thing in her feeling than it really was in her being. This was then in those years, in the middle of her middle living, her important being in her talking, and her important feeling, her early living, her marrying, and her Eastern traveling. Madeline Wyman was then the important part of her important feeling. Her children were then not living by her being. Her husband was then not living by her being. Madeline Wyman was living by her being. From Madeline, Mrs. Hersland had then all her active important being, and this is interesting. Now it is clear the kind of being Mrs. Hersland had in her, and that which Madeline Wyman had in her. More and more, it is sure that this kind of describing leads to complete understanding of men and women. Sometime then there will be a complete history of everyone who ever was or is or will be living. To some, beginning is always in their living. To some, ending is always in them to their feeling, in them and in everyone to them. To some, it is different in their beginning, their middle living, and their ending, the sense of beginning or of ending always being in them. In many, there is always, all through their living, either beginning or ending always in their feeling. In themselves, in everything that happens to them, in everything that happens to everyone. Sometimes then, to one, all the world is full of beginning to them. To some then, sometimes, all the world is filled up full with ending. To some then, sometimes, all the world is filled up full with beginning. To some, then sometimes, all the world is filled up full with ending. To some then sometimes, all the world is filled up full with continuing. To some the world always is filled up full with beginning. To some, everything and everyone is always filled up full with continuing. To some, always, all their living, everyone they ever see around them, everything is ending. There are then many kinds of ways of feeling. Everyone has sometimes some kind of feeling in them of everyone and everything, as always beginning, always continuing, or always ending. Many have a mixture in them. Repeating then is in everyone their being and their feeling, and their way of realizing everything and everyone comes out of them in repeating. More and more then, everyone comes to be clear to someone. Slowly, everyone, in continuous repeating, to their minutest variation, comes to be clearer to someone. Everyone who ever was, or is, or will be living, sometimes will be clearly realized by someone. Sometime there will be an ordered history of everyone. Slowly, every kind of one comes into ordered recognition. More and more, then, it is wonderful in living, the subtle variations coming clear into ordered recognition, coming to make everyone a part of some kind of them, some kind of men and women. Repeating, then, is in everyone. Everyone then comes sometime to be clearer to someone. Sometime there will be then an orderly history of everyone who ever was, or is, or will be living. Repeating, then, is in everyone. Repeating then makes a complete history in every one for someone sometime to realize in that one. Repeating is in them of the most delicate shades in them of being and of feeling, and so it comes to be clear in each one the complete nature in each one. It comes to be clear in each one the connection between that one and others to make a kind of them, a kind of men and women. Repeating is a wonderful thing in being. Everything, every one is repeating then, always the whole of them, and so sometime there surely will be an ordered history of everyone. More and more then, this is a clear thing. Everyone has their own being in them. Everyone has repeating always in them, always of the whole of them. Always the kinds of them come to be clearer, and the division again into kinds of them. Sometime then there will be an orderly history of every kind of men and women, and that will be very interesting. There is now then coming to be an ending of the beginning of the history of the Hersland family. There are then now living in the 10-acre place in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living, Mr. and Mrs. Hersland and the 3 Hersland children. There will now come to be a history of each one of the 3 children, and in the history of each one of them, more history of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, and more history of the governesses and the seamstresses and servants in the house with them, and more history of the families in the small houses near them, and histories of every one they ever came to know in their living, all 3 of the Hersland children. There is then to be a history of each one of the children. There is then to be a history of the later living of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland. There is then to be more and more a history of every one who ever was or is or will be living. Sometime there will be written a long book that is a real history of every one who ever were or are or will be living, from their beginning to their ending. Now there is a history of the Hersland and the Dehning families and every one who ever came to know them. This is now a history of the Hersland family being, and of the being of the people they came to know in their living. There has now been some description of the Hersland family and their living in the beginning and middle living of Mr. David Hersland and his wife Fanny Hersland. There has been already a little description of them. There will be later more description of them. There is now to be a beginning of the description of the being and the living in each of the 3 Hersland children. There is now to be a beginning of description of the being of the oldest of them. There is now to be a beginning of a description of the being of Martha Hersland, and a beginning of a description of the being in every one she ever came to know in her living. Later, there will be a description of the being in all 3 of the Hersland children, and a description of every one they ever came to know in their living. Now there is a beginning of description of the being in the oldest of the 3 children. Now there is a commencing, a beginning of a description of the being and the living in Martha Hersland, the oldest of the children, and of every one she ever knew in her living. To begin then. End of section 17, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 15, 2024. Section 18 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 18. Martha Hersland. I am writing for myself and strangers. This is the only way that I can do it. Everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me. No one of them that I know can want to know it, and so I write for myself and strangers. Everyone is always busy with it. No one of them, then, ever want to know it, that everyone looks like someone else, and they see it. Mostly, everyone dislikes to hear it. It is very important to me to always know it, to always see it, which one looks like others, and to tell it. I write for myself and strangers. I do this for my own sake, and for the sake of those who know I know it, that they look like other ones, that they are separate and yet always repeated. There are some who like it, that I know they are like many others and repeat it. There are many who never can really like it. There are many that I know and they know it. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. I love it and I tell it. I love it, and now I will write it. This is now the history of the way some of them are it. I write for myself and strangers. No one who knows me can like it. At least they mostly do not like it, that every one is of a kind of men and women, and I see it. I love it, and I write it. I want readers, so strangers must do it. Mostly no one knowing me can like it that I love it, that every one is of a kind of men and women, that always I am looking and comparing and classifying of them. Always I am seeing their repeating. Always more and more I love repeating. It may be irritating to hear from them, but always more and more I love it of them. More and more I love it of them, the being in them, the mixing in them, the repeating in them, the deciding the kind of them everyone is who has human being. This is now a little of what I love and how I write it. Later there will be much more of it. There are many ways of making kinds of men and women. Now there will be descriptions of every kind of way everyone can be a kind of men and women. This is now a history of Martha Hersland. This is now a history of Martha and of everyone who came to be of her living. There will then be soon much description of every way one can think of men and women in their beginning, in their middle living, and their ending. Every one then is an individual being. Every one then is like many others always living. There are many ways of thinking of every one. This is now a description of all of them. There must then be a whole history of each one of them. There must then now be a description of all repeating. Now I will tell all the meaning to me in repeating, the loving there is in me for repeating. Every one is one inside them. Every one reminds someone of some other one who is or was or will be living. Every one has it to say of each one, he is like such a one, I see it in him. Every one has it to say of each one, she is like someone else, I can tell by remembering. So it goes on always in living. Every one is always remembering someone who is resembling to the one at whom they are then looking. So they go on repeating. Every one is themselves inside them, and every one is resembling to others, and that is always interesting. There are many ways of making kinds of men and women. In each way of making kinds of them, there is a different system of finding them resembling. Sometime there will be here every way there can be of seeing kinds of men and women. Sometime there will be then a complete history of each one. Every one always is repeating the whole of them, and so sometime someone who sees them will have a complete history of every one. Sometimes someone will know all the ways there are for people to be resembling. Someone sometime then will have a completed history of every one. Soon now there will be a history of the way repeating comes out of them, comes out of men and women when they are young, when they are children. They have then their own system of being resembling. This will soon be a description of the men and women in beginning, the being young in them, the being children. There is then now and here the loving repetition. This is then, now and here, a description of the loving of repetition, and then there will be a description of all the kinds of ways there can be seen to be kinds of men and women. Then there will be realized the complete history of everyone, the fundamental character of everyone, the bottom nature in them, the mixtures in them, the strength and weakness of everything they have inside them, the flavor of them, the meaning in them, the being in them, and then you have a whole history then of each one. Everything then they do in living is clear to the completed understanding. Their living, loving, eating, pleasing, smoking, thinking, scolding, drinking, working, dancing, walking, talking, laughing, sleeping, everything in them. There are whole beings then. They are themselves inside them. Repeating coming out of them makes a history of each one of them. Always, from the beginning, there was to me all living as repeating. This is now a description of my feeling. As I was saying, listening to repeating is often irritating. Always repeating is all of living. Everything in a being is always repeating. More and more listening to repeating gives to me completed understanding. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one in me. Soon then, it commences to sound through my ears and eyes and feelings the repeating that is always coming out from each one. That is them. That makes then slowly of each one of them a whole one. Repeating then comes slowly then to be to one who has it, to have loving repeating, as natural being comes to be a full sound, telling all the being in each one, such a one is ever knowing. Sometimes it takes many years of knowing someone before the repeating, that is, that one gets to be a steady sounding to the hearing of one who has it as a natural being to love repeating that slowly comes out from everyone. Sometimes it takes many years of knowing someone before the repeating in that one comes to be a clear history of such a one. Natures sometimes are so mixed up in someone that steady repeating in them is mixed up with changing. Soon then there will be a completed history of each one. Sometimes it is difficult to know it in some, for what these are saying is repeating in them is not the real repeating of them, is not the complete repeating for them. Sometimes many years of knowing someone pass before repeating of all being in them comes out clearly from them. As I was saying, it is often irritating to listen to the repeating they are doing. Always then, that one that has it as being to love repeating, that is the whole history of each one. Such a one has it then that this irritation passes over into patient, completed understanding. Loving repeating is one way of being. This is now a description of such feeling. There are many that I know, and they know it. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. I love it, and I tell it. I love it, and now I will write it. This is now a history of my love of it. I hear it, and I love it, and I write it. They repeat it. They live it, and I see it, and I hear it. They live it, and I hear it, and I see it, and I love it. And now and always I will write it. There are many kinds of men and women, and I know it. They repeat it, and I hear it, and I love it. This is now a history of the way they do it. This is now a history of the way I love it. Now I will tell of the meaning to me in repeating, of the loving there is in me for repeating. Sometime every one becomes a whole one to me. Sometime every one has a completed history for me. Slowly each one is a whole one to me. With some, all their living is passing before they are a whole one to me. There is a completed history of them to me then, when there is of them a completed understanding of the bottom nature in them, of the nature or natures mixed up in them with the bottom nature of them, or separated in them. There is then a history of the things they say and do and feel and happen to them. There is then a history of the living in them. Repeating is always in all of them. Repeating in them comes out of them, slowly making clear to anyone that looks closely at them the nature and the natures mixed up in them. This sometime comes to be clear in everyone. Often, as I was saying, repeating is very irritating to listen to from them, and then slowly it settles into a completed history of them. Repeating is a wonderful thing in living being. Sometime then, the nature of everyone comes to be clear to someone listening to the repeating coming out of each one. This is then now to be a little description of the loving feeling for understanding of the completed history of each one that comes to one who listens always steadily to all repeating. This is the history then of the loving feeling in me of repeating, the loving feeling in me for completed understanding of the completed history of everyone as it slowly comes out in everyone, as patiently and steadily I hear it and see it as repeating in them. This is now a description of this loving feeling. This is now a history of it from the beginning. Always then I listen and come back again and again to listen to everyone. Always then I am thinking and feeling the repeating in everyone. Sometime then there will be for me a completed history of everyone. Everyone is separate then, and a kind of men and women. Sometime it takes many years of knowing someone before the repeating in that one comes to be a clear history of such a one. Sometimes many years of knowing someone pass before repeating of all being in such a one comes out clearly from them, makes a completed understanding of them by someone listening, watching, hearing all the repeating coming out from such a one. As I was saying, loving listening, hearing, always all repeating, coming to completed understanding of each one, is to some a natural way of being. This is now more description of the feeling such a one has in them. This is now more description of the way listening to repeating comes to make completed understanding. This is now more description of the way repeating slowly comes to make in each one a completed history of them. There are many that I know, and always more and more I know it. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. More and more I understand it. Always more and more I hear it. Always more and more it has completed history in it. Everyone has their own being in them. Everyone is of a kind of men and women. Many have mixed up in them some kind of many kinds of men and women. Slowly this comes clearly out from them in the repeating that is always in all living. Slowly it comes out from them to the most delicate gradation, to the gentlest flavor of them. Always it comes out as repeating from them. Always it comes out as repeating out of them. Then to the complete understanding they keep on repeating this. The whole of them, and anyone seeing them then can understand them. This is a joy to anyone loving repeating, when in anyone repeating steadily tells over and over again the history of the complete being in them. This is a solid happy satisfaction to anyone who has it in them to love repeating and completed understanding. As I was saying, often for many years someone is baffling. The repeated hearing of them does not make the completed being they have in them to anyone. Sometimes many years pass in listening to repeating in such a one, and the being of them is not a completed history to anyone then listening to them. Sometimes then it comes out of them a louder repeating that before was not clear to anybody's hearing, and then it is a completed being to someone listening to the repeating coming out of such a one. This is then now a description of loving repeating being in some. This is then now a description of loving repeating being in one. There are many that I know, and they know it. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. More and more I understand it. I love it, and I tell it. I love it, and always I will tell it. They live it, and I see it, and I hear it. They repeat it, and I hear it, and I see it. Sometime then, always I understand it. Sometime then, always there is a completed history of each one by it. Sometime then I will tell the completed history of each one, as by repeating I come to know it. Everyone always is repeating the whole of them. Everyone is repeating the whole of them. Such repeating is then always in them, and so sometime someone who sees them will have a complete understanding of the whole of each one of them, will have a completed history of every man and every woman they ever come to know in their living, every man and every woman who were or are or will be living, whom such a one can come to know in living. This, then, is a history of many men and women. Sometime there will be a history of everyone. As I was saying, everyone always is repeating the whole of them. As I was saying, sometimes it takes many years of hearing the repeating in one before the whole being is clear to the understanding of one who has it as a being to love repeating, to know that always everyone is repeating the whole of them. This is then the way such a one who has it as a being to love repeating, to know that always everyone is repeating the whole of them, comes to a completed understanding of anyone. This is now a description of such a way of hearing repeating. Everyone always is repeating the whole of them. Many always listen to all repeating that comes to them in their living. Some have it as being to love the repeating that is always in everyone coming out from them as a whole of them. This is now a description of such a one and the completed understanding of each one who is repeating in such a one's living. Everyone always is repeating the whole of them. Always, one having loving repeating to getting completed understanding must have in them an open feeling, a sense for all the slightest variations in repeating, must never lose themselves so in the solid steadiness of all repeating that they do not hear the slightest variation. If they get deadened by the steady pounding of repeating, they will not learn from each one, even though each one always is repeating the whole of them. They will not learn the completed history of them. They will not know the being really in them. As I was saying, everyone always is repeating the whole of them. As I was saying, sometimes it takes many years of listening, seeing, living, feeling, loving the repeating there is in some, before one comes to a completed understanding. This is now a description of such a way of hearing, seeing, feeling, living, loving repetition. Mostly everyone loves someone's repeating. Mostly everyone then comes to know then the being of someone by loving the repeating in them, the repeating coming out of them. There are some who love everybody's repeating. This is now a description of such loving in one. Mostly everyone loves someone's repeating. Everyone always is repeating the whole of them. This is now a history of getting completed understanding by loving repeating in everyone, the repeating that always is coming out of them as a complete history of them. This is now a description of learning to listen to all repeating that everyone always is making of the whole of them. Now I will tell of the meaning to me in repeating, of the loving there is in me for repeating. Always from the beginning there was to me all living as repeating. This is now a description of loving repeating as a being. This is now a history of learning to listen to repeating to come to a completed understanding. To go on now giving all of the description of how repeating comes to have meaning, how it forms itself, how one must distinguish the different meanings in repeating. Sometimes it is very hard to understand the meaning of repeating. Sometime there will be a complete history of someone having loving repeating as being, to a completed understanding. Now there will be a little description of such a one. Sometime then there will be a complete history of all repeating to completed understanding. Sometime then there will be a complete history of everyone who ever was or is or will be living. Sometime there will be a complete history of someone having loving repeating to a completed understanding as being. Sometime then there will be a complete history of many women and many men. Now there is to be some description of someone having loving repeating to a completed understanding as being. Then there will be a complete history of some. More and more then, there will be a history of many men and many women from their beginning to their ending, as being babies and children, and growing young men and growing young women, and young grown men and young grown women, and men and women in their middle living, and growing old men and growing old women, and old men and old women. More and more then, there will be histories of all the kinds there are of men and women. This is now a little description of having loving repeating as being. This is now a little description of one having loving repeating as being. Loving repeating is one way of being. This is now a description of such being. Loving repeating is always in children. Loving repeating is, in a way, earth feeling. Some children have loving repeating for little things and storytelling. Some have it as a more bottom being. Slowly, this comes out in them in all their children being, in their eating, playing, crying, and laughing. Loving repeating is then, in a way, earth feeling. This is very strong in some. This is very strong in many, in children and in old age being. This is very strong in many in all ways of humorous being. This is very strong in some from their beginning to their ending. This is now some description of such being in one. As I was saying, loving repeating being is in a way earthy being. In some, it is repeating that gives to them always a solid feeling of being. In some children, there is more feeling in repeating, eating, and playing. In some, in storytelling and their feeling. More and more in living, as growing young men and women and grown young men and women and women in their middle living, more and more there comes to be in them differences in loving repeating in different kinds of men and women. There comes to be in some more and in some less loving repeating. Loving repeating in some is a going on always in them of earthy being. In some, it is the way to completed understanding. Loving repeating, then, in some, is their natural way of complete being. This is now some description of one. There is then always repeating in all living. There is then, in each one, always repeating their whole being, the whole nature in them. Much loving repeating has to be in a being so that one can listen to all the repeating in every one. Almost everyone loves all repeating in someone. This is now some description of loving repeating, all repeating in everyone. To begin again with the children. To begin again with the repeating being in them. To begin again with the loving repeating being in them. As I was saying, some children have it in them to love repeating in them, of eating, of angry feeling in them. Many of them have loving repeating for storytelling in them. Many of them have loving repeating being in them for any kind of being funny, in making jokes or teasing. Many of them have loving repeating being in them in all kinds of playing. Mostly everyone, when they are children, mostly everyone has then loving repeating being strongly in them. Some have it more, some have it less in them. And this comes out more and more in them as they come to be young adolescents in their being, and then grown young men and grown young women. To begin again then with children in their having loving repeating being. Mostly all children have loving repeating as being in them, but some have it much more and some have it much less in them. Loving repeating being is more of that kind of being that has resisting as its natural way of fighting than of that kind of being that has attacking as its natural way of winning. But this is a very complicated question. I know very much about these ways of being in men and women. I know it and can say it. It is a very complex question, and I do not know yet the whole of it, so I cannot yet say all I know of it. As I was saying, all little children have in them mostly very much loving repeating being. As they grow into bigger children, some have it more, some have it less in them. Some have it in them more and more as a conscious feeling. Many of them do not have it in them more and more as a conscious feeling. Mostly, when they are growing to be young men and women, they have not it in them to have loving repeating being in them as a conscious feeling. Mostly, everyone has not it in them as a conscious feeling as a young grown man or young grown woman. Some have it in them, loving repeating feeling, as steadily developing. This is now a history of one. Many men and many women never have it in them the conscious feeling of loving repeating. Many men and many women never have it in them until old age weakening is in them a consciousness of repeating. Many have it in them all their living as a conscious feeling, as a humorous way of being in them. Some have it in them the consciousness of always repeating the whole of them as a serious obligation. There are many, many ways, then, of having repeating as a conscious feeling, of having loving repeating as a bottom being, of having loving repeating being as a conscious feeling. As I was saying, mostly all children have in them loving repeating being as important in them and to everyone around them. Mostly growing young men and growing young women have to themselves very little loving repeating being. They do not have it to each other then, most of them. They have it to older ones then, as older ones have it to them, loving repeating being. Not loving repeating being, but repeating as the way of being in them, repeating of the whole of them as coming every minute from them. In the middle living of men and women, there are very different ways of feeling to repeating. Some have more and more in them loving repeating as a conscious feeling. Some have less and less liking in them for the repeating in, to them, of mostly everyone. Mostly everyone has a loving feeling for repeating in someone. Some have not any such loving even in the repeating going on inside themselves then, not even for anyone they are loving. Some then have always growing in them more and more loving feeling for the repeating in everyone. Many have not any loving for repeating in many of those around them. There are then many ways of feeling in one about repeating. There are many ways of knowing repeating when one sees and hears and feels it in everyone. Loving repeating, then, is important being in some. This is now some description of the importance of loving repeating being in one. Some find it interesting to find inside them repeating in them of someone they have known or some relation to them coming out in them. Some never have any such feeling in them. Some have not any liking for such being in them. Some like to see such being in others around them, but not in themselves inside them. There are many ways of feeling in one about all these kinds of repeating. Sometime there will be written the history of all of them. To begin again, then, with some description of the meaning of loving repeating being when it is strongly in a man or in a woman, when it is in them their way of understanding everything in living, and there are very many always living of such being. This is now again a beginning of a little description of it in one. Repeating of the whole of them is then always in everyone. There are different stages in being. There is being babies and children, and then growing young men or women, and grown young men or women, and men or women in middle living, and in growing old and in ending. There are many kinds of men and women, and soon now there will be a beginning of a history of all of them, whoever were, or are, or will be living. There will be then here written a history of some of them. To begin again then with loving repeating being as a bottom nature in some. To begin again with the developing of it in one. As I was saying, children have it in them to have strongly loving repeating being as a conscious feeling insofar as they can be said to have such a thing in them. It gives to them a solid feeling of knowing they are safe in living. With growing, it comes to be more in some, it comes to be less in others of them. Mostly, there is very little conscious loving repeating feeling in growing young men and women. In the beginning, then, in remembering, repeating was strongly in the feeling of one, in the feeling of many, in the feeling of most of them, who have it to have strongly in them their earthy feeling of being part of the solid dirt around them. This is one kind of being. This is mostly of one kind of being, of slow-minded resisting, fighting being. This is now a little a description of one. Slowly, then some go on living. They may be fairly quick in learning. Some of such of them seem very quick and impetuous in learning and in acting, but such learning has for such of them very little meaning. It is the slow, repeating, resisting inside them that has meaning for them. Now there will be a description of loving, repeating being in one of such of them. The kinds and ways of repeating, of attacking and resisting in different kinds of men and women, the practical, the emotional, the sensitive, the every kind of being in everyone who ever was or is or will be living. I know so much about all of them. Many of them are very clear in kinds of men and women, in individual men and women. I know them so well inside them, repeating in them has so much meaning to knowing. More and more, I know all there is of all being. More and more, I know it in all the ways it is in them and comes out of them. Sometime there will be a history of everyone. Sometime all history of all men and women will be inside someone. Now there will be a little description of the coming to be history of all men and women in someone. This is then to be a little history of such a one. This is then now to be a little description of loving, repeating being in one. Almost everyone has it in them in their beginning to have loving, repeating being strongly in them. Some of them have attacking being as the bottom nature in them. Some of them have resisting being as the bottom nature in them. Some of both these kinds of them have more or less in all their living, loving, repeating being in them. It works differently in them to come out of them in these two kinds of them. Later there will be much description of the way it comes out from them and is in them in the different kinds of them. Now there is to be a little description of it in one having resisting as the way of winning fighting. This is now some description of such a one having loving, repeating being developing into completed understanding. Now to slowly begin. The relation of learning to being, of thinking to feeling, of realization to emotion, all these and many others are very complicated questions. Sometimes there will be much description of them with the kinds of men and women with being in them, with mixtures in them, that complicates them. There will sometime be a history of everyone. This is a sure thing. Now again to begin. The relation of learning and thinking to being, of feeling to realizing, is a complicated question. There will now be very little talking of such way of being. As I was saying, some have it in them to have slowly resisting, as their natural way of being can have learning and thinking come quickly enough in them. This is then not bottom being in them. It is bottom being in some of such of them. This is very clear now in my knowing. Now to begin again with it as telling. Some then who are of that kind of being who have slow resisting being as their way to wisdom have it in them to be quick in learning and in thinking and in acting. As I was saying, in some this is not of the bottom nature in them. In some it is bottom nature in them, for the slow resisting winning bottom to them was not put in the making of them. In some it is in them, but dull and not mixing in their living. In some it is not sensitive to action in their living. It is there in them, going on inside them, not connecting on with the rest of them. This is not just talking. This all has real meaning. These are all then of a kind of men and women who have resisting being as the real wisdom in them. In some of such of them, they seem to be winning by acting. By attacking, they live so very successfully in living, but nevertheless, they are of the kind of them that have resisting winning as their real way of fighting, although never in their living does this act in them. Careful listening to the whole of them always repeating shows this in them, what kind they are of men and women. To begin again. This is now some description of one having loving repeating as a way to wisdom. having slowly resisting winning as the bottom being. As I was saying, learning in such a one and thinking about everything can be quick enough in the beginning. The important thing then in knowing the bottom nature in anyone is the way their real being slowly comes to be them. The whole of them comes to be repeating in them. As I was saying, some can have quick learning and nervous attacking, or one or the other in them, with slow resisting being in them as their natural way of winning. There is every kind of mixing. There is every degree of intensification. There is every degree of hastening the resisting into more rapid realization. There is every degree of hurrying. In short, there are all degrees of intensification and rapidity in motion and mixing and disguising, and yet the kind he is each one, the kind she is each one, comes to be clear in the repeating that more and more steadily makes them clear to anyone looking hard at them. These kinds, then, are existing, the independent dependent, the dependent independent, the one with attacking as the way of winning, the other with resisting as the way of wisdom for them. I know then this is true of everyone, that each one is of one or the other kind of these two kinds of them. I know it is in them. I know many more things about these two kinds of them. Slowly they come to be clearer in every one. Sometime, perhaps, it will be clear to everyone. Sometime, perhaps, someone will have completely in them the history of everyone, of everything in everyone, and the degree and kind and way of being of everything in each one in them from their beginning to their ending and coming out of them. This is then a beginning of the way of knowing everything in every one, of knowing the complete history of each one who ever is, or was, or will be living. This is then a little description of the winning of so much wisdom. As I was saying, the important thing is having loving repeating being. That is the beginning of learning the complete history of everyone. That being must always be in such a one who has it in them sometime to have in them the completed history of everyone they ever can hear of as having being. There are so many ways of beginning this description, and now once more to make a beginning. Always repeating is all of living. Everything that is being is always repeating. More and more listening to repeating gives to me completed understanding. Each one then slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one in me. Slowly it sounds louder and louder and louder inside me through my ears and eyes and feelings and the talking. There is always in me the repeating that is the whole of each one I come to know around, and each one of them then comes to be a whole one to me, comes to be a whole one in me. Loving repeating is one way of being. This is now a description of such being. Always from the beginning there was to me all living as repeating. This was not in me then a conscious being. Always more and more this is in me developing to a completed being. This is now again a beginning of a little description of such being. In their beginning as children, everyone has in them loving repeating being. This is for them then their natural being. Later, in conscious being, some have more in them of loving repeating being. Some have in them almost nothing of such feeling. There are then these two kinds of them. This is then one way of thinking of them. There are two kinds of men and women, those who have in them resisting as their way of winning, those who have in them attacking as their way of winning fighting. There are many kinds, many, very many kinds of each of these two kinds of men and women. Sometime there will be written a description of all the kinds of them. Now this division is accepted by me, and I will now give a little more description of loving repeating being, and then go on to describing how it comes to slowly give to me completed understanding. loving repeating being always in me acting, of this one and that one, and then there will be some description of resembling coming to be clear by looking at the repeating in men and women, and then there will be more history of Martha Hersland and the being coming out of her all her living and the being in every one she came to know in living. Always then, from the beginning, there was in me always increasing as a conscious feeling, loving repeating being, learning to know repeating in everyone, hearing the whole being of anyone always repeating in that one every minute of their living. There was then always in me, as a bottom nature to me, an earthy, resisting, slow understanding, loving repeating being. As I was saying, this has nothing to do with ordinary learning, in a way, with ordinary living. This will be clearer later in this description. Many have loving repeating being in them. Many never come to know it of them. Many never have it as a conscious feeling. Many have in it a restful satisfaction. Some have in it always more and more understanding. Many have in it very little enlarging understanding. There is every kind of way of having loving repeating being as a bottom. It is very clear to me and to my feeling. It is very slow in developing. It is very important to make it clear now in writing. It must be done now with a slow description. To begin again then with it in my feeling, to begin again then to tell of the meaning to me in all repeating, of the loving there is in me for repeating. Sometime everyone becomes a whole one to me. For many years this was just forming in me. Now sometimes it takes many years for someone to be a whole one to me. For many years loving repeating was a bottom to me. I was never thinking then of the meaning of it in me. It had nothing then much to do with the learning, the talking, the thinking, nor the living then in me. There was for many years a learning and talking and questioning in me, and not listening to repeating in everyone around me. Then slowly, loving repeating being came to be a conscious feeling in me. Slowly then, everyone sometime became a whole one to me. Now I will tell of the meaning in me of repeating, of the loving repeating being there is now always in me. In loving repeating being, then, to completed understanding, there must always be a feeling for all changing, a feeling for living being that is always in repeating. This is now again a beginning of a description of my feeling. Always then I am thinking and feeling the repeating in each one as I know them. Always then, slowly, each one comes to be a whole one to me. As I was saying, loving repeating in everyone, hearing always all repeating, coming to completed understanding of each one, is to me a natural way of being. There are many that I know, and always more and more I know it. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. They are all of them living, and I know it. More and more I understand it. Always more and more it has completed history in it. Everyone has their own being in them. Everyone is of a kind of men and women. Always more and more I know the whole history of each one. There is now a little a description of such knowing in me. This is now a little a description of beginning of hearing repeating all around me. As I was saying, learning, thinking, living in the beginning of being men and women often has in it very little of real being. Real being, the bottom nature, often does not then, in the beginning, do very loud repeating. Learning, thinking, talking, living, often then is not of the real bottom being. Some are this way all their living. Some slowly come to be repeating louder and more clearly the bottom being that makes them. Listening to repeating, knowing being in every one who ever was or is or will be living, slowly came to be in me a louder and louder pounding. Now I have it to my feeling to feel all living, to be always listening to the slightest changing, to have each one come to be a whole one to me from the repeating in each one that sometime I come to be understanding. Listening to repeating is often irritating. Listening to repeating can be dulling. Always repeating is all of living. Everything in a being is always repeating. Always more and more listening to repeating gives to me completed understanding. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one in me. In the beginning, then, learning and thinking and talking and feeling and loving and working in me mostly was not bottom being in me. Slowly it came out in me the feeling for living in repeating that now by listening and watching and feeling everything coming out of each one and always repeating the whole one gives to me completed understanding. There was a time when I was questioning, always asking, when I was talking, wondering. There was a time when I was feeling, thinking, and all the time then I did not know repeating. I did not see or hear or feel repeating. There was a long time then when there was nothing in me using the bottom-loving repeating being that now leads me to knowing. Then I was attacking, questioning, wondering, thinking. Always at the bottom was loving repeating being. That was not then there to my conscious being. Sometime there will be written a long history of such a beginning. Always then there was there a recognition of the thing always repeating, the being in each one, and always then thinking, feeling, talking, living, was not of this real being. Slowly I came to hear repeating. More and more then I came to listen. Now always and always I listen, and always now each one comes to be a whole one to me. This will be clearer now in a description of how several men and several women came to be a whole one to me. Later then, there will be more description of the knowing of the kinds there are of men and women, of the resembling that makes kinds of them around one. Now there will be a little description of the slow way repeating makes a whole one to me. Later there will be again a continuing of the description of the living of the Hersland family, the father and the mother and the 3 children. Now this is the way I hear repeating. This is the way slowly some men and some women, each one, comes to be a whole one to me. There are many that I know, and always more and more I know it. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. More and more I understand it. Always more and more I know it. Always more and more it has completed history in it. Everyone then has their own being in them. Everyone is of a kind of men and women. Always then I listen and come back again and again to listen to everyone. Always then I am thinking and feeling the repeating in everyone. Sometime then there will be for me a completed history of everyone. Everyone is separate then. Everyone is always repeating the whole of them. Sometimes it takes many years of knowing someone before the repeating in that one comes to be a clear history of such a one. Sometimes many years of knowing someone pass before repeating of all being in such a one comes out clearly from them, makes a completed understanding of them by someone listening, watching, hearing all the repeating coming out from such a one. As I was saying, always then I listen and feel and say and come back again and again to the repeating in everyone. Sometime then each one comes to be to me a completed being. This is now the slowly completed history of some. There are many that I know, and I know it. There are many that I know, and they know it. They are all of them themselves, and they repeat it, and I hear it. Always I listen to it. Slowly I come to understand it. Many years I listened and did not know it. I heard it. I understood it some. I did not know I heard it. They repeat themselves now, and I listen to it. Every way that they do it now, I hear it. Now, each time, very slowly, I come to understand it. Always, it comes very slowly, the completed understanding of it. The repeating each one does to tell it the whole history of the being in each one. Always now, I hear it. Always now, slowly, I understand it. There are many that I know, and always more and more I know it. They are always, all of them, always repeating themselves, and I hear it. Always I stop myself from being too quickly sure that I have heard all of it. Always I begin again to listen to it. Always I remember all the times I thought I had heard all of it, all the repeating in someone, and then there was much more to it. Always I remember every way one can hear only a part of it, the repeating that is the whole history of any one, and so always I begin again as if I had never heard it. Always I love it. Sometimes I get a little tired of it. Mostly I am always ready to do it. Always I love it. Listening up to completed understanding of the repeating that sometime is a completed history of each one, is all my life, and always I live it. I love it, and I live it. Sometimes I am tired in it. Mostly I am always ready for it. Mostly, in the beginning, as I was saying, I heard repeating. I was learning, thinking, talking, living, not really anything I was really knowing. Slowly I came to be living, loving, thinking, feeling, hearing everyone repeating, beginning again and again so as to feel all changing, remembering all the ways one always can come to be mistaken. Sometime there will be more history of it, the way some young people live it, the beginning, and then slowly the bottom in them comes to be all them. Sometime there will be a history of all young living, feeling, talking, thinking, being. Some have their real being in young living. Some do not have it then in them. Later there will be a history of all of them, of everyone. To begin then again with a little description of my coming to completed understanding of some, now that I am always hearing, seeing, feeling all being in each one repeating. Later there will be a description of earlier learning. Now there will be some description of realizing some. Now when hearing repeating is my natural way of learning. To begin then, there are many that I know, and always slowly I understand more and more of it, the way I know it, the way I come to know it. There are many that I know. Always slowly I understand more and more of it. Slowly each one that I know comes to be a real one to me. Everyone has their own being in them. Slowly, in listening, seeing, feeling all the repeating in each one of them, slowly each one of them comes to be a whole one to anyone that so hears and feels and sees them. This is now a little description of some. This is now a little description of how hearing, feeling, seeing repeating in some makes of such of them to such a one completed beings. This is now a little such a description to lead up to kinds of men and women. To begin then. Everyone I am ever knowing slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one in me. Sometimes, for many years, someone is baffling. I hear them and I see them, and I feel them in all the repeating I can see and hear and feel from them, and seeing, hearing, feeling does not give to me completed understanding of the completed being in them. Sometimes someone for many years is baffling. The repeated hearing, seeing, feeling of repeating in them does not give to me then a history of the complete being in them. Slowly then, sometime, it comes to be clearer of them. I begin again with listening. I feel new shades in repeating, parts of repeating that I was neglecting hearing, seeing, feeling, come to have a louder beating. Slowly, it comes to a fuller sounding. Sometimes many years pass in such a baffling listening, feeling, seeing all the repeating in someone. Then slowly, such a one comes to have real meaning. Many times I begin and then begin again. Always I must not begin a deadened following. Always their repeating must be a fresh feeling in my hearing, seeing, feeling. Always I must admit all changing. Always I must have a sensitive and open being. Always I must have a loving, repeating being. Often listening to them is irritating. Often it is dulling. Always then there must be in me new beginning. Always there must be in me, steadily alive inside me, my loving, repeating being. Then, sometime, everyone is a completed being to me. Sometime everyone has a completed history to me. Always then it comes out of them their whole repeating. Sometime then I can feel and hear and see it all, and it has meaning. Sometime then each one I am ever knowing comes to be to me a completed being. And then always, they are always repeating always the whole of them. There are many that I know then. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it, see it, feel it. More and more I understand it. I love it. I tell it. I love it. I live it, and I tell it. Always I will tell it. They live it, and I see it, and I hear it, and I feel it. They live it, and I see it, and I hear it, and I feel it, and I love it. Sometime then I understand it. Sometime then there is a completed history of each one by it. Sometime then I will tell the completed history of everyone, as by hearing, feeling, seeing all repeating, I come to know it. Now I will just tell a few short histories to explain it. To explain hearing, feeling, seeing repeating, and understanding being by it. Now I will tell a few short histories in it to show loving repeating being in me and how I use it. As I was saying, everyone I am ever knowing slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Some come to have for me complete meaning quicker than others of them. Mostly all of them come pretty slowly to be a whole one to me. This is now a little description of some who have come to be inside me as a whole one to me. Some very slowly, some quicker to me. Always I am hearing, feeling, seeing all repeating in them. Always I have as a bottom loving repeating being. End of section 18, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 17th, 2024. Section 19 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 19. Everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me. This is always there in me, this and loving repeating being always in me. Everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me. Everyone always is repeating the whole of them. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one in me. Someone coming to be a whole one in me is now what I am describing. Everyone is like someone else too to me. That will have more meaning later when I am talking of the kinds there are of men and women. Always everyone is repeating the whole of them. That is always there to bring to me completed understanding. That is always there in everyone to someone. That is always there in everyone to be a complete history always coming out of them. To begin then again with a few of them who slowly come to be each one of them a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one in me. everyone always is repeating. As I was saying, sometimes it is very irritating hearing, feeling, seeing repeating in someone, in everyone. More and more then, when such a one is a whole one to me, more and more then, as loving repeating is all my being, more and more then, I am happy in my loving repeating being. Now then, each one slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one in me. This is now a description of learning one. There are then many ways of learning. There are then many ways of having men and women come to be a whole one to me, come to be a whole one in me. To begin now with one. This one very slowly came to be a whole one to me. This one very slowly came to be a whole one in me. Always now this one is a complete one to me. Always now all the repeating I am hearing coming from this one has real meaning. This is now a description of this learning. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one in me. This one very slowly came to be a whole one in me. This, then, is now a description of one way of learning to listen, feel, and see all the repeating in some. Then there will be descriptions of other ways of learning. Now to begin again with this one. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one in me, with some right understanding of the repeating always coming out from them takes many years of loving repeating being in me to bring me to such understanding. Each one slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Sometimes listening, feeling, seeing, repeating in such a one is very irritating. Slowly it comes clear, and the one comes to be a whole one to me. There are many ways, then, of learning the complete being in anyone. This is now a description of one. There are many that I know, and I know it. Sometimes it takes many years to learn it. Sometime each one is a whole one to me. Sometime each one is a whole one in me. Sometimes after I have them so, I lose them, and then I must begin again to learn them. Mostly when I know them, they keep on being a whole one in me. Some are easier to keep as a whole one to one than others around one. Some are easier to hold as a whole one when one is thinking of them. Some are easier to keep as a whole one when one is hearing them coming out from them. There are all kinds of ways then of knowing. There are all kinds of ways then of remembering. There are all kinds of ways then of losing a thing after it is knowledge in one. Each one then sometime is a whole one to me. Each one then sometime is a whole one in me. This is now a description of one. This is now a description of one who very slowly came to be a whole one in me. This is now a very short description of learning this one. Sometimes it takes many years of listening, seeing, living, feeling, loving the repeating there is in someone, before one comes to a completed understanding of such a one. Sometimes it is very irritating to do such hearing, seeing, feeling, living. Always there is loving repetition being in one doing such listening, seeing, feeling. Often it is then very irritating. Always then loving feeling for repetition can make one go on living, hearing, seeing, feeling all the repetitions coming out of such a one. As I was saying, almost everyone has someone who sometimes has listened to all the repeating in that one. This is from the loving feeling someone sometime has had for that one. Everyone mostly sometimes has listened to all repeating in someone, has heard and felt and seen all the repeating in someone. Mostly everyone has sometime had someone hear and see and feel all the repeating coming out of them. Some have it to love everyone. Some have it to love many men and many women, or many men or many women. Some have it to love the repeating in them. Some have it to love everyone and the repeating in everyone. Some have it to love some and to love repeating in everyone. This is now some description of learning of complete understanding in such a one. Everyone then sometime comes to be a whole one to me. Each one sometime comes to be a whole one in me. Always loving repeating is my way of being. This is now some description of my studying. There are many that I know, and always more and more I know it. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. More and more I understand it. Always more and more I see it, hear it, feel it. Always more and more it has to me completed history in it. Everyone has their own being in them. Everybody is a real one to me. Each one sometimes is a whole one to me. Each one is sometimes a whole one in me. Some come very slowly to be a complete being to me. This is now a description of learning to listen to all repeating that everyone always is making of the whole of them. This is now some description of learning to hear, see, and feel all repeating that each one always is making of the whole of them. Each one, as I was saying, sometime comes to be a whole one in me. Each one sometime comes to be a complete being to me. Sometimes, after they are this to me, I keep on knowing it inside me. Sometimes I lose it. Sometimes I doubt it. It is too clear or too vague or too confused inside me. Sometime then I have it all to do again. Always I keep on hearing, feeling, seeing all repeating in each one, for always it has more and more being to my feeling. This is now then some description of my learning. Then there will be a beginning again of Martha Hersland and her being and her living. This is now then first a little studying, and then later Martha Hersland will begin living. Now then, to do this little studying. As I was saying, each one sometime is a whole one to me. Sometimes someone very, very slowly comes to be a whole one to me. Every one is a real one to me. Every one always is repeating the whole of them. Every one is sometime a puzzle to me. Every one is sometime a whole being to me. Someone sometimes is many years a puzzle to me. Sometime every one, each one, is a whole being to me. Someone sometimes for many years is a puzzle to me. Some slowly come to be a whole one in me. Some, all of a sudden, come to be a whole one to me. Mostly every one is sometime a puzzle to me. Mostly every one is for some years a puzzle to me. This is now a description of how one was a puzzle to me and then came to be clear inside me, came to be a whole one to me. More and more then, as they are a whole one to me, they are friendly to me there inside me. Always they come to be more and more in me. Always they come to have more and more meaning to me in the repeating, which then they are doing clearly to me, of the whole of them. Many of them then are many years a puzzle to me. Slowly then each one comes to be to me a whole one. Always they are repeating the whole of them then. Every one is puzzling to me. Some for some reason, others for other reasons. Always every one is puzzling. Sometime every one becomes a whole one to me. Mostly then they go on repeating clearly to me the whole of them. Sometimes they commence again to be a puzzle to me. Sometimes I lose the way of hearing clearly the repeating of the whole of them that always every one is always doing. This one then was puzzling for many years to me, and then slowly this one came to be a whole one to me. Many others then came to be clear to me. Always then, this one has been a whole one to me. Always then, the whole of this one always is repeating to me. Often, as I was saying, it is very irritating to be listening. Irritating when it is puzzling. Irritating just to be hearing repeating. More and more, as each one is a whole one to me, repeating from them is not irritating to me. It is friendly there inside me. They are then, each one, a whole one in me. This one then for many years was puzzling to me. Slowly then this one came to repeat clearly to me the whole being, and then this one came to be a whole one to me. Slowly then this one came to be a whole one to me. Always then I was listening, feeling, looking. Always then I was hearing, feeling, seeing the repeating always coming out of this one, and always it was puzzling. And mostly it was irritating listening. And always this one was not then a whole one to me. There is a certain feeling one has in one when someone is not a whole one to one, even though one seems to know all the nature of that one. Such a one then is very puzzling, and when sometimes such a one is a whole one to one, all the repeating coming out of them has meaning as part of a whole one. When someone is not a clear one to me, repeating coming out of them has not this clear relation. Then such a one is puzzling until they come to be a whole one. Then repeating coming out of them has clear meaning. Always then I am hearing, feeling, seeing the repeating always coming out of everyone. Loving repeating being is in me, always every moment in my living. Sometimes, as I was saying, hearing repeating is very irritating. Always, sometime, it comes to be to me a completed history of each one I am ever knowing. As I was saying, then always I was seeing, feeling, hearing all repeating coming out of this one. As I was saying, often it was irritating. As I was saying, it was not for many years a clear repeating of a whole being. Slowly then this one came to be a whole one to me. This is now some description. Sometime each one comes to be a whole one to me. Sometime the bottom nature in each one, the other nature or natures in each one, the mixing or not mixing in them of the natures in them, comes to be clear in each one. Each one then is a complete one. Each one then keeps repeating the whole history of them. Some then are puzzling a long time. Almost everyone is puzzling. Mostly everyone is puzzling to me. Sometime mostly everyone comes to be a whole one to me. As I was saying, there is a bottom nature in everyone. The other nature or natures in them may be of their kind of men and women. If they are at bottom resisting, the other nature or natures in them may be of a kind of resisting. They may be of a kind of attacking being. All this is very confusing. All this is very puzzling. Always more and more I know it of each one, the being in them, the mixtures in them. Always more I come to have a completed understanding of each one. As I was saying, everyone sometime is a whole one to me. Everyone sometime is a complete being in me. Sometimes, for many years, someone is puzzling. Slowly then they come to be clearly a whole one. Then all the repeating coming out of them always tells and keeps on telling to me the whole of them. Always then this repeating of the whole of them has more and more completeness to me, more and more of beauty for me, more and more of friendly feeling in me. In learning one I have been describing, there was very long listening. Often listening was very irritating. There were many years of puzzled being. There were many years then of believing in the heard, seen, felt repeating, which was everyone's hearing, feeling, seeing, without puzzling. Slowly then, there came to be in me a puzzled feeling. Slowly then, I knew I was not hearing all the repeating this one was doing. I was not feeling, hearing, seeing the repeating that was a complete history of this one. Always then, I was puzzling. Slowly then, the repeating coming out of this one was a complete history of this one. Always I am listening to, feeling, seeing what everyone thinks about anyone. Always I am ready to feel someone will hear some repeating coming out of one that I have not begun yet to see or hear or feel in that one. Always then I am seeing, feeling, hearing what everyone else sees or feels or hears as repeating in each one. So then always sometime there will come to be in me a complete seeing, hearing, feeling of the repeating coming out of each one, making a complete history of each one. One, then, I have been describing was to me a very slow, long learning. Always, in the beginning, the repeating I was hearing, feeling, seeing coming always out of this one was to me a complete history of the being of this one. The being I was first describing that everyone who knew this one felt was the being of this one. More and more then, hearing this repeating was irritating. More and more then, there was in me always a beginning again of listening to, of seeing, feeling the repeating coming out of this one. Slowly then there came to be in me puzzled feeling. Slowly there came to be in me a feeling that it was not a complete repeating I was hearing, not a complete history of her being. Then always I had in me a puzzled feeling. Slowly then there came to me to see in this one other repeating that always was repeating, but that slowly came to have meaning. Always I was hearing, feeling, seeing everyone else feeling, listening to, seeing this one. Slowly then this one came to be a complete one to me. Slowly then all the repeating came to be a complete history of the being of this one, always coming out of this one, always repeating the whole of the being this one had all of her living. Slowly then everyone, everything always helping. Slowly then I always listening, looking, feeling. Always then I slowly, always hearing, seeing, feeling, came to have this one to be a whole one to me, came to have this one to be a whole one inside me. Always then, more and more, I heard and saw and felt all the repeating, always telling the whole being in her. More and more then, I had in me a completed friendly feeling of the whole being that was this one. Each one comes to be a whole one to me. Each one comes to be a whole one in me. Some come very slowly to be a whole one to me. Some come fairly quickly to be a whole one in me. Some come fairly quickly to be a whole one in me, and then this whole one, which was just outlines, comes to be more and more filled up for me. Some come to be very slowly a whole one to me. There are every kind of way to have men and women in their beginning, in their middle being, in their ending, be a whole one inside anyone to that one. Sometime there will be a description of every kind of way anyone can know anything, anyone can know anyone. Someone sometime comes to be a whole one to me. There are many ways of learning in me. There are many ways of loving learning in me. There are many ways of keeping everything that learning has given to me inside me. There are many ways then of having some time to have it come that someone is a whole one in me. This is now some description of another one coming to be a whole one to me. Sometimes I know and hear and feel and see all the repeating in someone. All the repeating that is the whole of someone, but it always comes as pieces to me. It is never there to make a whole one to me. Some people have it in them to be in pieces in repeating the whole of them. Such of them almost come never to be a whole one to me. Some come almost all their living in repeating to be succession, not a whole one inside me. Sometime, such a one has a way of loving which makes a whole one of such a one long enough to hear the whole repeating in such a one as a complete one by someone. Such a one comes then sometime to be a whole one, and then one loses the whole one repeating of them, and they are pieces then of repeating, and always it is changing back to pieces of repeating from the little time of loving that a little time makes of them a whole one. There are very many of them, and this is now a little a description of the nature in this kind of them. This is now a little a description of learning to know them, to make of them a complete one. Every one then sometime is a whole one to me. Every one then sometimes is a whole one in me. Some of these do not for long times make a whole one to me inside me. Some of them are a whole one in me, and then they go to pieces again inside me. Repeating comes out of them as pieces to me, pieces of a whole one that only sometimes is a whole one in me. There are then a kind of them, a kind of men and women. There are very many of them always living who have it in them to be inside them, to be mostly to everyone, to be always to mostly everyone, pieces coming out of them, pieces that never make of them a whole one, not because of complication in them, not because of difficulty of envisaging them, but because really such of them are in pieces inside them, always in their living. This kind, then, of men and women have it to be true of them that nothing in them dominates them, not mind, nor bottom nature in them, nor other nature or natures in them, nor emotion, nor sensitiveness, nor suggestibility, nor practicalness, nor weakness, nor selfishness, nor nervousness, nor egotism, nor desire, nor whimsicalness, nor cleverness, nor ideals, nor stimulation, nor vices, nor indifference, nor beauty, nor eating, nor drinking, nor laziness, nor energy, nor emulation, nor envy, nor malice, nor pleasure, nor skepticism. It is not, as it is in some, that there is contradictory being in them. There is not in such of these of them domination of anything in them to make contradiction, to make changing of one thing to another in them. Always they are in pieces then, but pieces are not disconcerting to them or anyone, hardly not puzzling. Some of such of them sometimes, then, make melodrama of themselves to hold themselves together to them. Some of such of them make of themselves to themselves, and sometimes to other ones that know them, a melodrama of themselves, to make to themselves each one of themselves a whole one to themselves, and sometimes to make of themselves a whole one to others around them. This is a very interesting thing. This is sometimes the explanation of melodrama in someone. Some men and some women, are not whole ones inside me for long times together. Sometime one of such a one was a whole one in me, and then it was clear to me why such a kind of one was not for long times continually a whole one in me. In first beginning to know such a one, if they make of themselves melodrama, to make to themselves a whole one of themselves to themselves, then such melodrama is very confusing. It is not natural melodrama to them. Melodrama in such of them is mostly not a natural way of being. Mostly such of them have pride to hide themselves to themselves from knowing that there is not a whole to them. Pride to hide this from themselves and from everyone. So then, melodrama in such a one is confusing. When melodrama is taken from such a one, then they remain confusing. There is nothing then to guide anyone to know them as a whole than such a one. Such a one, now with no melodrama, just there as pieces to someone, remains confusing, not because they are not acting, not because they are not repeating. They may be acting, everyone always is repeating. It is that nothing in them is dominating. They are in pieces to themselves then and to everyone. They have not weakness, nor laziness, nor dullness to make them confusing. They are in pieces. There is not in them anything dominating, not the bottom nature in them, not other nature or natures in them, not confusion in them, not struggle or contradiction, or weakness or indifference in them. So then, such a one is puzzling. Sometime then, as I was saying, each one comes to be a whole one to me. Sometime then, each one comes to be clear inside me. Sometimes, as I was saying, it is slow growing this coming to completed understanding inside me. Sometimes it is a quick illumination. Sometimes it is a mixture of these two ways of learning knowing. Sometimes it is other ways of learning knowing in me. As I was saying, every one is surely sometime puzzling to me. As I was saying, such a one being in pieces, was a long time puzzling to me. Always This one was in pieces, though always loving being was a louder piece than other pieces in that one. So then such a one, by not going on being a whole one after being illuminated by seeming a whole one by that one's way of loving, was not any longer puzzling. This gave to me then an understanding of the being in such ones. Such a one then was not together for long times as a whole one to me, but to my understanding then, from that time on, always was a whole one to me. Every one then sometime is a whole one to me. Every one then always sometime comes to be clear to me, comes to be really a whole one inside me. This is clear then, that there are many ways of hearing, feeling, seeing, repeating come out of every one. Always then I am seeing, hearing, feeling, all repeating coming out of every one. Always then sometime every one I am ever knowing comes to be a whole one to me. This is now a little a description of another way of learning one. Sometime then every one I know comes to be a whole one to me. Mostly every one comes very slowly to be a whole one inside me. Mostly every one is sometime and sometimes for a very long time a puzzle to me. Sometimes someone only very slowly comes to be a puzzle to me. Sometimes someone is never really a puzzle to me. Sometimes someone suddenly comes to be a whole one to me. Often now, when I know as much as I know now of kinds of men and women, some men, some women, come to be quickly a whole one to me. Mostly still yet, they come very slowly to be whole ones to me. Mostly yet, each one is a long time a puzzle to me. Earlier, every one mostly came very slowly to be a whole one to me. Sometimes then, someone came suddenly and soon to be a whole one in me. Sometimes then, someone was never really a puzzle to me. This then is another way of learning in me. This is now then a little a description of such a learning of one who was not really more than for the time of intensely looking for one time of seeing, a puzzle to me. This is now a little description of learning quickly one. There was one, I knew some things about this one, I knew a number of things about this one, I had heard descriptions of this one. I was interested, but not more than I am in every one. I was not then very much interested in this one. As I was saying, I had heard descriptions of this one. They were ordinary descriptions. They were not very interesting. They had not very much meaning. Then I saw this one. Then I looked intensely at this one. Then this one was a whole one to me. Then the whole being of this one was inside me. It was then as possession of me. I could not get it out from inside me. It gave new meanings to many things. It made a meaning to me of damnation. I had then to tell it to this one. That was the only way to loosen myself from this one who was a whole one in me. I had then to tell this one of the meaning in damnation that this one, being a whole one inside me, had made clear to me. Always then later, this one was a whole one to me. It was then a gentler possession of me inside me than when this one first was a whole one inside me, a damned one to me. It was still true to me later, inside me, the whole of this one, but it did not then possess me. This is then one way of learning a whole one, by seeing them completely, by one long looking at them. This is now a little more description of this one and being possessed by this one as a whole one inside me. To begin again then. There are many that I know, and they know it. Very often I tell it. Mostly I must tell it. Sometimes I tell it because I like to hear it. Sometimes I have to tell it to loose myself from it. This one was one that I knew then, and I made this one know it. I told it then to loose myself from it. Mostly, very slowly, each one I know comes to be a whole one to me. Mostly, I tell it then because I like to hear it. Sometimes I write it. Sometimes I tell someone else, not then, about it. Mostly I tell it and I write it. Mostly I tell it or I write it. There are many that I know, and they know it. Mostly, in some way, I tell it. This one then very soon knew it. Very soon then I had to tell it. This is now some more description of it. There are many that I know, and they know it. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. Sometimes I tell it. Mostly I tell it. There are many that I know. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. Sometimes I see a whole being in it. Sometime, always, I see the whole being in it. There are many that I know, and they know it. Sometimes they soon know it. Sometimes I soon tell it. Sometimes I wait a long time to tell it. Sometimes I slowly tell it. There are many that I know, and mostly always sometime they know it. There are many that I know. They are all of them repeating, and I see it, feel it, hear it. Always I listen to it and look at it and feel it. Sometime always I understand it. There are many that I know, and they know it. Sometime each one is a whole one to me. Mostly then I tell it. Sometimes it is a long time before I tell it. Sometimes I tell it as soon as I know it. Sometimes I begin to tell it before I really know it. Sometimes I tell it puzzling at it. Sometimes I slowly tell it. There are many ways, then, of learning the whole one each one is, from the repeating always coming out of each one. There are many ways of telling it to each one what is the whole of them. There are many ways of telling it about them what is the whole being in each one. Sometime, then, each one is a whole one to me. I was just now beginning telling about one. As I was saying, this one was not one I ever thought about or felt before I knew this one as a whole one. This is interesting, then, as one way of learning. This was interesting then as a way of telling, for then this one possessed me by my feeling the whole being that made all this one's repeating, and I had to tell this one the whole being that was the whole of this one. The whole meaning of the repeating that was the being of this one, so as to free myself from the possession this one's whole being inside me, then had of me. This now is to be a little more description of the being in this one, and the feeling in me in learning the whole being of this one, and the meaning of the repeating of this one, and the telling of my knowing it, and what I knew to this one. There are many that I know, and they know it. This time I knew it, and suffered in it, and was possessed by it, the knowledge of it, and I told it to this one to free myself from it. This is a little more description of my knowing it and of my telling it, and some description of what I knew and what I told of the whole being in this one, always coming out as repeating from this one. There are many that I know, and they know it. This one I knew quickly, and then I told it, and then this one knew it, and this is now a little history of all of it. There are many kinds of men and women, and I know it. Each one is a real one to me. Each one sometimes is a whole one to me. They repeat it, and I hear it, and I see it, and I feel it. Each one sometime is a whole one to me. Sometime, always, I tell it. There are many kinds of men and women, and I know it. Always I know some of it. Always more and more I know more of it. There are many that I know, and they know it. There are many that I know, and sometime I tell it. Somehow, somewhere, all of it. There are many then now that I know. There are many then now that know I know it. Everyone always is repeating the whole of them. Everyone sometimes is a whole one to me. Always then I have known some. More and more I know more of them, more of men and women. More and more then always I know of the kinds there are of them. Everyone has their own being in them. Everyone always is repeating the whole of them. They repeat it, and I hear it, and sometimes I get a whole one inside me from listening, looking, feeling it. Sometimes I quickly understand it. Sometimes I quickly tell it. This is now a history of the way someone did it. This is now a history of the way I understood it. This is now a history of the way I told this one the whole of it, the whole repeating, always coming out of this one, and the meaning of it, the being in it. Sometimes then I know many things of someone. Always I am knowing more and more of such a one. This one is not ever then puzzling to me. Everything is interesting. All is some history of someone, but sometimes there is no interest in me to see a whole to someone. I go on knowing things of them. I talk and hear and remember all about such a one. There is no puzzling in me about such a one then, for I am not then interested in understanding. There is a whole to such a one, yes. There is sometime to me a whole to everyone. I am seeing, hearing, feeling things, and remembering things of such a one. There is no problem, no puzzled feeling about such a one then to me. This one then that I am now beginning a little to describe farther was such a one to me. I knew many things about this one. I remembered. I heard many things that were interesting, that were amusing. I remembered them. There was in me then no puzzling. There was nothing of a whole being in all of them to me, but I was not thinking of the whole being in them. They were interesting things to know about someone. Everything is interesting to know about anyone. Everything is important to know about everyone. But I was never puzzling about this one. All the things I knew were interesting. I was not feeling any need of a whole being in this one. And then once I looked hard at this one, and then there was a whole being always afterwards repeating to everyone from this one, after my telling all the being in this one, the whole being in this one. And this is very interesting. Always then I listen and come back again and again to listen to everyone. Always then I am thinking and feeling the repeating in everyone. Sometimes it happens that I have a complete history of someone, of the meaning of all the repeating in them the first time I look hard at them. Mostly this is in me a slow thing, learning understanding. Mostly I come back again and again to listen to the repeating in everyone before they are a whole one, before there is to me a whole history of the being in them. Always I come back again and again. It has happened that sometimes I have had the whole history of someone the first time I looked long at them. Mostly this is a slow thing. Always, even when understanding happens, like with this one the first time of hard looking, always then I go back again and again to listen, to fill in, to be certain. This then was what happened to this one in my learning. This is now a little a description. The nature in this one was not like any of those I have been just describing. Everybody who knew this one knew everything. There was no deceiving of anyone by this one. Everything in this one always was repeating to everyone who ever listened to this one. And this one was not made up of pieces and none of the pieces dominating. This one had a very real bottom, a very real domination inside that one of that one's own being. The thing with this one was to understand the meaning of the repeating, all the repeating this one was always doing. What was important was to have applied to this one completed understanding. This one was not puzzling really to anyone. This one had nothing of the nature of the being that was always coming out as repeating hidden. It was all there, all always repeating, all always being dominated by the bottom being, and all that then was needed was to understand the meaning. That was very interesting. That was what I did by one hard looking. This is now a little more description of this one. This one then, as I was saying, had it to have as being really the nature as dominating, and everyone that looked at or listened to or felt this one knew all of the repeating, always telling over and over again all of the history of this one. This time, then, it was a question of understanding the meaning of the being in one. This now is very interesting in relation to the being in this one, whose learning in me I am soon now to be describing. There was then, in the first one I was describing, all of the being always repeating, but all the repeating anyone knowing this one ever was hearing, feeling, seeing, could be understood as meaning that this one was always giving all her loving to everyone, and always there was no place for her in living. Always there was no place for her in living. Always everyone felt this in her, and always everyone was explaining there being no place for such a one in living by specific good reasoning. Always dimly everyone had a puzzled feeling. Always everyone, really everyone who ever knew this one, was really sympathizing, really believing because all of it was really there, always repeating. Slowly then this one came to be a whole one in me. As I have said in writing, often, for many years, someone is baffling. The repeated hearing of them does not make the completed being they have in them to anyone. Sometimes many years pass in listening to repeating in such a one, and the being of them is not a completed history to anyone then listening to them. Sometime then it comes out of them a louder repeating of that which before was not clear to anybody's hearing. And then such a one is a completed being to someone listening to the repeating coming out of such a one. There is then to someone a complete history of such a one. This mostly comes slowly to the one who is learning the being of such a one. This was the history of learning the first one that I have been describing. The third one then, of whose learning I am beginning now a description, this third one then I have been a little describing, was very different from the first one. Everyone who ever knew or saw or heard of this one always knew all the repeating always coming out of this one, all the complete history of this one. No one ever knowing this one did not know all the repeating in this one, but always there was in no one a complete understanding of the meaning of the being in this one. And this is now to be some description of the being in this one, description of the learning of the meaning of the being in this one, description of the telling of the knowing of the meaning in this one. As I was saying, the first one I was describing always had then to every one the very best reason for there being no place for this one ever for living, no place ever for this one in living. This last one, the one I am now describing, has with this first one some connection. Always then, this last one always had the best reasons for not realizing the living being in living. And everyone always was always helping, and no one ever was understanding, for everyone always was convinced of the good reasons this one had for not being able to realize real being in living. And always this one was trying, and always everyone who saw this one was helping, and this now is very interesting. As I was saying, always everyone knew the whole repeating of this last one. Everyone who ever knew this one really knew all the repeating coming out of this one. Always then it was a question of meaning to make of this one a whole one inside one. Everyone always is repeating the whole of them. Some to everyone who knows any one of such of them, someone repeating the whole of them, so that everyone who knows them hears the whole repeating in them. The important thing then with such a one, for everyone, as I was saying, knows with such a one that they are hearing all the repeating coming out of such a one. The important thing then with such a one, for everyone, as I was saying, knows with such a one, that they are hearing all the repeating coming out of such a one. The important thing then with such a one, so as to get such a one to be a whole one to anyone seeing, feeling, hearing such a one, the important thing then is hearing, feeling, seeing all the repeating coming out from such a one, is to realize the meaning of the being. It is not enough to realize all the repeating in such a one. This one that I have commenced describing had in being going at the same time asking and refusing, infinite tenacity in holding on to anything that was there to this one seizing, always not really wanting what was being held so grimly by this one. always then, there was denying in this one. Mostly one thinks of fundamental denying as skepticism, as evil acting. This was not so of this one. Denying and trying holding with tenacious gripping was always there in this one. Always then, everyone who ever knew this one knew this as always repeating. Tenacity in holding, desiring believing in religion. Always everyone who ever knew this one saw these always coming out as repeating. No one seeing it come out of this one as repeating had any realization that always it led to denying, always to negation. The grasping and asking, opening and closing could not be the same movement in action without ending in denying everything, and both being completed expression of this being and always together there repeating, and so neither coming to be really existing. There was not in this one consciousness of struggling. Always it was in this one then as denying. Always then there was in this one no reality of experiencing. Never any stopping gripping to be asking. Never stopping asking to be steadily gripping. Always asking and gripping in the same repeating. Always so ending in denying. The spirit of denying that comes to be the whole of such a one. There can be in such a one no real experiencing. A hand cannot be closed and open. It ends in such a one denying that a hand is really existing. As I was saying, everyone always is repeating the whole of them. Everyone is repeating the whole of them. Such repeating is then always in them. And so sometime, someone who sees them will have a complete understanding of the whole of each one of them, will have a completed history of every man and every woman they ever came to know in their living, every man and every woman who were or are or will be living, every man and every woman in each one's beginning, middle, and ending, every man and every woman then who were or are or will be living, whom such a one can come to know in living. Everyone always is repeating the whole of them. This one that I am now describing always was repeating the whole being as everyone always is doing. This one was not like the first one I was describing then. Everyone who knew this one heard, felt, and saw all the being in this one always repeating. Nothing of important being in this one was not loudly repeating. As I was saying, I knew all the repeating in this one, mostly from other people's telling. No one ever was understanding the meaning in the repeating. No one then was understanding the reason of this one never really realizing being, never winning anything this one ever was really wanting. Everyone, as I was saying, was hearing, feeling, and seeing clearly all the repeating there ever was to be ever coming out of this one to anyone. There was never then in this one any repeating that everyone who was ever hearing, feeling, seeing this one, did not feel and see and hear in this one, always all through their knowing this one. This one then mostly did not give to anyone a puzzled feeling. Everything was clear in this one to everyone. Everything in this one was clearly repeating to everyone who ever was really listening, to everyone who was hearing, seeing, feeling the repeating coming out of this one. The important thing then was understanding the meaning in the being of this one. Always everyone was hearing, feeling, seeing all the repeating there ever was in this one. It was seeing the meaning of all the being in this one that was interesting, and this came to me then in one very hard looking at this one. Always then sometime each one comes to be a whole one in me. Always then sometimes every one is a whole one to me. Everybody always then sometime is a real one to me. Everyone then has always sometime their own being in them to me. Sometime then everyone is a whole one to me. Sometime then everyone has a complete history for me. Always then, sometime each one is a whole one to me. As I was saying, everyone who ever came to know this one really knew all the repeating in this one. No repeating in this one was not sounding loudly to everyone who ever came to know this one. As I was saying, I knew then all the repeating in this one a little from everyone's telling. Mostly it was not puzzling. Everyone evidently had been hearing all the repeating there ever was coming out of this one. As I was saying, it was interesting, but not overwhelmingly interesting, for it was not puzzling. Everyone knew all the repeating in this one, the wanting in this one of believing, the desire of having believing, the tenacity in gripping everything this one ever was having, the feeling in this one for wanting everything with goodness in it, the not realizing anything. Everyone then who ever knew this one knew the eagerness of desiring, the lack of succeeding, the tenacity in holding on to all possessing. Everyone that knew all these always repeating in this one. Always it was in everyone describing this one, a describing of all these things in this one. There was then never any realizing of how these things came to be this one. Everyone always was helping this one, for always to everyone there were such good reasons why this one should have much helping. Some always were trying to loose the hold on possession. Others always were trying to strengthen to desiring faith and goodness. Always everyone was helping. Always no one was understanding that a little even, very much strengthening of wanting believing, or a little even, very much weakening of holding possession of gripping, could never in such a one have any real meaning. For always at the bottom, this one was gripping and asking. Always this one was opening and shutting the hands at the same instant of being, and that always would make denying the only real thing in such a one's being. Nothing else could ever really happen. Never could there come the miracle of simultaneous opening and gripping. It is clear then now to everyone. It is clear then now to everyone that everyone who ever was knowing this one always was hearing, seeing, feeling all the repeating in this one. Always then the important thing was understanding the being always repeating, realizing denying as the real being in this one. As I was saying then, I knew all the repeating in this one, a little from my own listening to this one, mostly from other people's descriptions of this one. I knew then all the repeating in this one. It was interesting to know the repeating in this one. All repeating of anyone is interesting to anyone having loving repeating being, having loving repeating being to completed understanding as being. Always then, as I was saying, repeating is interesting to me. Always then I was interested in all the repeating of this one. It was interesting, but it was not then a problem to me. This one then was interesting, not so very interesting to me. And then, as I was saying, I met this one, and then I began, and then all the repeating in this one had meaning. This one then was to me at the end of looking the complete thing to me that everyone sometime is to me. This one was then a complete one to me. This one was then a solemn load inside me. This is now then a little more description of my knowing this one as a complete one, and then of my telling of my knowing to this one. As I was saying, everyone always is repeating the whole of them. As I was saying, sometimes it takes many years of hearing the repeating in one before the whole being is clear to the understanding of one who has it as being to loving repeating, to know that always everyone is repeating the whole of them, to have it that sometime each one is a whole one to that one. These then, the ways I have been describing, are some of the ways then that such a one who has it as being to loving repeating, to know that always everyone is repeating the whole of them, comes to a completed understanding of every one. Sometimes then, as I was saying, it takes many years of hearing and seeing and feeling the repeating in someone before the whole being of that one is clear to my understanding. This then was not the way of my learning this last one as a whole being. As I was saying, I knew all the repeating in this one. Everyone who knew this one knew all the repeating in this one. I had never felt it a puzzle in this one. I had not had that kind of interest in this one, and then it happened that I saw this one, and then it happened that I looked hard at this one, and then this one was a whole one to me. This one was a depressing, solemn load inside me. Then I had this one inside me, and this one was to me inside me a being having damnation as the way of being. And this then was a new thing in me. Damnation had not had before any meaning for me. This one was not an evil one, a wicked one, but a damned one to me. This one was then a whole one inside me. This is now to be a little more description of this one in me and of my telling it to this one. This one was then a whole one to me. This one was then a solemn, saddening load inside me. Not from evil or conviction or from willing or from reasoning, but from asking and gripping in the same breath of being, and both being complete expression of a being, and so neither really having meaning to such a being, not making really inside such a one any struggling. This one then, after this one hard looking, was a whole one to me, was a whole solemn load inside me. This one then always was repeating to me the whole being in that one, the resulting to such a one of suffering damning. This one was then a whole one to me. This one was then a whole one inside me, was as a solemn load inside me. Each one is then sometime a whole one to me. This one was then a whole one in me, was a solemn saddening load inside me, gave to me the first meaning there ever was to me of the meaning of damning in all human religion, was a very serious solemn load inside me, and a ways it was there inside me, this one as a whole one in me, and always this one was repeating to me the whole being, the whole history of this one, and a ways it had meaning, and always then it was to me the compelling of me to understand the reason there is in damning. This denying, and never having any realization of anything really existing, was to me a state of really suffering damning. This one then was, as I was saying, a whole one then inside me, a whole one to me after the ending of that looking, a serious, solemn, saddening whole one in me. And always more and more I was seeing, hearing, feeling this one repeating the whole being there was in this one, and always then it was to my completed understanding the completed spirit of suffering damning. That was then the whole of this one. End of section 19, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 20th, 2024. Section 20 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 20. Always then, this one was a whole one to me. As I was saying, each one sometimes is a whole one to me. Sometime, one always is a whole one to me. I am never losing the feeling of such a one being a whole one inside me. This one always was a whole one to me. Always then, I was seeing, feeling, hearing all the repeating coming out of this one. Always then, this one was a solemn load inside me. As I was saying, there are many that I know, and I know it. There are many that I know, and they know it. They are many that I know, and I tell it. There are many that I know, and I know it. There are many that I know, and they know it. There are many that I know, and I tell it. I know it, and I tell it. They repeat it, and I see it, and I hear it, and I feel it, and I tell it. Always then, there are many that I know, and to some of them I tell it. This one was then a whole one to me. This one then was a whole one inside me. I know it, and I tell it. I knew it, and I told it, and this is now some description of my then telling of it. This one was then a whole one inside me. Always sometime each one is a whole one to me. Always sometime I tell it to someone, the whole one each one sometime is to me. Always then sometime each one is a whole one to me. Each one then sometime is a complete one to me. A complete one there inside me. Always sometime then I have each one as a whole one always sometime. Then I tell it to someone. Very often I tell it to that one, the one that is a whole one then in me. There are many that I know, and always more and more I know it. They are all of them sometime a whole one to me. More and more I understand it. They are all of them repeating, and I hear it. They are all of them always repeating the whole of them, and always more and more I know them. There are many that I know, and they know it. They are all of them always repeating the whole of them, and I understand it. They are each one of them sometime a whole one to me. They are all of them always then repeating the whole of them, and I know it, and I understand it. I know it, and I tell it. Always sometime I tell it. Mostly always when it is complete in me, I tell it. There are many that I know, and I know it. They are repeating always the whole of them, and I understand it. They are each one then, sometime a whole one to me. I know it, and I tell it. Mostly when it is complete in me, I tell it. Mostly then when it is entirely, completely in me, the whole of them, and I know it, then I tell it. Mostly always I tell it. Mostly I tell it to that one who is a whole one then inside me. Sometimes I just tell it to anyone who will listen to it. Mostly then, when anyone is entirely completely in me, mostly always then I tell it. This is now then a description of my telling of it. As I was saying, mostly always when someone is entirely and completely a whole one to me, I know it and I tell it. Sometimes I tell it to that one that is then entirely and completely a whole one inside me to me. Sometimes I tell it to anyone who will listen to it. Always then I tell it. Always then, when anyone is completely a whole one to me, mostly always then I tell it. This is now some description of one time of telling it to that one who just was then a whole one to me. As I was saying, each one is sometime a whole one to me, is a whole one inside me. Each one then sometimes gives to me a sense of being filled up inside me with that one, then a whole one inside me. Each one then is sometime a whole one in me. I know it and I tell it. I am filled up then with that whole one inside me, and I tell it, and then it settles down inside me to always hearing it repeating in such a one, filling in and changing, and being a completer and completer history of that one. And always then it is quietly there in me, and I like it. Sometimes it is disturbed in me, and again completely fills me, and then again it settles down in me. Then again it is quietly there in me, and I always like it. Always I am then learning more and more the history of that one. Always more and more there is then meaning in all the repeating coming out of that one, but there is then not so much need in me to tell it. It is then steady, pleasant, sometimes exciting learning in me, and always I enjoy it, but then it is quieter inside me, and I am then not all filled up with it. And so then, though always often I tell it, all of it, pieces of it to anyone who will listen to it, I am not then all filled up with it, and I can then really be without really needing to tell it. I can then get along without really then ever telling it. As I was saying, each one sometime is a whole one to me. As I was saying, mostly when it is complete to me and I first really know it, really and completely and filled up with it, then I tell it. Mostly then I have to tell it. Mostly then I am filled up with it, and it comes out of me then as telling it. Sometimes to the one that is then a whole one to me, sometimes then to anyone who will then listen to me. There are many then that I know, and sometime each one comes to be a whole one in me. Sometime then each one then a whole one inside me fills me. Sometime then I know that one, and sometime then I tell it, the whole one that I then know, that I know as a whole one, as a whole being then. Always then more and more I know that one. Always then more and more I hear and feel and see all the repeating coming out of them. Always I am telling everything. More and more I tell everything. Always I tell it when I come completely to know it, the being in one. When I come completely to understand. When they are a whole one inside me and I am filled up with it. Mostly always when it is once complete in me I tell it. Always often, more and more I know it. Always often, I very often tell it. Always when it is once complete in me I have to tell it. I am filled up then with it. Telling it is then always in me. Always then I tell it. This is then a little a description of one telling of it. There are many that I know, and always sometime I tell it. Sometimes I slowly tell it. Sometimes I tell it, and then more and more I tell it. Sometimes I tell it, and then slowly I keep on with telling of it. There are many ways of telling it. Sometimes I tell it when I am still puzzling with it. Mostly, always, when it is complete in me, I tell it. Mostly then I learn more and more the meaning in it. Often then slowly I tell more and more of it. Mostly when it is complete in me once, and I am all filled up with that one, then I have to tell it. Sometimes then I tell it to anyone who will listen to it. Sometimes then I tell it to the one who is then a whole one inside me. I am filled with that one then as a whole one, and to that one then I tell it. As I was saying, this one that I have been just describing was a whole one to me, a serious, solemn filling inside me. This one was then complete in me. This one was then a serious, solemn filling in me. Always then, this one was in me suffering damning from the being in this one. And this was a new realization in me. And so then this was complete then inside me. This one then being a whole one inside me. This one then completely filling me inside me. I knew it then, and I told it then. I told it then to this one. As I was saying then, each one sometime is a whole one to me. Each one sometime is a whole one inside me. Mostly then I tell it to someone. This one then came after one hard looking to be a whole one inside me. I was then all filled up with this one. I told it then to this one the whole meaning of all the being in this one. As I was saying, I know many women and many men. I know many of them as babies, as children, as growing men and growing women, as grown men and grown women, as growing old men and growing old women, as grown old men and grown old women, and every kind of being they ever have in them. I know many then of them, very many of them, and sometime each one is a whole one to me. Each one is a whole one inside me. Each one then has real meaning for me. Sometime then each one is a whole one to me. Sometime then each one of them has a whole history of each one for me. Everything then they do in living is clear then to me. Their living, loving, eating, pleasing, smoking, scolding, drinking, dancing, thinking, working, walking, talking, laughing, sleeping, suffering, joking, everything in them. There are whole beings then. They are themselves inside them to me. They are then each one a whole one inside me. Repeating of the whole of them always coming out of each one of them makes a history always of each one of them always to me. There are many then that I know, and I know it. I know it, and mostly always sometime I tell it. Each one sometimes is a whole one to me. Always sometime I know it. Mostly always sometime I tell it. Mostly when I am full up with it I tell it. I know it, I am full up with it, and I tell it. This one, then, the one I have been just describing, was a whole one inside me, when the meaning of the being in this one was a clear meaning to me. I was full up then with this one inside me. I was full up then with this one. I would tell it then to almost anyone who would listen. I would tell it then to this one, the one that was a whole one then inside me, the one then filling me all up inside me. I knew then the meaning in this one. The meaning in this one was a complete thing, and then I told it to this one. There are many that I know, and I know it. There are many that I know, and there are some of them to whom I tell it that I know it. This then was one of them then. I knew it, and I told. This one was then a whole one to me, and I told it then to this one. Mostly always then each one I am ever knowing sometimes is a whole one to me. Mostly always then when I know it, the whole being of someone, I tell it, and sometimes I tell it to that one. Mostly then when I am filled up with it, the whole meaning of the whole being of someone, I tell it. I know it, and I tell it. I am filled full then with it, and I tell it. Mostly always then I tell it when I am filled up full with the whole meaning of the whole being of someone. I know it, and I have to tell it. Often I tell it to anyone who will listen to it. Sometimes I have to tell it to that one whose whole being then, having meaning as a whole one to me, is then filling me full up with it. I know then sometime the whole being of everyone I am ever knowing, and always often sometimes, I tell it. Mostly always when I am filled up full with it, I tell it. Sometimes I have to tell it. Sometimes I like to tell it. Sometimes I keep on with telling it. I know it, and I tell it. This is now some description of the ways of telling it, of the need of telling it to anyone who will listen to it, of telling it to the one whose being I am then understanding. Always sometime every one I am ever knowing is a whole one inside me. Always then sometime I know the meaning of the whole being of every one I am ever knowing. Sometime then I know it, sometime then I tell it. There are many ways of knowing, as I have been telling, there are many ways of telling. Always then when I come to know the whole meaning of anyone, that one is then there inside me. I am more or less filled up then with that one. Sometimes I am filled up so full with that one that I must tell it then to everyone. Sometimes I am filled up so full with that one that I must then certainly tell it to that one. There are many different ways then of feeling knowing inside one. Mostly always sometime I must tell it of each one to someone. Sometimes I must tell it of someone to everyone. Sometimes to many, and not then to that one filling me then. Sometimes I must tell it to many and to that one. Sometimes I must tell it mostly to that one. It is all a very complicated condition, having knowing anyone inside in one. Mostly always I sometime tell it to someone. Mostly when I am filled up with someone, I tell it then to that one and to others then. Sometimes I never tell it to that one. Mostly sometime I do tell it to that one. Mostly then sometime each one I am ever knowing is a whole one in me. Mostly sometime I tell it to that one. Sometimes I tell it very little. Sometimes very slowly to that one. Sometimes very gently. Sometimes very completely. Sometimes very quickly. Sometimes very greatly. Sometimes just in little pieces to some. Sometimes all but a little of it to someone. Always then sometime each one is a whole one in me. Mostly always I tell it sometime to that one. Sometimes then I have to tell it when I am all filled up with it. Sometimes then I tell it to rid myself a little of it. Sometimes because I am so full of it, it keeps pouring out of me all the time when I am first having it. This was then the way I was filled full of it after looking at and so understanding the last one I have been describing. I was filled full up with it. I knew it and I told it. I told it to this one, the one whose being as meaning made me then all full of that one then inside me. I was knowing it then. I was then all full up with it. I was then full up to the telling of it. This is now the history of that. Being filled up with someone who then is a whole one inside one is to some a natural way of being. Knowing and telling is to some their natural way of complete being. This is now some description of one of such of them. Knowing and telling, then, is to some their natural way of complete being. This has been some description of one of such of them. Always then, sometime, each one is a whole one to me. Always then I am listening to, looking at, feeling the whole being, always then repeating in each one. Always then I am knowing the meaning of the nature or natures in each one. Always then I am telling the meaning of the being in each one. Hearing, feeling, seeing, all repeating, coming out of anyone I am ever knowing. Knowing sometime the meaning of the being in every one I am ever knowing, that is, having sometime each one I am ever knowing a whole one to me. Hearing, seeing, feeling, then always all the repeating coming out of every one I am ever knowing, understanding sometime the meaning of the being in every one, being sometime filled up full with the whole being in each one I am ever knowing, being sometime then full up with the complete being of each one I am ever knowing, being full up with it with the completed knowing of it, being fuller and fuller with it, being sometime all filled up with it, filled up completely with it, filled up full with it sometimes to the quick telling of it, sometimes to the slow telling of it, sometimes slowly filling up with it, sometimes more, sometimes less quickly, being filled full up with it is all always sometimes in me. Always then sometime each one is a whole one to me. Always then sometime each one I am ever knowing is a whole one inside me. Always then sometime I am filled full with each one, then a complete one, every one I am ever knowing. Always then sometime I am filled full with each one I am ever knowing as a whole one then inside me. Always then I am filled full with someone, filled full of the meaning of one, then filling me full up with that one then, full up to the point of telling the meaning of that one sometimes to everyone, sometimes only to some, sometimes to that one, the one that is then the complete filling of me, and always then, sometime then, there is a complete understanding of each one I am ever knowing, and always sometime there is coming out of me some telling of all the knowing being in me. Sometimes it comes out of me, I am filled full of knowing, and it bursts out from me. Sometimes it comes very slowly from me. Sometimes it comes sharply from me. Sometimes it comes out of me to amuse me. Sometimes it comes out of me as a way of doing a duty for me. Sometimes it comes brilliantly out of me. Sometimes it comes as a way of playing by me. Sometimes it comes very slowly. Sometimes it comes very repeatingly. Sometimes very willingly out of me. Sometimes not very willingly. Always then it comes out of me. I know many men and women, know them in many stages of their being. Always more and more I know them. I know them, and mostly I tell them. Always then more and more I know them. I know them, and mostly I tell them. There are many then that I know, and they know it. I know them. I know the repeating of themselves always coming out of them. I know them, and mostly I tell them. Always more and more I know them. Always more and more they know I know it. I know it and I tell it. This is now some history of it. To begin again then with knowing it, the being in someone, and telling it to that one. To begin again with the knowing of that one, the last one I was describing, and the telling it to that one. Always then I am telling to someone all the being in some. There are many that I know, and I know it. Always then I am telling someone it. Always then I am telling someone all the being in some. Sometime then I am telling to all of them all the being in everyone. Always then I am telling to someone all the being in someone. Always then sometime I am telling all the being in everyone to everyone. All the time then I am telling all the being in each one I am ever knowing to someone. All the time then I am knowing someone. All the time then I am telling that to someone. Sometimes to that one. Mostly always sometime to someone. Mostly always then I am learning to know someone. Mostly always then I am telling someone the being in someone. Mostly then I am learning someone. Mostly then I am knowing someone. Mostly then I am telling someone. So then this is in me living being, learning, knowing, and telling, and mostly then all three of them are always in me, mostly always. This then is living being in some, learning, knowing, telling. This then, as I was saying, is living being in many of them, always living. This is now a description of it in one. So then, to begin again with learning, knowing, and telling. Mostly then, there is mostly always keeping going learning, knowing, telling in my being. Always then, as I was saying, loving, repeating is always there in me as being. Always then, as I was saying, sometime each one I am ever knowing is a whole one to me. Always then, as I was saying, knowing all the being in someone is always coming to be in me, keeping going, there inside me. Always then, as I was saying, knowing someone is filling me all up inside me. Always then, I am telling someone all the knowing there is then in me. This then, a way of being, learning, knowing, telling, this is then the being in me. There has been much writing of listening to repeating, of hearing, feeling, seeing, knowing, all repeating, of feeling, knowing each one sometime as a whole one. Now then, there is a little writing of the telling of the knowing always in me. So then always everyone is repeating the whole of them. Always then sometime each one I am ever knowing is a whole one to me. Mostly always then I am telling my complete knowing of each one to someone. Often I am telling it to that one, the one whose complete being is then completely filling me, then there inside me. This is now a little description of such telling to one. As I was saying, everyone who ever knew this last one knew all the repeating ever in this one, ever coming out of this one. Always then, this one was really not giving to anyone any really puzzling feeling. Always then, I knew all the repeating everyone knew in this one, and always coming out of this one. Always then, I never had any puzzling feeling about this one. Everyone really then knew all the repeating ever coming out of this one. Everyone then who ever was knowing this one knew all the being in this one. Mostly then, no one could have about this one any puzzling feeling. No one felt any puzzling feeling then about this one. Everyone who ever knew this one knew all the being that ever came out of this one as repeating. No one then had about this one a puzzling feeling. Everyone only knew that this one found no meaning in the living of this one's being. There are always many such men and women. Mostly then, no one found this one puzzling. This one was greedily seizing and humbly asking. This one was tenaciously gripping and never getting holding. This one was always close fisting and always opening the hand in imploring begging. Many then are of such a kind of them, but mostly asking and seizing in most of them are really in being in them. In this one, they made up a complete denying. Nothing then in this one was really being. As I was saying, everyone who was ever knowing this one knew always all the repeating always coming out of this one, all the frenzied seizing, all the pitiful asking. Mostly then, everyone who ever was knowing this one thought about it in this one as these being in this one in contradiction. In many, these ways of being are making a contradiction. In many, all these ways of being are really vital being in them. In this one, it was a different thing from the others having contradictory being in them. In this one, it was a negation of real being. It was the real spirit of denying in this one. Everyone then, as I was saying, everyone who ever came to know this one always knew all the repeating that ever was coming out of this one. Everyone then knew the being in this one. No one then had any puzzling feeling about this one. No one then knew the meaning of the being in this one. This one then, at the end of looking, came to be a whole one to me. There was not really ever any puzzling feeling in me about this one. I came then sometime to look at this one. This one became then completely to me a whole one. This one then was a whole one to me. This one then was a whole one inside me. I knew it, and the knowing of it filled me. I knew it then, the meaning in this one. I was filled full then more and more with the being in this one. More and more then I knew it inside me. More and more then it filled me. I knew it then, and more then it filled me, and then it came to possess me. It was then a complete filling of me there inside me, the being in this one. I knew it then, and soon I told it to this one. I knew it then, and I told it to myself, and then more and more I knew it, and more I told it, and then more I knew it, and then I told it to that one. More and more then I told it to that one. Always more and more then I told it to that one. Always then sometime each one is a whole one to me. Always then sometime each one is more or less filling me up inside me. Always then sometime I tell it all more or less to someone. Very often I tell it all more or less to that one. This one then was a whole one to me. This one was then completely a filling up inside me. More and more then, the knowing of the meaning in this being was in me there completely as a filling to me there inside me. More and more then, I knew the meaning in all the repeating always coming out of this one. Soon then, I told it to this one. Always then, more and more, I told it to this one. Kinds and ways of being, kinds and ways of having being coming out in repeating, many of them are very clear in kinds of men and women, in individual men and women. Realizing kinds and ways in being, learning in being, thinking to feeling, realizing meaning in being, realizing way and kinds of sensitiveness and emotion, meaning of stupidness in being, ways of knowing, ways of telling, ways of being resembling, all these always are in me, filling me with seeing, feeling, learning, understanding, filling me sometime to telling. It came then that I heard the meaning of the being in that one. That was to me then a real thing, the meaning of the being that was all the being in this one. I heard it then more and more I knew it in all the ways it was in this one, in all the ways it did and had and would come out of this one, the being in this one. Sometime then all history of this one will be complete to someone. Always then the repeating in this one was forming in me as a complete history of this one. There was then this one. There will then be sometime a complete history of this one. Perhaps there will be a complete history of this one in someone. Perhaps never really inside anyone. Each one sometime is a whole one to me. Then I am hearing or feeling or seeing some repeating coming out of that one that makes a completer one of that one. Always then, there may be sometimes more history of that one. There may then be never a whole history of anyone inside anyone. Mostly then, that is a melancholy feeling in some, that there is not a complete history of everyone in someone. Slowly then that feeling is discouraging to one loving having a whole history of everyone inside in one. Perhaps slowly then there is really in such a one more and more knowing of the meaning in each one that one is ever knowing. Always then for such a one there must be many new beginnings. Always then for such a one there must be a feeling that one such a one is then knowing is a whole one. Always each one is a whole one. Always each one has a whole history of them, always coming out of them. Sometimes someone will have in them a whole history of each one. Always then more and more each one, sometime, is a whole one. And then sometime it is hard to hold this one as a whole one inside one. And then the one having knowing each one that one is ever knowing as a whole one, as the way of having living being in that one, such a one having the whole one that one is having inside then of someone come to pieces in them, have new repeating in them, have new meaning in them, always then sometime the one having knowing each one they are ever knowing as a whole one, as the living being in that one, such a one then sometimes is having all a wrong meaning to the being of someone, then seeming to be a real right whole one, then inside that one. And always then there is sorrowful feeling in such a one, and always then there is new beginning in such a one, and always then there is struggling in such a one to make that one then inside them as a whole one, give up in them the wrong whole meaning, and to keep in them all the repeating that really was in that one, this one then was thinking knowing as a whole one. Sometime then each one is a whole one to me. Sometimes then there is a real complete one there inside me. Sometime then I know something. Mostly then I begin again. Always then I am feeling, seeing, hearing all the repeating coming out of anyone I am ever knowing. Sometimes I am telling the whole feeling I have in the whole being of someone I am then knowing, and having then as completely filling all my being. And then I am beginning again with more knowing, and more then that one I am then knowing has for me then meaning. This one then that I was last describing, and then describing the meaning in the being in that one, and then describing the telling of the meaning of the being in that one to that one then knew then the meaning of the being in that one. That one always, like everyone that ever knew that one always knew, had always known all the repeating always coming out of the being in the living of that one. Now that one knew the meaning of the being that made that one, and it was a very serious feeling knowing that was the meaning of the being, that denying was the meaning of the being in that one, that always there was in that one no way of ever realizing real feeling, real being, that always it made up into denying. This one then knew the meaning of that being. I had told it to this one, as I was saying. This was then in this one the first moment in the being of this one that was not denying. This is clear then. It was clear then to that one. It was to that one giving up asking. It was to that one then loosening gripping. This one had then a revelation. This one then had a new beginning. This then happened to this one. This one then had a real realization of the being in this one, and that was the beginning in this one of realizing living. That was the beginning in this one of a being that was not in its meaning denying. This then came as a religion. This then came as a revelation. This one was then not asking, and had the feeling of having been given living. This one was not asking and was receiving. This one had loosened gripping, and so a little the hand was open to receiving. This was then the first being in this one that was not denying. By and by there was more changing. There will be now then more description. Slowly then there was in this one increasing realization of real being. As I was saying, this one, not asking, had the moment of receiving. Loosening gripping had a little the power of accepting. Slowly then this came to be the new meaning of the being always there in this one. This one had then a new beginning. Always then, from then on, this one was changing. Always then this one was repeating. Always then, knowing this one, seeing, feeling, hearing the repeating coming out of this one, always then I was knowing more and more all the meaning there ever was, or could, or would be in this one, in the being that was all the being in this one. Always then this one was a whole one there inside me. Always then I was knowing the complete meaning in the being in this one. Always then this one was repeating all the being in this one. Always then there was changing in this one, and always there was in this one the being that everyone who ever knew this one always knew as coming out of this one and always repeating. As I was saying, this one then knew the meaning of the being in this one, making a denying in this one of everything. I knew it from looking at this one. I knew it then, and I was filled up then with this one. I knew it, and then I was telling it to this one, and always more and more I was telling it to this one, and then this one was knowing the meaning of the being always repeating in this one, and then there was in this one a beginning. There was then in this one real despairing. There was then in this one a stopping asking, a little loosening of gripping. There was then in this one some receiving, a being able to take what is given, in the hand a little loosened in gripping. This then was in this one religion. This then was in this one a new meaning in being, a real realizing of living, a beginning believing something. Then it went on and on in this one. As I was saying, this one was a little loosening gripping, and a little this one received in this loosening, seizing believing, and then this one was gripping this believing. This was then the new meaning in the being in this one. This and receiving, really receiving something. Not denying, receiving something. Tenaciously gripping that this one had, and always sometimes again would be a little receiving in moments when remembering. This one would a little moment be stopping asking. Always then a little loosening gripping would give to this one a little, at such moments, power of receiving. Then this one would be tenaciously holding this one had then been receiving. Always then this was the new meaning in the being of this one. Sometime perhaps it will be clear to everyone the whole being of someone. Sometime perhaps it will be clear to someone the being in anyone. This is then a beginning. This is then a beginning. Always then there is some winning knowing. Sometime perhaps it will be clear in someone the being in anyone. Always then there is some winning knowing. Always then there is someone keeping going learning. Sometime perhaps it will be clear to someone the whole being of someone. This is then again a beginning. Mostly everyone is resembling somehow to someone. Everyone is one inside them. Everyone reminds someone of some other one. Each one has it to say of each one, he is like such a one, I see it in him. Everyone has it to say of each one, she is like someone else, I can tell by remembering. Everyone is always remembering someone who is resembling to someone. Everyone is themselves inside them, and everyone is resembling to others. This is then a beginning. Always then there is some winning of knowing. Sometime perhaps it will be clear in someone the being in anyone. Always then there is some winning knowing. Always then there are some keeping going and learning. Sometime perhaps it will be clear to someone the whole being of someone. This is then again a beginning. This now is learning understanding of resembling to realizing kinds in men and women. Everyone has their own being in them. Everyone is of a kind in men and women. Everyone is resembling somehow to someone. Everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me. Everybody has their own being in them. Everyone is a kind of men and women. Everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me. Everyone is one inside them. Everyone reminds someone of some other one. Everyone, mostly everyone, has it to say of mostly each one that one ever is knowing, that one ever is seeing, that one is like such a one. I see it in that one. So it goes on. Everyone mostly sees in each one something that is like something in some other one. Everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me. Everybody has their own being in them to me. Everyone is a kind of men and women to me. There are many ways of making kinds of men and women. In each way of making kinds of them, there is a different way of feeling them as resembling. These are now some of the ways I know it in them, which ones are like which other ones of them. Everybody then has to me their own being. That is them. Everyone then is like some others in some ways, and that makes each one of them of a certain kind of men, of a certain kind of women, of a certain kind of men and women. Everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me, resembling in each one to other men, to other women, to other men and women, makes sometime a way of complete understanding of each one. Everything then they do in living is clear to one who knows resemblances and differences and kinds in men and women. Their way then of living, loving, eating, pleasing, smoking, scolding, drinking, dancing, walking, talking, beginning, ending, sleeping, laughing, working, everything in them is clear then. Everybody has their own being in them. Everyone is of a kind of men and women. Everyone has their own being in them. Everyone is of a kind of men and women. There are many, very many kinds of men and women. There are many, very many kinds of men. There are many, very many kinds of women. There are many ways of making kinds of them. This is now a description of all the kinds of ways there are of making kinds of them, all the kinds of ways there are of making kinds of women, all the kinds of ways there are of making kinds of men, all the kinds of ways there are of making kinds in men and women, all the kinds of ways there are of making kinds of them in all the stages of each of them in them, all from their beginning to their complete ending. All the kinds of ways there is in them of being, and having being coming out from them. All their kinds of ways of being themselves inside them, all of them, and all the kinds of ways the being in them comes out from them. All the kinds of ways they ever effect any others, any other one ever in any kind of way ever connected with them. To know all the kinds of ways then to make kinds of men and women, one must know all the ways some are like others of them, are different from others of them. So then there come to be kinds of them. So then to someone each one must be a real one, and each one must be like other ones in some ways, and like other ones in other ways. And some must know all the ways someone is resembling to or different from some other one and other ones, and so sometime there will be a completed system of kinds of men and women, of kinds of men and kinds of women. To begin now a little such a grouping, each one must be a whole one. Each one must be to someone like someone else, like some other one. Everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me. Almost everyone, in looking at anyone, mostly feels that that one they are then seeing is like someone else they have known in their living. Sometimes they know it in remembering. Sometimes it is puzzling to them. Sometimes they tell it, and no other one then sees it with them. Always there are different ways of feeling resemblances between people anyone is knowing. Always then there is remembering and disagreeing about resemblances between everyone. Always then, mostly everyone sees someone resembling the one they are then remembering. Mostly everyone feels resemblances in men and women. It is important then to make kinds of them, kinds of men and women. It is important then to know all the ways there are of being resembling. Always then, everyone is a real one. Always then, everyone is resembling in different kinds of ways to different ones. Always then, all through the living of anyone, they are being resembling to different ones. Always then, there are many kinds of being. Always then, there are many ways of feeling, knowing kinds in being. Always then, each one is a kind of man, a kind of woman, a kind in their beginning, a kind in their going on, a kind in their ending. Every one is of a kind of men, a kind of women, a kind of men and women, a kind in beginning, a kind in going on and in ending. Always then for understanding, each one must see the meaning in all the ways of being kinds of men and women. Some have a feeling for some things in being, others for other things in being. Each one has their own way of feeling kinds in men and in women, in babies, in children, in growing young men, in growing young women, in men and women. There are then all these many ways of knowing, feeling kinds in men and women. Always then, there are many ways of knowing, feeling, thinking, talking, using kinds in men and women. Always then, each one is a whole one, and in many ways of a kind of men or of a kind of women. Mostly this is all always confusing everyone in talking, feeling, thinking, using, seeing anyone. Always each one has their own way of feeling kinds in them. Always each kind of them has their kind of way of knowing men and women. Making each one a kind of men and women in enough kinds of ways to have everything included in the kinds of them, everything that is in the being of that one, that is understanding that one. That one is then a completed whole one then to that one, the one having that understanding of that one. That is very exciting. That is very interesting. That completed understanding is to some all the meaning in their living. Always then, each one is ever hearing, talking, knowing, feeling, thinking, seeing. Each one has their way of seeing each one they are ever knowing. Each one has their way of feeling kinds in men and women. Always then, that one that has it to want to have understanding of anyone, that one always must have a feeling, always, of the ways, all the ways, the many ways of knowing, feeling kinds in men and women. This then, as I was saying, is very exciting. This then is now some description of one way of learning to know kinds in men and women. Always I am telling of learning kinds in men and in women. Always then everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me. Always then sometime each one comes to be a whole one in me. Always I am learning more and more then I am knowing many kinds in men and women. Many ways of making kinds in men and women. Always I am learning. Always it is interesting. Often it is exciting. Always I am learning. Sometimes I am really learning all the being in someone. Always more and more each one is to me a kind of one. Always then I am learning more and more of bottom ways of being resembling. Always I am learning more and more of the kinds of mixing that are confusing to anyone looking. Always then more and more there are steadily grouping kinds of men and women to me. More and more I know where each one I am ever seeing belongs in the grouping. More and more then it all grows confusing. I am always knowing more and more, and then it gets all mixed up to me, all mixed up in each one, all mixed up in each one I am learning. Each time there is in me a clear understanding of any one, and I go on to another one, or back to one I was earlier understanding. That one is all a confusion from the last learning. Each time, then, when there is a clear understanding of any one, it is confusing with the next one. Knowing more makes more grouping necessary in men and women. And then, all of a sudden, this new grouping is a clear thing to my understanding. And then sometimes, all of a sudden, I lose the meaning out of all of them. I lose all of them. And then each one I am then seeing looks like every one I have ever known in all my looking, and there is no meaning in any of my grouping. And then there is in me again a beginning, and always sometime there will be clearly existing kinds of men and women. Grouping of them by the bottom nature in them, by the mixing of other nature or natures with the bottom nature of them. And so then sometime there will be a complete history of each one who ever is or was or will be living. It is very interesting, often very exciting, mostly very confusing, always steadily increasing in meaning. There is now a description of my learning. There will be now then a little indication of what I have been learning, what I am now knowing. Then there will be again a beginning of Martha Hersland in her beginning. Everybody then is a real one to me. Sometime everyone is a real one to me. Everybody, too, is like somebody else always then to me. Slowly then there comes to be to me kinds in men and women. Slowly then they are grouping inside me into kinds of them, kinds of men and women. Everyone then has their own being in them. Everyone is then to me of a kind of men and women. This will be clearer now in a description of how several men and several women came to be each one of them the beginning of a group for me. That made them for me, each one of them, a kind of them, a kind of women and men. Later then, there will be more description of the learning of the kinds there are of men and women, of the resembling between them that makes kinds of them around one. End of section 20. Read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 22, 2024. Section 21 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 21. Now then, there will be a little description of the learning of men and women as kinds of them, of the resemblances that are there in the nature in them, in the bottom nature in them, that makes one kind of a way of making kinds of them. Now this is the way resemblances among men and women have meaning to me to make kinds of them. Now this is the way I am learning men and women, knowing kinds in them. Everyone has some feeling of knowing kinds in men and in women. Some have some feeling of knowing kinds in men and women. This is now then to be some description of my knowing kinds in men and women. This will soon be clearer in little descriptions of some of them as kinds in women and men. This is now a description of my learning kinds in men and women. Mostly everyone, as I was saying, has some feeling of knowing kinds in men. Mostly everyone, as I was saying, has some feeling of knowing kinds in women. As I was saying, some have some feeling of knowing kinds in men and women. Mostly everyone sees resemblances between some men, between some women, some between some men and women, and men, and women and women. There are then, as I was saying, many ways of making kinds in men and women. There will be now more description of the learning of knowing of the kinds there are of men and women, of the resembling that makes kinds of them around one. As I was saying, always each one is sometime a whole one to me. Each one always is like some one or many other ones to me. This is then the way I do my learning, slowly knowing each one, more and more seeing each one as a whole one, and at the same time as a kind of men and women, slowly more and more having everybody in me as a real one, slowly more and more knowing resemblances, all the resemblances existing, slowly more and more having confusion, and then slowly again and again beginning and getting clearer the kinds of them, and then losing them in more complicated differences and resemblings, and so always more and more I am understanding, and always more and more I am changing, and always more and more I am beginning, and always more and more I am having uncertainty in my feeling, and always more and more I am certain, and always more and more there are distinct kinds of them, kinds of men and women. And then sometimes there are so many ways of seeing each one that I must stop looking. This will be always then a longer and longer description, always longer, with my living and my knowing. Always then I am seeing the resemblances that make kinds of them, kinds of men and women, and always I come back again and again to see it in them. Always then I am thinking and feeling and learning resemblances in men and women. Always then I am making kinds in them. Everyone then has their own being in them. Everyone is of a kind of men and women. Always then I see resemblances in each one to another one, to other ones, and always I come back again and again to looking at that one, and always I am seeing something, and always I am having a confusion inside me about that one, and always I am beginning again and again and again, and then sometime that one is a whole one to me. That one is of a kind of men and women, from the bottom nature in that one, and always then sometime it is clear about that one to me, the nature or natures in that one, with the bottom nature in that one, and then sometime I know of that one all the kinds of being in that one, all the kinds of ways that one is of kinds of men and women. Always then I am thinking and feeling and seeing all the ways the one I am then knowing has of being resembling to anyone. Everyone, as I was saying, mostly everyone, feels and tells about resemblances in men and women. Mostly everyone has a feeling of kinds in men, of kinds in women, of kinds in men and women. There are then, as I was saying, many ways of feeling kinds in men and women. Mostly then, as I was saying, everyone has some feeling of people resembling each other. Some have it more, some have it less in them, the feeling that people are resembling. Some are always looking for resemblances. Some are then with that very annoying. Some are always saying, this one is like someone, I can tell it by remembering. Some are always thinking that everyone is resembling a few they have known in living, and these then often are annoying. Always then, mostly, each one feels something of interest in seeing resemblances between someone and some other one or ones sometime. Some feel this very often. Some feel this all the time. Mostly then, there is a good deal of discussing. Mostly then, there is a good deal of irritation. Mostly then, there is a good deal of difference of opinion about the ways people are resembling. About resemblances between someone and some other one someone then is seeing and someone else is then not feeling. Always then there is in living much finding of resemblances between men, between women, between men and women, between children, and mostly always then, when anyone tells it to anyone, there is much discussing, often very much irritation. This is then very interesting. There are then often some who find everyone they are ever knowing resembling a few men and women whom these sometime have had come to be in them a certain kind of men and women. These then make many of those they are seeing of these few kinds of them. Mostly then, everyone has some feeling for resemblances and for kinds in men and in women and in men and women. Now then, to begin again understanding, to begin again learning men and women, to begin again seeing them as whole ones, each one, and each one as kinds in men and women. As I was saying, each one I am ever knowing sometime is a real one to me. As I was saying, each one I am ever knowing sometime is like someone else too to me. Always then I am learning. Always then I am remembering. I am puzzling. I am in a confusion. Always then I am coming back again and again and seeing, feeling, thinking all the ways anyone can see that one. All the ways that one is resembling to anyone. Slowly then, each one I am ever knowing is a whole one to me. Slowly then, I can learn other ones from having that one a whole one inside me. More and more then, I am understanding kinds in men and women. More and more then, I am learning different values in resemblances existing always between each one and others of them. Sometime then, each one comes to be to me a completed being. This is then now a slow description of my way of learning. This is then now a little description of some whom I am knowing. Every one is themselves inside them. Mostly, every one reminds someone of some other one, of some other ones. Every one has it to say of someone, some of many. He is like such a one. I see it in him. She is like someone else. I can tell it by remembering. Mostly, every one is sometimes thinking that someone is resembling the one at whom they are then looking. So many always go on thinking that every one is resembling to others. And often someone is disagreeing. Someone to whom such a one is pointing out resemblances does not agree with that one. This is very common. There are many ways of feeling kinds in men and women. People disagreeing about ways of being resembling, people seeing different ways of making kinds in them, often makes such irritation. Sometimes exciting, sometimes confusing, sometimes to someone puzzling. There are many ways of making kinds in men and women. Each way of making kinds of them comes from a different way of feeling knowing them as resembling. There are many ways then of feeling knowing kinds in men and women. Sometime, someone will know all the ways there are for people to be resembling. Someone, sometime, then will have a completed history of everyone who ever is or was or will be living. There are many ways then of knowing kinds in men and women. There are many ways then. There is a way of feeling them as kinds of them by ways of doing that come from education and tradition. Kinds of them that come from the ways that make a nation. There are ways of seeing kinds of them by the kind of learning in them. Tastes, beliefs, fondness for walking, working, doing nothing. There are ways of feeling kinds in them, in color resemblances and gentlenesses in them, and courage, and ways of showing angry feeling. There are ways of knowing resemblances in them from occupation giving certain habits to them. There are ways of seeing kinds in them from their being always young, always old in them, bright all of some of them, dull all of some of them, moral all of some of them, immoral all of some of them, lazy all of some of them, very energetic always some of them. Then there are samenesses in the looks of many of them that makes kinds of them to some, and sometimes someone will know all the ways there are for people to be resembling. Someone sometime then will have a completed history of all of them. There are all these ways then, and many more of them, of feeling knowing people to be resembling. And then there is the way that I am always seeing, the resembling that makes the two kinds of them, independent, dependent kind of them, who have attacking as their natural way of winning fighting, and the dependent, independent kind of them, who have resisting in them as their natural way of winning. And then there are so many complicated kinds of these two kinds of them, so many ways of mixing, disguising, complicated using of their natures in many of them. So complicated that mostly it is confusing to me who know it of them that there are these kinds of them, and always more and more I know it of them, and always it is confusing, for sometimes a resisting one spends most of living in attacking. An attacking one spends most of the living in resisting. Sometimes someone is mostly all attacking and just at the bottom there is a contradiction of the whole nature of them. There are so many complications, then, in all this that I am knowing. It is all a very difficult thing to be really understanding. I know very much about these ways of being in men and women. I know it, and I can say it. I know it, and I can write it. It is a very complex mixing, the being in all men and in all women. I do not know yet the whole of it. I do know now very much of it. I cannot yet say all I know of it. Mostly, everybody now is like someone else to me, like many others to me. In some ways like some, in other ways like others. And now more and more there are to me some of each kind of them that are mostly only of that kind of them. And so more and more there come to be to me clearly a certain number of kinds of men and women. Kinds in men and women, then, are to many always in men and women, and in many different ways of feeling and thinking. Mostly to everyone there are kinds in men, kinds in women, kinds in men and women. There are then, as I was saying, many ways of feeling kinds in men and women. Every way of feeling kinds in men and women must be in such a one that sometime has in that one all the history of all men, of all women. Kinds in men and women, then, are existing to mostly everyone. To many, feeling kinds in men and women is a part of learning men and women. To some, kinds in men and women are parts of learning men and women. To some, feeling kinds in men and women is to have sometime each one such a one is ever knowing, a completed whole one to that one. To such a one always there is continually more variation and more resembling, and sometimes it is so confusing that such a one must stop looking. Then when someone is a whole one and a complete one of a kind of one, or the kinds in one are complete to one knowing that one, then it is very satisfying. Everybody, then, is mostly a real one to me. Everybody is now like someone, and like some other one, and then again like some other one, and each one sometimes is a whole one to me. This being resembling, this seeing resemblances between those one is knowing is interesting, defining, confusing, uncertain, and certain. You see one, the way of looking at any one in that one that is like someone, the way of listening, a sudden expression, a way of walking, a sound in laughing, a number of expressions that are passing over the face of that one. It is confusing. Too many people have pieces in them like pieces in this one. It began as a clear resemblance to someone. It goes on to be a confusing number of resemblances to many then. Some resemblance that is very clear. One is not remembering then. It is baffling. More and more resemblances come out in that one. Perhaps that one is not independent-dependent, and yet that was so clear in the beginning. More and more then with knowing, resemblances are multiplying and being baffling and confusing, and always each one of all these resemblances, one who sometime wants to have this one as a whole one, wants to really know kinds in men and women, must completely feel, admit, remember, and consider and realize as having meaning. This is then a beginning of learning to make kinds of men and women. Slowly then, all the resemblances between one and all the others that have something, different things in common with that one, all these fall into an ordered system. Sometime then, that one is a whole one. Sometimes that one is very different to what was in the beginning the important resemblance in that one. But always everything, all resemblances in that one, must be counted in. Nothing must ever be thrown out. Everything in each one must be included to know that one, and then sometime that one is to someone a whole one, and that is then very satisfying. Sometimes, as I was just saying, everything in anyone, all the resemblances in that one, point to that one being one kind of men and women, and then, say, an independent-dependent kind of one, and then, when one looks more and more closely at that one, the bottom nature in that one is a contradiction to all the rest in that one, is so to say dependent-independent being, and everything one ever was knowing of that one has to be always still remembered, but now it all has a new direction. Knowing completely, then, anyone gives a solid basis for seeing the meaning of any being that has in it resemblances to that one. Always, then, it is important with each one that sometime that one is to the one learning kinds in men and women a whole one, a complete one, so that there can then be a solid basis of comparison of understanding the meaning of the being in someone who is resembling in any way to that one, who is to the one learning then a whole one. Sometimes, as I was saying, there are so many ways of seeing, feeling resemblances in someone. Someone resembles so many men and women that it is confusing, baffling. Then the one learning kinds in men and women is despairing. Nothing then to that one has any meaning. It is then to that one all of it only an arbitrary choosing. And then that one must stop looking. That one then must begin again then, and always never forgetting anything that one ever has seen as a resemblance in the one that one is then learning. Sometime, really each one will then be a complete one to that one. Sometime, really each one will be a completed, understood person, understood in kinds of men and women. This is a real way of learning. Sometime then there will be a complete history of everyone. Everything then they do in living, each one will be clear then to the one that has really learned all the kinds there are of men and women. All will be understood then in them. Their living, loving, eating, working, resting, pleasing, smoking, scolding, drinking, dancing, walking, talking, sleeping, beginning, ending, attacking, resisting, winning, losing, everything. There are whole beings always. They are themselves inside them. They will be whole ones then to the others who have learned to know them. They will be each understood by being known as their kind of them. I do know very much of the being in men and women. I do know very many of them. I do know the resemblances in them and the kinds of them, the divisions into kinds of them that is important for the understanding of them. I do know many of them. I know them, I understand, I explain them. They are themselves then to me. They are whole ones to me. I know it and I tell it. I know it more and more and more and more, I tell it. Always I am thinking about it. Always I feel the being, the whole being sometime in each one. I know it sometime and I tell it sometime. I learn it as I see it and feel it and hear it as they repeat it. I understand it, and then I understand in another one that is like the one that has then become a whole one to me. I learn new variations in it then, from this now one, and then sometime this one is a whole one to me, and I begin again then with this one to know kinds in men and women, and so on. And always there is more to learn about it. There is more to know about it. There is more to tell about it. This will be clearer now in a description of how several men and women, each one, came to be a whole one to me, a kind of men and women to me. And then, by resemblances between them and others of them, there came to be more understanding of each kind in men and women in me, and then other kinds in them to me. Later, there will be more description of the knowing of all the kinds there are of men and women, of the resembling that makes kinds of them around one. Now there will be a little description of some of the kinds they are, of learning by resemblances between men and women the being in them. The way I think of everyone is like this. This is the way they come to be in groups to me, in groups that have in them to be that those in them are resembling each one to the other one. The way I know them as resembling, that I have been just explaining, in every way that anyone can see any one of them. The way I think of each one is like this, that I will now begin describing. In recognizing them as being of one group or of another group of them, that is one kind or another kind of men and women, everything in them, anything in them, their looks, their feelings, their expressions, their way of doing anything, their way of doing everything, anything in them is to be noticed in its resemblance to something in another one. So then there come to be groups of kinds of men and women. So then, as I was saying, I come to know them. Sometime all of them I am ever knowing, as kinds in men and women. Sometimes it is very confusing, sometimes very simple, sometimes very certain, sometimes very uncertain, sometimes for a long time baffling. There are then kinds in men and women. Sometime there will be a description of all the kinds of them. The way I think of each one is like this. I think of them as having a bottom nature in them, as having sometimes mixed up in them other nature or natures with the bottom nature in them. This is now to be a little description of the way I always think of each one of them to lead later to a description of some of the kinds of men and women. I think of each one I am ever knowing. Each one sometime is a whole one to me. Each one has a bottom nature in them of one kind of men and women. Each one may have in them other nature or natures in them, mixed with each other or separate together in them. This is the way I think of men and women. This is now a description of the way I feel and think the natures in them. As I was saying, each one has a bottom nature in them. Each one is one of a kind of men and women. Each one has a bottom nature in them. Each one has or has not another nature or other natures in them besides the bottom nature in them. These may be of the same kind as the bottom nature. They may not. This is now then a description of the way I feel and think the nature and natures in men and women. This is then the way I feel the nature, the bottom nature, the other nature or natures in men and women. This is then the way I feel each nature in each one of them. Each nature, then, is of a kind in men and women. This is then the way I feel each nature in men and women. This is the way I feel the nature and make groupings of them, groupings of kinds of them. The way I feel natures in men and women is this way, then. To begin, then, with one general kind of them, this is a resisting, earthy, slow kind of them. Anything entering into them as a sensation must emerge again from through the slow resisting bottom of them to be an emotion in them. This is a kind of them. This bottom in them, then, in some can be solid, in some frozen, in some dried and cracked, in some muddy and engulfing, in some thicker, in some thinner, slimier, drier, very dry and not so dry, and in some a stimulation entering into the surface of the mass that is them to make an emotion does not get into it. The mass then that is them to be swallowed up in it to be emerging. In some it is swallowed up and never then is emerging. Now all these kinds of ways of being are existing, and sometime there will be examples of all these ways of being. Now all these ways of being have it in common that there is not in them a quick and poignant reaction. It must be an entering and then an emerging, mostly taking some time in the doing. The quickest of these, then, are such of them where the mud is dry and almost wooden, where the mud has become dry and almost wooden or metallic in them, and it is a surface denting a stimulation gives to them, or else there is a surface that is not dry and the rest is dry, and it is only the surface of the whole mass that is that one of which there has been any penetrating. And in some, in whom the whole mass of the being is taking part in the reaction, in some of such of them habit, mind strongly acting, can make it go quicker and quicker, the deep sinking and emerging. This is then a kind of them, the resisting kind of them, and there are many kinds of that kind of them. This is a very sure way of grouping kinds in men and women. I know it, and I see men and women by it. Mostly to anyone now, it means nothing. I will begin again, then, this explaining. This group I have been describing are those that have resisting winning as their natural way of being. I will begin again explaining. There are a kind of men and women who have resisting as their way of winning fighting. There are another kind of men and women that have attacking as their way of winning fighting. These have poignant and quick reaction. Emotion in such of them has the quickness and intensity of a sensation. That is one kind of men and women. Later I will tell more of them. Now I must begin again with the resisting, the dependent, independent, the kind I have been beginning describing in a way that may mean nothing to any other one, in the way I feel bottom being in men and women, in the way I make kinds in them, in the way each one comes to be a whole one to me, seeing that one. Resisting being is one way of being. This is now a description. As I was saying, there are kinds of them, kinds in men and women, and there are kinds of them, kinds in men and women. First, then, there are large groupings of them. The grouping into two kinds of them, those having resisting, those having attacking as their natural way of winning fighting, dependent, independent, independent, dependent, these two kinds of them. Each group, then, has, in a way, the same way of handwriting, the same way of succeeding, the same way of beginning, the same way of loving. Many of them are very baffling. Many in each group of them, for there are in many of them other nature or natures in them. Sometimes, then, they are very baffling. Sometime to someone, the bottom nature in them is certain. The kind the bottom nature in them is, and then, though it may take a long time to know the complete being in them, they are not any longer baffling. Soon a few short histories will be given of learning the bottom being in some, and so clearing up the problem of them which for a long time was confusing, which always is confusing to anyone not knowing the bottom being in that one. This is clear then. Bottom being is the natural way of winning, loving, fighting, working, thinking, writing in each one. This is not anything about good or bad in them, in each one, about more or less brains in them, but the kind of brains, the kind of good, the kind of bad, the kind of loving, the kind of fighting, the way of working, being in them at the bottom of them. This is a very certain way of knowing, grouping men and women, understanding, seeing the kind of natures in them, making certain of the resemblances between them. This is then a universal grouping. Always, everywhere, with every education, there are these same kinds of them. Some are a complete thing of one kind of them. Some are very little just at the bottom one kind of them, and all the rest of them are other kinds of them. There are in them every degree of mixing, every degree of emphasizing. Some are the whole of their kind of them. Some are only part of their kind of them. To commence again, then, with my way of seeing them, and then the way of knowing the resemblances between them, and so the making groups of them. To begin again, then, with my feeling of bottom nature in each one. There are then the two general kinds of them, the attacking kind, the independent-dependent kind of them, the resisting kind, the dependent-independent kind of them. There are all extremes of these two kinds of them. Resisting kind that is almost always feverishly attacking, attacking kind that is almost always stubbornly resisting. The independent dependents that are almost all independent, almost all dependent. The dependent independent that are almost all dependent, that are almost all independent. It is often very confusing, but the distinction has meaning. Mostly to everyone reading, there is not any understanding. That is very certain. Sometime, to someone, it can have meaning. Always then, there is going on explaining of the meaning of this dividing of men and women into these kinds of them. There must now then be more description of the way each one is made of a substance common to their kind of them, thicker, thinner, harder, softer, all of one consistency, all of one lump, or little lumps stuck together to make a whole one cemented together, sometimes by the same kind of being, sometimes by other kind of being in them, some with a lump hard at the center, liquid at the surface, some with the lump vegetable-ish or wooden or metallic in them. Always, then, the kind of substance, the kind of way when it is a mediumly fluid solid, fructifying, reacting substance. The way it acts then makes one kind of them, the resisting kind of them. The way another substance acts makes another kind of them, the attacking kind of them. It and the state it is in, each kind of them, the mixing of it with the other way of being that makes many kinds of these two kinds of them, sometime all this will have meaning. Now there will be a little more description given of these two kinds of substances and their way of acting and the kinds in each kind of them, and then there will be given short histories showing learning kinds, learning individual ones by knowing this way of seeing, feeling bottom nature in men and women. I know it, and I want to tell it. I see it, the bottom nature in each one I am ever knowing, sometimes in each one. I see it, and know it. Its likeness and unlikeness to bottom nature in another one. I know it, and I want to tell it. I know it, and I want to tell it, and sometimes someone else too will know it. I know it, and I want to tell it, and sometimes some will know it. This is then the way I see it. As I was saying, there are two general kinds of them, the resisting, the attacking kind of them. There are two general kinds of them. There are many, very many kinds of these two kinds of them. There are many, very, very many mixings in every one of some of all the kinds of them. In some of both the general kinds of them, I know this now, and now I will describe more of it. I will now describe natures in all men and women. In each one, some nature is the bottom nature of them. All natures are kinds. They are like natures in other men and women. This is now a beginning of the grouping of them. First, then, to consider the general resisting group of men and women. Considering them now only the bottom nature, which is resisting, in this group of them, leaving out now any considering of mixing in them of other nature or natures in them, of other forms of resisting nature in them, besides the kind of resisting being that is bottom nature in each one, of any attacking nature or natures in them that are mixed up in them. It is clear, then, that it is now the general group of resisting beings that are to have now a describing. There will be a little explaining of the attacking being in resisting being. There is now to be here a short description. As I was saying, this is one way of seeing being, bottom nature as a substance that has a way of acting, that makes one general kind of being, that makes all of that kind of them have it in common to have a certain way of fighting, thinking, loving, succeeding, beginning and ending. This is, of course, in each one affected by the quantity of bottom being in each one of their kind of being and of the other nature or natures in each one. And so often it is all very confusing. Often, in very much of anyone's living, it is hard to know which nature in them is bottom nature in them. Sometime this comes to be clear in each one. It is always there and repeating in each one. Sometimes it is loudly sounding, and after anyone has heard it clearly in someone, it is always there to that one, always repeating. The bottom nature, then, is clear in that one. In some, it is clearer when they are very young. In some, when they are young. In some, when they are not so young. In some, when they are old ones. Always, in each one, it is there repeating. Sometime, someone knows it in each one. Sometime, someone will know it in every one that one is ever knowing. To begin, then, the resisting kind of them. Many are of this kind of them, and I know it in them. They are it, they live it, and I know it. Sometime, then, I understand it. They are it, they live it, and they repeat it. Sometime, then, I know it when I see it, hear it, feel it in them. Sometime, then, when they are of this kind of them, I know it of them. Sometimes, for a long time, it is baffling in someone, for it is not clear in them. Sometime it is clear in each one the bottom nature in them. When it is resisting being in them, it makes certain kinds of ways of being, loving, thinking, fighting in such of them. They are it, they live it, and sometime I know it. they are it, they live it, sometime they show it, sometime I understand it, and now I will tell it the way I see it. I will tell the way I see and feel and hear and know resisting being in those that have it. Then I will tell the way I see and feel and hear and know attacking being in those that have it. I will tell of the kinds there are in it, and how by resemblances between those of that kind of it I know it. I will give then more examples of knowing it. The resisting kind in men and women and how I feel it. They are it, they live it, sometimes I know it. Always, sometime in each one, sometime, I know it. I understand and I can tell it. I will wait a little longer before I tell very much about it. Now there will be only a little description of it. Slowly there will be a complete description of it coming out of me, and sometime there will be written all anyone knows of it. I know it, and now I will tell a little of it. The resisting kind of being in men and women and how I feel it, how I know it in them. They are it, they live it, they repeat it. Sometime I know it in them. This is now some description of the way I realize it. The bottom nature in many, then, is of the dependent, independent kind of being there can be in men and women. These have resisting fighting as their natural way of winning. In such of them, reaction is not quick and poignant in them. In such of them, emotion has not the poignancy of a sensation. I know it in them. Always, sometime, I know it in them. Often, it is hard to know it in them from the mixing of the other kinds of nature in them. Perhaps now I will give just a little description of it. Later, I will give more description of it. I understand it, and I can tell it. I will wait a little longer before I tell very much about it. Now there will be only a little description of it. Slowly, there will be a complete description of it coming out of me, and sometime there will be written all anyone knows of it. I know it, and now I will tell a little of it. Resisting being in men and women. This is now then a little a description of my realizing resisting being in men and women. This is then now a little description of my realizing resisting being in some. There are many that have resisting being in them as a bottom nature to them. Sometimes I know it in them. There are many then that have it. I know it, and sometime I tell it. They are all of them showing it in the repeating they are all of them doing all their living. Sometime I know it in each one of them. Sometime I know it, and sometime I tell it. There are many that have it, that makes all of them one kind of men and women. I know it in them, in each one of them, of men and women I am ever knowing, who have it, and sometimes I understand it. I know it and understand the action of it in each one of them that have it, in each one of them that I come to know of that kind of men and women. There are many then that have it. About half of all men and women are of the kind of men and women having resisting being as a bottom nature in them. The rest of them mostly have attacking being in them. This is a general division. I understand a good deal of it. I can tell more and less than I understand of it. I am now going to tell less and more than I understand of resisting being as a bottom nature in many men and women who have it. Resisting being, then, as I was saying, is to me a kind of being. One kind of men and women have it as being that emotion is not as poignant in them as sensation. This is my meaning. This is resisting being. Generally speaking, then, resisting being is a kind of being where, taking bottom nature to be a substance like earth to someone's feeling, this needs time for penetrating to get reaction. Those having attacking being, their substance is more vibrant in them. These can have reaction as emotion, as quick and poignant and complete as a sensation. Generally speaking, those having resisting being in them have a slow way of responding. They may be nervous and quick and all that, but it is in them, nervousness is in them as the effect of slow moving going too fast, and so having nervous being. Nervous being in them is not the natural means of expression to such of them. Some have quick response in them by the steadily training of themselves to quicker and quicker reaction, and some of them, in the end, come to seem to have quick reaction as their natural way of being. Mostly, in such of them, this is a late development in them, and that is natural from the kind of being in them. Attacking being often has nervousness as energy, as a natural way of active being in them. Often these then lose the power of attacking with the loss of nervousness in them. There are so very many ways of knowing these two kinds in men and women. I know so very many of them. I will not now tell of very many of them. Mostly, the resisting being, when they have conservative being in them, have it from not having the activity of changing. The attacking kind of being have conservative sense in them from convictions, traditions. They are attackingly defending. Mostly, those having in them resisting being have more feeling of objects as real things to them. Objects have to them more earthy meaning than to those who have attacking as their natural way of being. Mostly, then, objects to those having attacking being as their natural way of being have for them meaning as emotion, as practically to be using, as beauty, as symbolism. That is to many of them their natural way of seeing anything they are knowing. To those who have resisting being as their natural way of being, an object is it itself to them. The meaning, the use, the emotion about it, the beauty, the symbolizing of it is to such of them a secondary reaction, not altogether at once, as in those having in them attacking as their natural way of being. So then those having resisting being have also in them passive adaptability, strongly in them, when they are not really resisting, while those who have attacking being are generally more active in adapting. They may have yielding in them, or stubbornness, or sensitive responsiveness in them when not attacking. They have not, generally speaking, passive adaptability in them. They are very different, then, the attacking and the resisting kind in men and women. This division has real meaning. Sometime when I am all through all my writing, when all my meaning, all my understanding, all my knowing, all my learning has been written, sometime then some will understand the being in all men and women. I am all unhappy in this writing. I know very much of the meaning of the being in men and women. I know it and feel it, and I am always learning more of it. And now I am telling it, and I am nervous and driving and unhappy in it. Sometimes I will be all happy in it. I know it, and now I begin again with telling it, the way I feel resisting being in men and women. It is like a substance, and in some it is, as I was saying, solid and sensitive all through it to stimulation. In some, almost wooden. In some, muddy and engulfing. In some, thin, almost like gruel. In some, solid in some parts, and in other parts all liquid. In some, with holes like air holes in it. In some, a thin layer of it. In some, hardened and cracked all through it. In some, double layers of it, with no connections between the layers of it. This and many, many other ways there are of feeling it as the bottom being in different ones of them. Different men and women have resisting being as their natural way of being. Always I am looking hard at each one, feeling, seeing, hearing the repeating coming out of each one, and so slowly I know of each one the way the bottom in them is existing. And so then that is the foundation of the history of each one of them, and always it is coming out of each one of them. This then, this bottom nature in them, the way it is made in them, makes the bottom history of them, makes their way of being stupid, wise, active, lazy, continuous, disjointed, is always there in them. In some, their kind of them is more, is less, is the same all through their living, is more or less affected by the other nature or natures in them, if they have other nature or natures in them, can be stimulated or hurried or slowed, but never really changed in them, can come very nearly to be changed in them, can never really be changed in them, really not ever to my knowing, really not ever really changed in them. This, then, is very certain. And now to speak again of attacking being. Attacking being, as I was saying, has it to be that emotion can be as quick, as poignant, as profound in meaning as a sensation. This is my meaning. I am thinking of attacking being not as an earthy kind of substance, but as a pulpy, not dust, not dirt, but a more mixed-up substance. It can be slimy, gelatinous, gluey, white, opaque kind of thing, and it can be white and vibrant and clear and heated, and this is all not very clear to me, and I will now tell more about it. This is the way I'm thinking of it. In the one in which I first learned to know it, it was like this to me. It was like this to me in the first one I came to know it. The substance attacking being is, in its various shaping. In this one, it was so dull, so thick, so gluey, that it was so slow in action, one almost could think of it as resisting. But it was not resisting earthy, dependent, independent being. It was attacking, stupid, slow-moving. It was independent, dependent being. It was a different substance in its way of acting, reacting, of being penetrated, of feeling, of thinking, than any slow, resisting, dependent, independent being. And now there is to be here a very little explaining of how I know this as a kind of being. In this one, then, as I was saying, it was attacking being, but very slowly getting into motion, but not because it, the stimulation, was lost into it and had to be remade out of it, but because it being shaken, it was a slow mass getting into action. I know this distinction. It has real meaning. I'm saying it again and again, and now I begin again with a description. This, then, the attacking being, was first clear to me in one having it as a slow, stupid, gelatinous being that when it got moving went on repeating action, never could get going any faster, had a nervous, anemic feeling that was part of its getting moving and keeping going. The resisting medium has a different kind of action, as I was explaining. Now this attacking being, when it is vibrant, can be nervous and poignant, and quicker than chain lightning. There can be to it a profound, complete reaction having the intensity of a sensation. Its sensitiveness is different in kind from that of the resisting kind of being. Its sensitiveness is quivering into action, not a sensitiveness just existing. But this is all too much to be now explaining. Wait, and I can tell it clearer. Always it has to be told as it has been learned by me very slowly. Each one only slowly can know it. Each one must wait for little pieces of it. Always there will be coming more and more of it. Always there will be a telling of every way the two kinds of being are different in everything. And always it is hard to say it, the differences between them. Always more and more I know it. Always more and more I know it. Always more I come back to begin again the knowing of it. Always I will tell it as I learned it. Sometime I will have told all of it. Always I am telling pieces of it. More and more I will know it. More and more I will tell it. Sometime it will be clear to someone, and I will be then glad of it. This then is attacking being to me. This then was the way it came first to be clear in me, in one in whom it was slow moving, and in others then I knew it when it was quick and poignant and complete, and I saw it, and I knew it as the same substance as this slow-moving mass, and in all its forms of acting more and more then I knew it. In some, as I was saying, it is as emotion. In some, it is as passion. In some, it is as sensitive responding. It has a way of thinking, loving, acting, different in kind from that of resisting being, and sometime, and it is a very long time too, I know it, now I am beginning telling all I know, all I am always learning, sometime there will have been a complete description of these two kinds of being. In some, then, this quick and poignant and profound reaction has to break through a resisting being lying on it, And then it is very interesting in the changing in the action it takes to get through the covering. Sometimes it is in some more quivering, vibrant at the bottom than through the rest of it. And then it is lighted and set in motion, the rest, that of itself never has more activity than quivering, by the more vibrant part at the bottom. Sometimes all of it is not more active ever than quivering. This is true in some. In some, it is all vibrant and completely, poignantly, passionately acting. In some, it's nervousness, its most vigorous action. In some, it is a big mass, always slowly moving, but would like to stop acting, and a resolute will, a mind, a conviction, education in such a one, keeps it moving. Sometimes it stops moving. There are so many ways, there are such a various kind of mixing that can be in any one. Sometime there will be a history of each one. Sometime there will be a description of all the ways resisting being can be in any one, all the ways attacking being can be in any one. This then is one way I have been seeing kinds in men and women, the way I see the bottom natures and other natures in them. Always I see them as kinds, always as kinds of substance and ways of that substance being in them as bottom nature. Sometime all this will be clearer. This is then the way I see kinds in men and women. This then makes every one sometime a clear one, a whole one to me. This is now soon to be more description of such learning by me, of such understanding of the being in men and women. As I was saying, often for many years, someone is baffling. The repeated seeing, hearing, feeling of the being in them does not make clear the nature of the bottom being in them. Sometimes, for many years, someone is baffling, and then it is clear in that one, and then by resemblances between that one and other ones, many are clear then. This is now some description of such learning. This will be now little short descriptions of learning 6 of them, and how knowing others before helped with these, and how knowing these helped with others later. This is now then a little more of preliminary studying. There are many that I know, and always more and more I know it. They are all of them repeating. They are all of them in some way resembling one to others of them. More and more I understand it. Sometimes in each one I know the bottom nature in them. Sometimes in each one I know all the natures in them. Sometimes each one is a whole one to me. Sometime of each one there is a complete history to me. There was one then. This one was not baffling for such a long time. This one was of the resisting kind of them. Sometime each one comes to be a whole one to me. Sometime the bottom nature in each one, the other nature or natures in each one, the mixing or not mixing in them of the natures in them, comes to be clear in each one. Each one then is a complete one. Each one then keeps repeating the whole history of them. Some are puzzling a long time. Every one is more or less puzzling sometime. Mostly every one is puzzling to me sometime. Sometime, mostly every one comes to be a whole one to me. End of section 21, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 25, 2024. Section 22 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 22. As I have been saying, there is a bottom nature in everyone. The other nature or natures in them may be of their kind of them, the same kind as the bottom nature in them. If they are resisting, the other nature or natures in them may be of a kind of resisting. They may be of a kind of attacking being. All this makes someone sometimes, for a long time, very baffling. All this makes each one always sometime puzzling. Always more and more I know it of each one, the being in them, the mixtures in them. Always more and more I will come to have a complete understanding of everyone I am ever knowing. This is now a description of my understanding of one. This one, then, was not baffling for such a very long time. This one had times of being puzzling to me. Mostly, after a real beginning of understanding, it comes to me very steadily, not quickly, not slowly. This one was of a resisting kind of them, with the attacking kind of resisting being almost to the point of succeeding as part of the being in this one. This is now to be some description of this one. The first one of those that further back I was describing, as showing my way of learning, to have each one come to be a whole one in me, that first one was to every one as the natural way of being was one having every one always wanting to have her be with them, every one who knew her then, and always every one was flattering her to make it up to her that there was not ever any place for her in living. For always to herself and to everyone there was always a good reason why not any condition was the right condition for her living. For always to herself and to everyone there was always a good reason why not any condition was the right condition for her living. But always, a little somewhere, there was a feeling that this was not all the meaning in the being in this one. Slowly then, some felt in this one the muggy resisting bottom that kept her from ever giving herself to anyone unless someone needing her engulfed her by a need of her. They engulfed her then, some, when they had to have someone. Slowly then, some came to know in this one the resisting bottom in this one. Slowly then, some came to see it in this one that she was of them needing to be owning those they need for loving. This is part of this kind of resisting being, as I was saying about Mrs. Hersland. But in this one, it never came to any realization, for this one never really owned anyone. Resisting to keep from yielding to the need of having other people's having loving feeling. Resisting accepting just an ordinary quantity of loving feeling from anyone. This kept this one from yielding herself enough to anyone so as to own anyone. Wanting giving loving and having resisting being kept this one from being engulfed by other ones, excepting when someone drowned this one. Kept this one mostly from ever yielding enough to own anyone. As I was saying, sometimes someone engulfed this one. Always this wore out this one. It was never freely yielding herself to engulfing then. It was wanting to keep ahead of being engulfed by giving, and this was very wearing to this one. Some then knew this being in this one, slowly then hearing, feeling, seeing all the repeating in this one. Slowly then hearing, feeling, seeing everyone who knew this one's feeling about this one made it clear to me the whole being in this one. I came then to hear repeating the muggy resisting bottom that kept her ever from giving herself to anyone unless one engulfed her by completely using her, by a need of her to comfort them in some sorrow when they had to have someone, by using her and giving nothing to her. This one then had this resisting being that with all the need in her of having loving given to her, kept her from ever giving herself to anyone, even for a little loving of such a one, kept her from ever having a place for really living. But this is not all the meaning in this one. She had in her to be muggily resisting, except when someone was engulfing her. But also, if she could have given herself to someone, it would be to own them. She was of the kind of women that have to own the ones they need for loving. This one then never owned anyone, and this was that she could not give herself enough to anyone to own them. Sometimes someone owned this one, but this one then was so drowned by this one's owning that she could not lose herself enough to own them. She could only cling to wanting to give to them just enough to keep herself from being completely drowned by that one's owning of her. If she could once be drowned by someone completely to not wanting to give to such a one, she might have owned someone for loving. But this never could come to be in her. She was too busy being drowned when she was drowning. She had not then any strength for owning. So then this one never owned anyone. Sometimes she was almost drowned by engulfing by someone needing her then. This is interesting. And now this one I am now to be describing is of the same family as this one, but it is in this one a very different thing. This one can engulf those this one needs for living. This will be very interesting. This is a little of the way I feel the resisting being in this one, and this is the way it acts in this one. Later then, and I have already been beginning, I will then compare it with the resisting being in one. These two then are of the same kind of them, but this being in them is very different in its action. To begin then. The first one, the one when it is lightish brown and gritty a little, and sometimes very fluid and thin, and sometimes almost dried hard, and not really smooth then. In this one then, it has a very different action, this bottom nature, from that in the one where it is dark and smooth and murkier, and always about the same state of being a thickish fluid state there in her. These then are two kinds of a kind of men and women. This is now some description of the differences in being and acting, resisting and attacking, loving, owning, yielding, having vanity and stupid being in them, practical and ideal being in them. The first one then, as I was saying, has as bottom nature in her being resisting. This was then the action of this bottom nature in her, that she never really gave herself to anyone to own them, though always she wanted to be giving herself to someone. Always she wanted to be owning everyone. Sometimes someone would be engulfing this one, but she was resisting then, and once when she was not resisting, someone engulfed her so completely that what she is, the bottom being in her, was watered so thin that it was not of strength enough to cling to anyone as dirt to hold them, to stick on them as it would if it were thick enough to own, to enclose them by encasing them. This is true then, that this one had it to be that the resisting substance was sometimes very thin and never thick, but sometimes almost dried up into a gray-brown. It looked browner thin, a little more gray when it was not wet, very thin stuff in her. This being in her then made it that this one never gave herself to anyone and never owned anyone, sometimes was drowned by someone, always was a little gritty to the feeling of everyone. Another one then, one I am now beginning to describe as knowing, this one then was darker, smoother, thicker, always a thick fluid in the being in her, in the bottom nature of her. There are many men and many women of both these two kinds of the one kind of them, the resisting, engulfing kind of them, of men and women. This second one then had, as I was saying, a thicker, darker, smoother, always as a thick fluid, the bottom nature in her. This one then had a power of engulfing some she needed for living. This one then could own some, but mostly this one did not need anyone. This being in her was enough to give to her a sense of superiority inside her. She had in her the sense of completely engulfing anything she needed for living, and so she had in her a complete vanity, a complete sense of superiority to everyone. The other one had a sense of being aggrieved at never really owning anyone. This one, in her thicker, dark, murkier, smoother bottom being, had not any such feeling. Mostly, this one was not engulfing anyone, but the sensation of the feeling of potential engulfing gave to this one a complete sense of superior being to everyone. There was no need then in this one for action. The other one, the first one, from her never owning anyone and having the feeling of not engulfing anyone, needed that everyone should be flattering to keep this one from feeling too much the fact that there was no place for living for this one. The other one did not need such consolation. There was not any place for living for the other one, but this was not a need to her. The vanity in her from the bottom substance of her made her completely then impervious to the need of any place for living. This one then, when she was not engulfing anyone, and mostly this one was not engulfing anyone, this one was then engulfing her own self in the bottom nature in her, and this gave to her a complete vanity of being in her. Always there was there in her herself to be completely engulfed in the bottom nature of her, and this gave to herself a sense of power, and this was complete vanity in her, and there was then no need in her of a place for living for her. Sometimes the being in her led to reckless outbreaks from her. As I was saying, resisting being as its way of attacking mostly in such men and women, has not in it the strength for winning fighting. Mostly it is weaker than the personal quality of resisting in such of them. In some who have resisting being, attacking is their way of living, and mostly such of them are not very strong in winning in living or in fighting, although they are, some of such a kind of them, fairly successful in practical living. Winning in loving or in fighting is the test in such of them. Sometime this will be clear in them, the men and women having resisting being. Sometime there will be very much description of the way of attacking in these men and women, having resisting being as their natural way of being, as their way of loving, as their way of winning fighting. The first one, the one I was before describing, this one had attacking in living, but mostly it was in her as the finding of there being no place to her for living. This was mostly all there was of attacking being in her. Always knowing, always finding the good reason why not any place was a place for living to her. The other one had it as making her sometimes have reckless being in her. Attacking being at moments was in her. She was then not to herself engulfing anyone, but the sense of superiority always in her, the vanity that was completely inside her there, could let her be reckless in attacking. And mostly she was then not succeeding. But this did not then lead to anything, for always there was in her complete the vanity and superiority inside her that the power of completely engulfing herself always made in her. These two are different then. The differences are interesting. They are then two kinds of one kind of a general kind of being in men and women. They have each of them then, as a bottom nature in them, one kind of a general resisting kind of being. There is another thing in the two of them, efficiency in doing anything. Always, in the first one, there is a desire to run things, and this one does not do these things very well, nor very badly either, but to herself efficiency is strong in her, and this is part of the wanting to own other ones for her living. And mostly they do not really have her own them, and this always is part to her of there not being any place for living for her. Owning others is a right to her. Doing it is not ever very successful in her. Always then, this one has this desire, and always then, this one does not ever give herself to do it for anyone, for really this one must own another one, to really contentedly to herself to do the thing for that other one. Sometimes, as I was saying, someone engulfs this one, and then this one can do things for the other one. It is the nearest to owning anyone this one ever comes to do in living. Always then, not owning anyone is the tragedy in this one. Always everyone flatters this one to make this one feel a little moment that this one owns them or some other one. The second one, engulfing herself, giving power to this one, superiority in herself to everyone, and complete vanity then being in her, this one does not need doing anything for anyone to give to her a sense of owning them. This one is efficient enough in acting. Mostly to this one, this is not interesting. These then have in them two kinds of engulfing, resisting being as bottom natures in them. Everyone has their own being in them. Everyone is of a kind in men and women. Each one has a bottom nature in them. This nature is of a kind of nature that makes a kind in men and women. Everybody is a real one to me. Everybody is like someone else too to me. There will be now more descriptions of kinds in men and women, of the likenesses and unlikenesses between them, of seeing kinds in men and women in the bottom natures of them. Everyone has some feeling of knowing kinds in men and women. This will now be more description of some ways of feeling kinds in men and women. More and more, then, there will be histories of all the kinds there are of men and women. Each one is of a kind of men and women from the bottom nature in them. This is then one way of making kinds in men and women. Sometime each one comes to be clear to me. The kind they are then from the bottom nature of them comes to be clear to me, makes of them then to me this kind of men and women. This then sometime comes to be clear to me in each one, the bottom natures in them, making kinds for me in men and women. Sometime then, the bottom nature in each one is a certain thing to someone knowing that one. Sometime then, the bottom nature in each one is a clear thing to someone. There is then a kind of understanding of that one. Sometime each one comes to be a whole one to someone. The bottom nature in that one, the other nature or natures in that one, the whole being, living, way of doing everything, the whole history of that one comes sometime to be clear to someone. Sometime each one so comes to be a whole one to someone. Mostly everyone I'm ever knowing comes so to be a whole one to me. And now I am telling of the learning of this in some, the learning having them as a whole one to me. Sometime then, mostly each one comes to be a whole one to me. Sometime the bottom nature in each one, the other nature or natures in each one, the mixing or not mixing of the natures in them, comes to be clear to me in mostly every one I am ever knowing. Each one then is a complete one to me. Each one then keeps repeating the whole history of them. This is now some description of my learning to hear, see, and feel the whole repeating coming out of some. As I was saying, there is a bottom nature in every one. The other nature or natures in them may be of this kind of men and women, that is, of the same kind as the bottom nature of them. They may not be of the same kind of them. If the bottom nature of them is resisting, the other nature or natures in them may be all resisting, some kinds of resisting and some attacking. All of the other natures in them may be of kinds of attacking. If the bottom nature in them is a kind of attacking being, the other nature or natures in them may be of kinds of resisting, of kinds of attacking, some of kinds of resisting, some of kinds of attacking. Some may have only a bottom nature to them. Some may have almost nothing of bottom nature to them. There is every kind of mixing. Mostly, in each one, it is very confusing. Often each one is ever knowing is for a long time baffling. Some are puzzling a long time. Almost every one is more or less puzzling to everyone. Mostly everyone is puzzling to me. Sometime, mostly everyone comes to be a whole one to me. Always then I am learning someone. Mostly everyone comes very slowly to be a whole one to me. Mostly, everyone is sometimes, and mostly for a very long time, a puzzle to me. Sometimes someone, only after a long time of learning, that one comes to be a conscious puzzle to me. Some can have a bottom with other nature or natures in them, not mixed up with the bottom nature in them. Such of them are very puzzling, and when sometimes such a one is a whole to one, such ones always are in parts to one. But all the parts are there in that one to one, and all always repeating in that one, and all repeating coming out of such a one has meaning as parts in one. When someone is not a whole one-to-one, repeating coming out of them has not this clear relation. Such a one as I am now describing is not in pieces, is a whole one. All of such a one is almost completely one, and then the bottom of that one is of a different kind from the rest of the whole one, and that makes this one not confusing but baffling, and sometimes a clear whole one, and then at last a completer whole one. When someone is not a whole one-to-one, repeating coming out of them has not clear relation. But sometimes repeating coming out of one has the clear relation of a whole one, and it is not the whole of that one, that the one feeling the clear relation in all the repeating is really knowing. There is a bottom nature that is different from all the rest of that one. Sooner or later, someone knowing this will know it of this one. In the beginning of not being certain that the whole one is knowing is the whole of that one is a strange feeling. Not doubting, not puzzling, not baffling, just incompletion. Then such a one is a little puzzling until that one comes to be a whole one. Then the repeating coming out of such a one has clear meaning. This was one, that I am now describing, was to this one, and to every one, of the resisting kind of them, slow, earthy, dependent, independent kind of them. And as such a one was to this one, and to every one that knew this one, a whole one. The bottom being in this one was not resisting being. It was attacking being. Reaction in this one was poignant and quick in this one, but it was to this one and to every one who knew this one, slow in this one, because it passed through the whole rest of this one that was resisting, slow, earthy kind of being, and so this one was not slow-minded, but long-winded. This one had complete, quick, poignant decision and reaction, and then passing through the rest of being in this one, it made it to be to this one that it was slow deciding, germinating in this one, and it was no such thing. This was interesting to know, for this one had been a whole one to the other way of feeling this one, but it was not the whole of this one, and this understanding of this one gave a completely new meaning to the being, to the history of this one. To explain again, this one was mostly smooth, resisting, self-sustaining, dependent, independent being. This was the being in this one to this one, and mostly to everyone. Only the history of the living of this one was not completely what the history of such being is in those having such being as the whole of them. Mostly this was not puzzling, as it might be some other thing in this one, some incompletion of condition in this one, and this one was as this being so completely a whole one. Then it came to be clear in this one that this was not the whole of this one. The bottom nature and the bottom nature in this one always was acting, but never to this one in the talking this one did of the being in this one to anyone was it existing, nor to anyone not paying much attention to the history of the living in this one, but just to the ways of doing things in this one was it existing. The bottom being in this one, as I was saying, always was there acting, and sometime it was clear to someone that this one was not at the bottom slow, resisting, self-sustained, dependent, independent being. At the bottom, This one was quick-feeling, attacking, sensitive, independent, dependent being, and that gave to the history of this one a new meaning. There is one thing very interesting. Those who have this kind of mixing, all of them, one thing except just the bottom, and that not mixing with the rest of them, but always acting, are always romantic in their notion of themselves in living. This is a natural thing. Everything in them is one thing, resisting or attacking being as it may happen. Everything they or anyone can see in them is this thing, then a complete one, and yet the bottom of them always acting is another thing. This is bound to make them, such of them, have a complete creation of their own being, a completed conception of their own being, and always it is not the whole being in them. Indeed, it is never the true meaning of their being, and so they have many of them a very romantic feeling in being. This is very interesting. There are many ways of having romantic feeling of one's own being. This is one of them. Sometime there will be descriptions of many of them. It is very interesting to know all the ways of having romantic feeling of one's self in living. These, then, that I have been just describing are not romantic in living. The bottom being in them is too actually acting in them, and that determines the history of them. They are romantic in the contemplation of their personality, not knowing the determining thing in them, the bottom being, and so they romantically conceive themselves as a whole of what is all them. But the bottom being in them, that really determines the being, way of doing, the history of them. Now there will be a description of another kind of contradiction between bottom nature and the other natures in men and women. To begin again, then. This one, then, too, is of the kind of them that have it to be a romantic temperament, a feeling of themselves as being guided by a destiny, always from the beginning and unchanging. All of these, then, this last one and this one, have it to be to themselves that they are as they are and nothing can change them, not from firmness of will in them, not from intention or resolution in them, but from the destiny of them always in them from the beginning. These are then this kind of men and women, all of this kind of romantic temperaments with to them a fixed destiny in them. All of these, then, are an almost complete one thing with another bottom. This keeps them, such of them, from being a complete unification of being. The bottom of them, that is the opposite kind of being, if they are all resisting, then the bottom always active in them is attacking being, with all the quality of that kind of attacking being. If all the rest of them is attacking being, the bottom being in such of them, and always active in them, is resisting being, with all the quality of that kind of resisting being. This makes in such of them romantic feeling of themselves as being unchanging. They, this kind of men and women, only know in themselves all except the bottom being in them, and that makes them to themselves unchanging, having a destiny from the beginning. These, then, do not know in themselves the bottom being that interferes and acts, and sometimes to them spoils their history for them. These, then, only know in themselves all the rest of themselves except the bottom being in them. This is very interesting. Perhaps Napoleon was one of this kind of men and women. This one that I'm now describing had it to be all of the being excepting the bottom being, overwhelmingly powerful attacking being. And as a bottom being, there was in this one the earthy type that is of the kind of resisting being that is earthy, indolent, slowly engulfing. This one, then, had it to have as a bottom being indolent, earthy being, practical and easy and slowly engulfing in its natural way of winning, with not much energy in acting, with almost not anything of attacking being, of the resisting being, and this was just there as a bottom. All the rest of the being in this one, which was destiny, and living to this one, was keen and synthetic and poignant and complete attacking being. All through the early living of this one, the bottom being was just there, alive in this one, and always acting, but, so to speak, not interfering to domination, to being the real being in this one as controlling being. More and more as this one grew older, and the fire of youth and the energy in this one did not hold the whole of this one together, the nature in this one separated into the top and bottom, both active, but not acting together. This made this one then stupidly obstinate, with the attacking top in this one, lethargic with the resisting indolent bottom in this one, vainglorious with the sense of destiny and success of the top being in this one, and nervously irritable with the disturbed bottom being in this one. This is then one kind of being in men and women. These then have been two examples of this kind of being. Sometime everyone will understand all being in men and women. These then are one kind of way of being, one with the bottom attacking, one with the bottom, the resisting kind of them. These two I have been just describing. Then these are one kind of way of being, these two that I have been just describing, where there is the contradiction I have been just explaining. Now, this is to be a description of a kind of being where all the nature is of one kind of being, and yet where there is a contradiction in the being. To begin then. Mostly everyone is sometime, and sometimes for a very long time, puzzling. This one I am now going to be describing was for a long time a puzzle to me. This one, as I was saying, was the whole of this one, of one kind of being, of attacking being. But this one was contradictory and confusing, and for a long time, a very long time, puzzling. This is the history of my learning this one. This is a description of the being in this one. Thinking oneself good is very important to understand in each one. Goodness and stupid being in each one, it is very important to understand in each one. Each kind of them, then, each kind of men and women, have their own kind of stupid being, their own kind of goodness or badness in them. Each kind in men and women have their own way of feeling themselves as good inside them. Some have very much of this in them. Some have very little of this in them. Some have very much stupid being of their kind of them in them. Some have very little of their kind of stupid being in them. Some have very much of the goodness of their kind of being in them. Some have very little of it in them. Some have very much of the badness of their kind of being in them. Some have very little of it in them. Each kind of them, each kind of men and women, have the kind of stupid being, the kind of goodness, the kind of badness of their kind of being in them. Each one of them have the feeling of their goodness inside them in the kind of way their kind of being always has such feeling. This is now some description of the way each kind of men and women have their own kind of way of having stupid being in them, their own kind of stupid being in them, their own kind of way of having goodness in them, their own kind of goodness in them, their own kind of way of having badness in them, of having their own kind of badness in them. Each kind of men and women has a certain kind of stupid being, a certain kind of goodness, and a certain kind of badness that is their kind of them, that is in common to all men and women of their kind of them. Part of them like their kind of way of loving, fighting, working, thinking, eating, drinking, enjoying, disliking, having impatient and angry feeling. Now there will be some description of the way each kind in men and women has their own way of having stupid being, goodness, badness, knowing their own goodness, knowing their own badness in them. I tell all this now when I am still a little puzzling at it. Sometime I will understand it, then I will tell more of it. Now I tell it when now I am still puzzling at it. Each one, then, is of a kind of men and women. Each one, then, has a bottom nature of a kind of men and women in them. Many have other nature or natures in them. Two that I am now going to describe a little are each one of them of one kind of being completely. Each one of them was puzzling. One, the first one, was a very long time to me baffling. This was a very curious thing, and I will now begin to tell about it, to explain it, the being in this one, the learning in me of the being in this one. I tell it now, when now it is still a little puzzling. I know it a little, and I begin now to tell all I know yet of it. Every one has their own being in them. Every one is of a kind of men and women. Each one is a separate one, and yet always repeated. There are then many kinds in men and women. There are two kinds of them. There are many kinds of these kinds of them. There are many kinds in each one of the many kinds of each kind of them. Supposing there is one kind of them, that someone knows, say, 10 of that kind of them among those that one has come to know in living. Now, in these 10 of that kind of them, some have this kind of being that makes this kind of them as bottom being. Some have other kinds of being mixed up in them with this bottom being in them. Some of these 10 of them have not this kind of being as bottom being in them. They have some other kind of being in them, and have this kind of being, that of the 10 of them, mixed with the bottom being in them. There are some of these 10 of them that have in them only this being in them, the being that makes alike these 10 of them in their way of being, doing everything, feeling, loving. As I was saying, each kind of them has its own way of being stupid, being loving, being good, being bad, winning, fighting, believing in themselves as being good, believing in themselves as being bad. Each one has in him, has in her, their own kind of being. Each one has in him, has in her, that kind of being stronger in some parts than in other parts of them. Some have it in them drier, wetter, stronger, weaker, the kind of being that is their kind of being in them. More and more, I would like to make it clear to someone how I see men and women, how I see kinds in men and women. I know a good deal of it now, though always I am puzzling, beginning again and again and again, feeling it all is fabrication, and always I am knowing that really I see a very certain thing in my way of seeing kinds in men and women, that I am really understanding the meaning of the being in them. I know a great deal then, and I tell it now when I am still puzzling. This is a hard thing I am now beginning explaining. It is a fairly clear thing now to me. It is not all clear yet to me. I tell it now, when now I am still having a good deal of puzzling thinking in my learning understanding. There was one then, and he was very puzzling. This one was to me a very long time very baffling. This one seemed all of one kind of being. This one seemed a whole being to me always, and always I was not understanding. This one had been, and was really something in living. This one had done important working. This one was a whole one, and yet this one was not a whole one. And yet surely there was in this one only one kind of being. It was very puzzling. Say these 10 then, they each one have in them some way, somehow, in some part of them, a being common to all of them. Each one of them has his or her own being. Each one of them is separate and resembling. Each one of them have a kind of being in them. Some of them have several kinds of being mixed up in them. All of them have one certain kind of being in them. Some of them have only that one kind of being in them. The one I am now thinking of describing was one of such of them. This one, then, had one kind of being, and this was clear, and yet this one was a contradiction inside him. This one was for a long time very baffling. This one is now fairly clear to my understanding. I am describing this one now when I am still a little puzzling over this one. I know for fairly certain now something of the meaning of the being in this one, and I am now beginning the telling of the meaning of the being in this one, though now still I am a little puzzling over understanding this one. As I was saying, take one kind of being, say 10 men and women have this kind of being. Some of these 10 have other kinds of being mixed up in them, but that is not what I am now discussing. As I was saying, take 10 men and women having in them a kind of being in them, not a general kind of resemblance between them, but a pretty close resemblance between them. This is now a pretty small subdivision of men and women. Of course, there are many millions always living of this kind of them. But say I have in all my living known 10 of them. That is now a subdivision, a particular kind of them that have each one of them a kind of being in them that is very definite in its character in each one of them, giving to each one of them a very definite way of learning, loving, fighting, escaping, having stupid being in them, having moral or unmoral or immoral meanings in them. This then now is clear. This is a definite kind of being, this being in some way in all of these 10 men and women. This kind of them is one subdivision of attacking being. This kind of them have it in them to mostly succeed fairly well in living. Some, of course, are failing. Some of every kind of being are succeeding and some are failing. But some of kinds of men and women have it to have more of them succeeding than failing. Some kinds of them have more of them failing than succeeding. Some kinds of them have it to be divided about even in succeeding and failing in living. This kind of being, then, that all these 10 have in them is a kind of attacking being. In these, attacking is mostly not very active in them. Loving in them is attacking being, and most of them have it to have loving strongly in them. But in most of them, loving being in them is overflowing into nervous being in them. This nervous being in them is not energy in them, as it is in some, where loving is nervous being. In these of them, nervous being is an excess in them. They have much passion in them. It is active in them. It is nervous being in them. Nervous being in them is not active loving or attacking being in them. This is very clear in them to anyone knowing them. Everyone mostly who knows a fair number of men and women knows certainly some of them. Sometimes someone perhaps will know the kind of men and women I am now trying describing. It is very discouraging. I begin again. This kind of them, then, has not attacking as very active in them. Mostly, they have in them much loving, but there is in it so much nervous being draining them, not entering into the active being in them, that many of them are not really active in loving. This kind of them, the kind of being these 10 have in common, is very clear to me from knowing these 10 of them. I will now begin again to try to describe them. These then, as I was saying, those having this being in them, are of the attacking kind in men and women. They, most of them, succeed very well in living. Most of them have very considerable loving being in them. Most of them have much nervous being in them. The nervous being not being energy in them gives to many of them the appearance of there being much repression in them. This is not as true of them as it seems from the nervous being always showing. The repression is an interpretation others have of them, for this kind of nervous being that these have in them, that is not energy in them, is something like the nervous being that is generated in some men and women whose nervous being is energy in them from repression. All of them have this same kind of nervous being in them then. All of them of whom I have been speaking, these 10 of them. Some have it more, some have it less in them. All of them have it in them, and it is not energy in them. It is not from repression in them. It is part of their kind of being, those who have attacking being, but not much attacking action in them. A considerable capacity for succeeding, a considerable capacity for loving. It is very important to know then that in this kind of them, nervous being is not energy of action, not a result of suppressing themselves in their loving or their living. Mostly, this kind of men and women have it in them to have more loving, nervous being, intelligence, success in living, than activity in attacking, emotion and feeling, and enthusiasm. These then have mostly much common sense, but these have not much practical sense in living. All this is very interesting, and so now I must begin again. These 10 of them have in them the same kind of being. There will be now some more description of the being in them. This last that I have been saying about the practical sense in them is not very well expressed yet, and so now I will try again. This kind of being is, as I was saying, an attacking being with not very much attacking fighting in them. These have in them mostly the quality of succeeding well enough in living. They are opportunists in living, and they have moral conviction. Let me begin again then. I will begin again to explain the being in them. As I was saying earlier, those having attacking being have it in them to have in them a strong sense of the meaning, the emotion, the use of the facts everyone knows in living. Those having in them resisting being have stronger in them a realization of the thing itself that makes the fact, rather than the sense of the meaning of the thing, the use of it. The resisting kind can love money and living not for the use, emotion, meaning, but for the thing itself as a thing existing. Sometime I will make this clearer, but this must do now as a beginning. This kind, then, that I am now describing, has, as I was saying, attacking being, but not much activity in attacking. They have sense for facts, as attacking being have them, but they have not much instinctive emotion about them or sense of the use of them. They have, in short, no dramatic sense for facts in living. But being of the attacking kind of being, these have a sense for the meaning of facts in being, and so it comes that this kind of them are opportunistic, highly rationalizing, unimaginative, having no instinct for meaning in anything, but regarding only the meaning and the use in things, having no instinct for quality in people, but wanting completely to understand and use them. I will take for more understanding of them the moral sense in them. Say one of such of them being, as is true of most of them, strongly wanting success in living, such a one knows then that honesty is the best policy for him. This one then will completely realize the meaning in this saying. To him it is wisdom, as the way necessary for him to be acting, to be succeeding. So far, it is opportunism in him, the embracing of this conviction that honesty is the best policy for him. This, then, is the meaning to him in honest living. And then such a one embraces this as a moral principle. Such a one then holds to this if it means ruin to him. Such a one has rationally and opportunistically embraced this way of being. This one then makes of this an absolute conviction, a complete moral principle for living. This one then has no sense for opportunistically adapting himself in detail in living. Such a one has no practical dramatic sense for living. Such a one has attacking being, but no activity in attacking. Such a one has embraced a creed from the sense of succeeding, of rational opportunism. It is then a moral conviction in this one. This one then has no imagination for facts or people, but this one can build a complete system for living, and if such a one has a good head on him, such a one is mostly successful enough in living. Herbert Spencer was such a kind of one. These 10 of them, have it to have in common a kind of being that is of the attacking kind of being, but these have not much activity of attacking in them. Many of these are successful enough in living. Mostly, these have pretty strongly loving being in them. These have mostly strongly nervousness in them, and this nervousness is not part of energy in them. It is not energy in them, and that is the reason there is very little attacking being in them. It is something like that kind of nervousness that comes from repression in some men and women, but mostly repression is not in this kind of them. Mostly, these are opportunists at the bottom of them, though they all of them mostly at some time make of some principle a rationally constructed system, and then make of that system a moral conviction. And so these of them are a curious spectacle of opportunism, rationalizing passion, moral conviction, nervousness, much love, emotion. Mind, then, in all of this kind in men and women is highly rationalizing. Mostly these have not much instinct for being in things and in men and women. What these realize as being in things and in men and women is mostly true and all right for a beginning for living, but these then do not react to it in living. These rationalize it, and from that they come to a principle in living that from then on all their life guides them. These have not then a capacity for growing from experiencing, for they have made their conviction from their early realizing, and then it is in them a principle of living. Mostly, in all of them, this original realization in them is of fairly intelligent, rationalized opportunism. Perhaps this is clear now to someone. It is certainly a clear thing for someone to be understanding. This is certainly a clear thing in this kind of men and women. These have then mostly quick, clear minds, but the results of their thinking are not quick in coming, as they are all of them complicatedly rationalizing. Some of them think they have slow minds, but this is not true of them. They have the quick minds and quick impressions of the attacking kind of being. But their minds being so rationalizing, it takes them some time to complete the whole thing. Their mind begins with each thing, and they think they are slow in taking impressions because mostly they are closed to impressions from anything, as their mind, when it is formulating, is occupying the whole of them. And until their mind opens them again, they are closed to impressions. And so, as I was saying, these mostly have little power of experiencing. Now, all this leads to very complicated things in each one having in them such a being. Those having good minds, better minds than capacity for experiencing, such can have some principle of growth in them. For their minds can keep them open to all impressions they are capable of receiving, and can make the most use of those impressions that they have received inside them. Those having mind only about as strong as the power of receiving impressions in them, such of them just keep going. They are fairly successful in living, some of them. There is not much growth in them. There are some of them who have finer power of receiving impressions than quality of mind to direct them. And these then, more and more, are stultified in their living by running themselves by their minds, as all of those having this kind of being always do run themselves. This is now a description of learning the last kind of one as a whole one. This, then, is now a description of one of them, one of these 10 of them. This one for many years was baffling to me. It was evident that all the being in this one always was repeating to everyone's hearing. It was evident that in this one there was not a mixture of many kinds of being, and yet this one was baffling. This one had strange contradictions in him. This one said of himself that he had a slow-working mind. This one had to himself and to everyone a moral passion for goodness in him. This one was to everyone generous and disinterested in thinking and in being. This one was an opportunist in living. This one had very fine sensibilities to beauty and to luxury in living. This one very often was not open to any such impression. This one had a passion for being loving. This one had not any really passionate loving in him. This one had a fixed scheme of living for grace and beauty, and had no grace in him, and no power of creating beauty in the conditions of living around him. This one had much ambition, and was very successful in living. This one then was baffling, and for a long, long time I was puzzling, and now this one is a clear one to me. Each one, as I was saying, having a kind of being in them, has that being in them in different intensities, proportions. They have in them, too, most of them, different kinds of beings mixed up in them. But that is not what I am now considering. Each one, then, of these 10 of them, of this kind of them that I have been describing, all of these 10 of them, then, that I have known in living, has it in them to have this nature in them, the kind of nature that is common to all these 10, in different proportions, different intensities, different relation of one part to the other part of the nature, and so each one of them had their own being in them. Each one was separate. Each one was resembling to the others of them. Some of them have other natures too in them that make the things I have been describing acting differently in them. Some of them had this being that I have been describing as a bottom nature to them. Others have it as a nature mixed up with another kind of nature in them. One of them had it as the whole being in him. And this one I am now beginning to describe my learning as a whole one. End of section 22, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 27, 2024. Section 23 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 23. Each one sometime is a whole one to me. Each one sometime is a whole one in me. This one for a long time was baffling. This one now is a whole one to me. This one now I am again beginning describing learning. Each one, having the kind of being in them that I have been just describing, has in her or in him more or less of all the things in him or in her I have been describing. Each one of these, then, has more or less opportunism in their feeling about living. Each one of them has loving being that is of the attacking kind, but not active in attacking, often very desiring, sometimes appearing engulfing, sometimes never coming into the relation of loving. Each one of this kind of them have a mind that is slow only because it takes much time in going through many logical processes to a conclusion, not slow in actual action, not slow in developing. Mostly all of this kind of men and women are quite the same in ways of thinking, learning, understanding, quite from their beginning. There is then in the minds of this kind of men not much developing. Each one of them of this kind in men and women has more or less in them the way of making of whatever was the beginning of their living and the conclusions from this beginning a principle that in some is like a firm moral resolution. In all of this kind of them, This acting of the mind in them cuts them off from experiencing. They are of the attacking kind in men and women. Things are important to them as use. Emotion, passion gives them meaning. But these have not any of them activity in attacking being. And so they have not imagination or dramatic sense of meaning in them. They have not a spontaneous relation to things in living. In some way in each one of them, it, the experience, must go through their more or less rationalizing mind before reaction, acting to the fact, is in them. And so then they are not often getting into trouble, but most of their living they are not experiencing. This is strange in them when they have strongly in them a love of beauty and luxury in them, and this will soon be the history of one of such of them. In all of them, then, all these 10 who have it to have this being in common in them, in all of them there is more or less activity in them, all these things I have been describing. Mostly in each one there is enough more of one part than another part of this being in them to make the meaning of their being a fairly clear thing in them, to make their living and their being have a fairly clear meaning. In some of these 10 there are other natures in them, in some other nature as bottom being in them, but that we are not just now considering. As I was saying, many having a being in them have the balance of that being in them so kept that one kind of living, one kind of existing is natural to them and has meaning. This was true then of most of these 10 of whom I have been talking. It was not true of all of them. In one, the one I am now beginning describing, the one who was a long time baffling to me, all these things I have been describing as the being of this one kind of being were equally strongly in him. All these things, then, all of them were equally strongly repeating in him all through his living. And so this one was baffling, for mostly in every one all the qualities in a kind of being are not equally active in them. This made this one baffling. This made this one puzzling, for this one had profound impression by beauty, and this was complete and poignant and quick in him. And he had the rationalizing mind acting on each piece of impression and shutting him off from getting deep and poignant and complete impressions from things before him. And so he was puzzling. He had opportunism so strongly in him that each time he was open to a new relation with anything in life, or a man or a woman, he acted in this way toward them. And also he had created for himself a whole rationalized scheme of living, of beauty and goodness and fairness to everyone, because that was the way to make the living that would be successful and beautiful to him. Always to himself, he was always open to feeling beauty and goodness and nobility in living. Always to himself, he had made a scheme of complete living in luxury and success and winning admiration. Always to himself, he could completely understand everything with his mind, which was to himself a great thing in him. Never was he ever knowing that his running himself by his mind, which was making always for him his theory of beauty and goodness and luxury, was closing him to impressions of beauty and luxury and learning. This he never knew in him. He did not know his kind of a mind had never any relation to experience excepting as a beginning. When his mind was working, he was shut off from experiencing, such being the way a mind works in this kind of being. And so this one was baffling. No one would ever expect one person, one man or one woman, would have in the completest form all the parts of a kind of being, and so this one was baffling. There was complete contradiction in him, and yet he was all of one kind of being. This one then was baffling, and for a long time this one was not a whole one to me. And then I understood the meaning in him. He had it in him all the qualities of this kind of being that was in any of these 10 that I have said all had in them this kind of being. This is very clear to me now. Now I am not any longer puzzling about this one. This is not very clear yet in my telling. This will be clearer when I have told of the loving being in this one. There are many ways of having loving feeling. This one that I am now describing had loving feeling in every kind of way anyone having the kind of being common to these 10 could have it in her or in him. Each kind of being has then its own way of loving, of having loving feeling, of having it and having it to themselves as themselves acting in it. This one, the one I am now describing, had it in every way this one's kind of being can have it. Those having this kind of being have, as I was saying, much nervous being that is not energy in them as attacking being, as loving, though it is very much like repressed active being or repressed loving being. But it is not that in them. This so far is clear to me. I am telling all this now when it is still a little a puzzle to me. So then this one had all the ways of having loving being this kind of them can have it in them. Mostly, this kind in men and women have a good deal of loving being in them, though in many of them it does not in them come to loving any man or any woman, for, as I was saying, attacking being is not active in them. And in many of them, loving being is just there in them, being there in them as nervous being is in them, which is not attacking energy in them. Generally, then, in this kind of them, although there is much loving being in them, it does not express itself in loving any particular one until some particular one, having very strongly being in them, enormously stimulating these, makes the loving being in them active to loving that one. It is not, and this is very important to know in them and to remember of them, to understand this kind of them, it is not that loving being is not awakened in them. It is very lively in most of this kind of them in every moment of the living of this kind of them. There is not restraint in this kind of them. It is that this kind of them are of the attacking kind in men and women, and attacking activity is not active in them. This is now clear in them, in the loving in them, in the thinking in them, in the practical living in them. It is clear to me now of them. I am not now any longer in a puzzle about them. Perhaps sometime it will be clear to some other one from the description I have been giving of them. So then that is loving women in them, loving men in them. But this is not the only loving feeling in them. These have in them another kind of loving feeling in them, affection for goodness and beauty and nobility in everything and in men and in women, and an affection for the feeling of being able to feel inside them, loving for luxury and extravagance and sinning. I am now describing this in them now, when it is still a little a puzzle to me. Perhaps it will be clearer to me. Now I will tell it as clearly as I know it. I will tell it, a little confusing it as I tell it, for it is so that I now know it. Sometime I will know more of it. Then I will certainly tell more of it. They have then this kind of them. They have much affectionate being in them, not emotional affection in them, but affection like the kind of thinking being there is in them, to making of something they were experiencing as important to them a principle in them to be always in them. Sometimes this is affection for someone, some kind of thing, for goodness, nobility and virtue and beauty and luxury and sinning and succeeding in living by doing anything. In such a one, then, one of this kind of them, affection, that is like a moral principle in them, can be for any or some or all of these things that I have been naming. And then it is with these, then, as in their living, as I have described it in them, affection for any of these things is a constant thing in them, as constant as the ruling principle they embrace with their minds for living after having rationalized it from some experiencing. So then these 10 of this kind of them all have in them the kind of loving being this kind of them have as their natural way of being. They have, most of them, very much loving being, but they have not attacking as active in them, though they are of the attacking kind of being, and so all of them, to get it as attacking in them, the loving being in them, have to have strongly stimulation. Mostly all of them have much loving being always in them, and mostly always everyone who ever knows any one of them knows this in them. But mostly always, as I was saying, they need very strong stimulation in the being in the other one to make it an attacking thing in them. It is not repressed in them. It is not dormant in them. It is there as evident in them to everyone who knows any one of them as is the nervous being in them that is not attacking energy in them. They have then all of them, some more, some less in them, but mostly all of this kind of them, a good deal of such kind of loving being in them. They have in them much affection in them, mostly all of them, and this is in them like the thinking being in them, like the rationalizing some experience they have chosen and then made into a conviction, like a moral principle. These then do this with a feeling for anyone, with a feeling for anything, any feeling that has convinced them. They make this then, this kind of them, into a conviction, and they are not often getting for this new experiencing, just as they are not in working and thinking in relation to experience as a continuous thing in living. This is clear then to someone. It is clear now to me, and now I tell it, knowing it now to clearly understand it. The one of the 10 of them that I have been describing had all these kinds of ways of having loving feeling strongly in him in his living, and so this one was perplexing. Now I will finish up this one. Now I will tell of my learning this one, of this one coming to be a whole one to me. This one was for a long time baffling to me. I was telling everyone of this one when this one was still a very baffling one to me. Now this one is mostly all clear to me inside me. This one is now a whole one to me. This is the way I learned this one, so that this one was a whole one to me. As I was saying, everyone always is repeating the whole of them. As I was saying, sometimes it takes many years of hearing the repeating in one before the whole being is clear to the understanding of one who has it as being to love repeating, to know that always everyone is repeating the whole of them, to have it that sometime each one is a whole one to that one. This, then, the way I am now describing learning this one, this, then, is one of the ways, then, that such a one who has it as being to love repeating, to know that always everyone is repeating the whole of them, comes to a completed understanding of everyone. This, then, is now a little a description of the way I learned this one, so that this one is a whole one to me. Now I will finish up this one. Now I will tell of my learning this one, of this one coming to be a whole one inside me. This one was a long time perplexing to me, because this one was very evidently made up of only one kind of being, and yet always there were absolute contradictions in his being. There is a kind of being, say, in 10 men. Each one of these 10 have the kind of being that is common to all the 10 of them in him as being more emphasized in one direction than in the other direction. For instance, in this kind of being that I have been just describing, one of these 10 will have the being in him so that there is in him much more strongly affection for succeeding in living than for other things in him. Another will have the being in him so that the loving women is most strongly in him. Someone will have the being in him so that rationalizing, logical thinking will be the strongest thing in him. Some of them will have the being in them so that in each one of them the having the thing they have made a moral conviction, as moral conviction to perhaps almost fanaticism, as the strongest thing in her or in him. This may be in one of these as a conviction of denying, of skepticism, of opportunism, of socialism, of monarchism, of irreligion, of anything. There are some, then, of this kind of them, that have the power of experiencing strong affection for beauty or luxury or truth as strongest in them. In each one of these, all the other things in this kind of being are in them, but mostly in all of them, there is one part of this kind of being that is strongest in them. This one that I have been just describing was different in this from these others that I have been just mentioning. This one had mostly everything of this kind of being as equal in strength in him. This one said of himself that he had a slow mind. This one had a good mind and ran himself with this mind. This one had a capacity for profound, poignant, affectionate, intuitive experiencing of beauty in him. This one was running himself by his mind, and so often was shutting himself off from experiencing, his mind not letting him feel beauty in anything that his mind was not already rationally admitting as a thing to be so experiencing. This one then had the affection for truth and nobility and loyalty and made of them a moral conviction. This one had the affection for luxury and succeeding in living and being a superior being, and this one made of these things a moral conviction. This one had wanting loving women in him, and this one had protecting them as a moral conviction. This with loving luxury and succeeding in living, and truth and loyalty and courage, and having in him the quality of not having attacking being as active in him, not having loving as attacking in him. All this made this one very confusing. This one then was perplexing. Slowly it came to me to know it to be true of him that he had not, as this one thought he had, a slow developing mind in him. The mind in him was slow only because it went on logically working when all the actual learning had been done by this one as experiencing. And it seemed slow because this one, believing that his mind was developing things for him, let this mind run him and keep him from poignant experiencing. And so this one was to himself a person slowly developing himself and everything in him, and this was not true of him. He was slow-minded to himself then, not because he had any slow-minded resisting being in him, but because his mind was just doing with rationalizing what this one had already done with experiencing. This then led to bad things in this one in developing for this one more and more believing in his mind as slowly developing in himself and slowly developing learning. Let himself be run by it himself, and his mind was not as fine an instrument as his experiencing, and so running himself by his mind was not for this one a true way of developing. For some of this kind of them, it is the true way of developing. For this one of them, it was not the true way of developing. It is now a little clear perhaps to someone how this one was perplexing to me to make of this one a whole one. Always this one was then a puzzle to me. Two things then made this one clear to me. The knowing that his mind was not a slow, steadily developing thing, the recognition that although there was only one kind of being in this one, it was not a unified thing in him. It was not unified in him, as I found out by more thinking about this one, because this one had all the parts of the kind of being that was his kind of being equally strongly in him, and that then could not be a unified one, for there was nothing making a bottom, and so then this one was clear to me. This one was then a whole one to me. This one then was such a one as I have been describing. Now to give a little description of one who was of the resisting kind of being and had a different kind of complication from that in this one I have just been describing, but one who also had only one kind of being in him. This one was one of the kinds in men and women that have resisting being in them. As I was saying when I was describing resisting being, those having resisting being in them, can have this being in them in various ways, depending on the conditions, so to be speaking, of the substance in them, the substance that is them. This one that I am now beginning a little to tell about to make the fifth one of the six that I am now describing in this explaining of the way natures are and are mixed up in men and women, this one had in him resisting being, and one kind of resisting being only in him, and not any other kind of nature in him. This one was perplexing, too, to everyone, but this one was perplexing mostly to everyone for a different reason from that in the case of any of the others that I have been describing. This one was perplexing to everyone by reason of his failing to succeed in living, and this in this one was perplexing to everyone that ever came to know this one. This is now a little a history, a little an explanation of this one, a little a description of learning to understand the being in this one. This one was then of the resisting kind in men and women, but, as I was saying, sometimes it is not easy to know it in one, whether the being in that one is of the resisting kind in them or of the attacking kind in them. This is now perhaps to someone a little clearer in the way I know it in men and women from the description I have just been giving of a kind of them that have attacking being more or less as static in them. It is not then always easy, even after much knowing of someone, to know whether the being in that one is attacking or resisting in them. As I was saying, resisting being in someone is in such a thin layer in them that reaction in them is as quick in them as in those having attacking being in them. In some, as I was saying, those have resisting being in them have this in them as a mass dry in the center and only actively penetrable for reaction by them of the surface of the being in them. In these, then, resisting being may be very quick being. In some of such of them, it may be almost brilliantly quick being in them, but mostly in those of them that are brilliantly quick, the central portion of them is not dead dry in them. It is living enough in them to give meaning to the clever, quick surface reaction in them. This is very clear to my feeling. This is very clear in my knowing of this kind in men and women. This must then sometimes be clearly made into a description. I am now beginning again to make a description of this kind of being in men and women. There are then many millions always living, having resisting being, in whom the resisting solid massive being in each one of them is not acting, and so such of them never in their living are slow in their thinking or their working. In such of them, the part in them that is active in them is the surface of this being, and this gives to such of them clever thinking and being. There are all varieties in this kind of them, as there are in all the kinds of them, in all the resisting kinds of them, in all the attacking kinds of them. I am always feeling each kind of them as a substance, darker, lighter, thinner, thicker, muddier, clearer, smoother, lumpier, granularer, mixeder, simpler like every kind there is of earth or of anything, and always I am feeling in each one of them their kind of stuff as much in them, as little in them, as all of a piece in them, as lumps in them held together, sometimes by parts of the same, sometimes by other kinds of stuff in them, and always, sooner or later, for each one I am feeling, the stuff in them acting in them, and so sometime each one I am ever knowing comes to be made of something really existing that is them, and each one of them sometime, then, is to me a kind of stuff that all of a certain kind of men and a certain kind of women have in them as the material in them, that is bottom nature in them, that is other nature or natures in them. Each one then sometime comes to be to me made out of a real something that always is there acting, and that is that one, and sometime then I really know that one. I really understand the meaning of the being in that one. The one I am now beginning to describe a little, for there will not be here now much description of this one. This one was of the resisting kind of them, and there was in this one clever being, for this one was of the kind of them I have been just describing. The central mass in this one, the slower, fairly clear brown, not completely dry mass in him was not so active in him as the surface of the mass in him that was quickly, cleverly reacting. But in this one, this caused trouble in him, that the central mass was not quite dry in him. In some places, the central mass was profoundly active, and this made a complication in this one that made it that this one was not successful in living. And this is very, very interesting. And this is now a description of this one, in which description there will be a mingling of the history of this one, of the description of the being in this one, of the learning by some to understand the meaning of the being in this one. This one, as I was saying, never really succeeded in living, and that was surprising to everyone, for this one was very clever and quick and energetic. This one had really a quality of bottom thinking. This one was strong in keeping going at working, and always this one was not succeeding in living, was not really succeeding in anything. Always this one, though always this one was working steadily and sometimes very cleverly, this one never really finished anything. Always this one was capable of real thinking, and always this one was never understanding anything in himself or in anyone. And always this one knew it in him that he was failing. Always this one had an exalted nature in him, and always this one was not in any way petty in his being, and always this one was always failing in being decently good to anyone. Always then this one was failing in living, and this was perplexing him, and perplexing to everyone that ever came to know this one, that ever came to think about this problem. This was the history of him. The being in him was, as I was saying, resisting being, and this one had in him only the one kind of being. That was the bottom nature in him. There was not in him any other nature or natures of any other kind of being in him. And in this one was like the last one I was describing. This one was very different, though, from the last one I was describing, for this one had not all the being in him possible to the kind of being that was his kind of being. This one had, however, certain parts of the kind of being in him that were natural parts of his kind of being, that without other parts of that being in him made a fundamental contradiction in his being, and this was the meaning of the being in this one. To begin again, then, with thinking of a mass of being of the resisting substance very active at the surface and active inside toward the center only here and there, this was the being in this one, and this caused the trouble in this one. Always, then, this one had in him active, in him, isolated spots in the central resisting mass in him. These were in him as the conceptions that were the starting in him of various schemes of working. Mostly, the actual working in him was done by the quick, clever surface of him. Always then, these central live spots in the whole mass of him would be reacting to all the massive work the surface of him had been doing, and there was not enough self-consciousness in him to know that it was a poorer kind of work than he had wanted that he had been doing, and it was to him only that time he had not succeeded in doing the work he had been planning, and he must just begin again. So it went on with him, and so he never was finishing anything, and the two kinds of activity of the being in him, being that they were of the same kind of being in him, never came to struggle together in him. They just went on in him, and so he never was succeeding in his living. He never was succeeding in anything. He never could finish anything with all his steady, energetic, patient working. So then when someone has in her or in him separate pieces active of the one kind of being in them, and not adjusted so that one is dominating, or when, as in the last one I was describing, someone has all the pieces possible of one kind of being equally active in him, such a one can never really come to a completely self-conscious being. Such a one may be successful in living, but such a one never has in him a unified being. Mostly such a one has not in him any struggling of the pieces with each other in him. Of this last I am not yet absolutely certain. The meaning of the being in this last one came to some who had often at moments thought about this one. Mostly no one puzzled about this one. Failing in living in this one, though succeeding in living could have come to this one, to everyone, had something about it curiously, inevitably, to anyone who ever came to know this one. And so, as I was saying, mostly no one really puzzled about this one. One day, some were thinking about the queer history of this one, and they began to think about a specific case in which this one had not finished something, and then it came to be clear to them, for they realized then that this one always was planning and criticizing his complete work with the chunks of slow, solid central intelligence and feeling in this one. And always this one was working with the surface of this one, and this one was not self-conscious ever to criticize his way of working, only to criticize the specific result he had been achieving. And so this one always had to be beginning again, and this was then the history of this one. Sometime perhaps there will be written a complete history of this one. Sometime perhaps there will be written a complete history of everyone. Now, to give one little additional example, there will be very little telling about this one. This one was different from the two last ones I have been describing. This one had a mixing of natures in him, and very little in him of each of the kind of natures in him. There was, as a bottom being in him, a kind of resisting being. This one had as bottom being rather turgid resisting being. This one had not much bottom being in him, not much of this rather turgid resisting being in him. This one had such a kind of bottom being in him, enough of it in him to be always evident in him to anyone really looking at him. This one had other natures mixed up in him with this bottom nature of him in him. There was then not so very much bottom nature in him. All that there was of it was of this quite turgid, between sodden resisting and engulfing resisting being. There was enough of this in him as a bottom nature to him, so that everyone really looking hard at him knew this in him. It was in this way, by looking at him and so understanding, that one knowing this one knew the bottom nature there in this one. There were then other natures in this one. There was in this one, mixed up with a bottom nature in this one, two other kinds of natures in this one. One, a kind of resisting being, one, a kind of attacking being. The kind of resisting being that was in him was of the kind that I was describing in the first of these 6 that I'm now finishing. It was a kind of smooth, dark, very thick, engulfing being that has with it, as a way of being, much complete vanity and separation from contact with anyone, and much needing of indolence and elegance and luxury to make life a pleasant thing for such a one. Elegance and luxury is a need for such a one. The kind of attacking being there was in this one was of the kind that I have been just describing in the one before the last one I have been describing. This being gave to this one I am now describing an affection for all beauty in living and in being. It gave to this one that in the beginning of his conscious living, this one had embraced as a conviction the need of steady, unexalted, slightly ambitious working. This one, having the rationalizing mind of the kind of attacking being that was one of the natures in him, this one then knew very early in his living that loving a beautiful life and needing elegant luxury for pleasant living and yielding to these things in him would soon lead him to be dominated by the bottom being of him, the sodden resisting mixed with engulfing resisting bottom being in him, and this would lead him so that sooner or later the beautiful life would be turned by him into an ugly one. This one dimly then knew this in him. This one, as I was saying, had mixed up in him the kind of attacking being that has it to be rationally minded and ambitious of succeeding in living, and having a power of it making itself into a lifelong resolution, and a carrying of it out completely during a whole living, as if it were the natural way of being in him, an instinctive being in him, the kind of living best suited to the purposes rationally embraced by such a one. This one, then, that I am describing, knew that steady, unexalted working, which was not to this one the whole natural way of being, was the only way of living for this one, to keep this one from making ugly, beautiful, elegant, luxurious being that was in him, and that, in this working, this one must not wait for the stimulation of experiencing. Working must go on in him always, and experiencing and needing elegant luxury and the bottom being in him must just be there acting while always this one was working. Always this one was succeeding fairly well in living. Perhaps later this one would not succeed so well in living. Perhaps this one would be more and more worn out with his working. Perhaps this is what would happen to such a one. This is a description of one who had it in him to not be able to have a beautiful, elegant, luxurious life in living, because then later the bottom being in this one would make the beautiful life an ugly one. This one then lived by energized conviction in the attacking kind of being there was in him mixed with the other being in him. This one then was one that one could know the bottom being of him by looking at him. Mostly in his living he was working by energized conviction. Sometimes he would be worn out, and then he would be not succeeding very well in living, but the balance of natures in him would be in him as it had been always in his living. There was not then in this one any active struggle of the natures in him. But keeping them so balanced in him, although it was not an effort in him for energized vocation of working, was as naturally active as all the other kinds of being that were in him, that being the peculiarity of the type of attacking being that this one had in him. The keeping them so balanced in him was wearing, not to him, for it was not an effort in him, but was wearing to his whole being. His whole being would wear itself out by excessive, spontaneous equilibration, and so this one more and more then would be not successful in living, but always up to the ending of the acting living in this one, the equilibration of natures in him would be what I have been describing. Here ends, then, the describing of the learning of the natures in the being of 6 kinds in men and women. Now then, to begin again the history of Martha Hersland, and of everyone she ever knew in living. Always there will be here, writing a description of all the kinds of ways there can be seen to be kinds of men and women. There will be here then written the complete history of everyone Martha Hersland ever came to know in her living, the fundamental character of everyone, the bottom natures in them, the other natures in them, the mixtures in them, the strength and weakness of everything they have inside them. Now then, to begin again with a few men and women, and now to begin those of them as beginning. Now to begin again the history of Martha Hersland, to give a history of her as beginning. Then to go on with the history of Martha Hersland and of everyone she ever came to know in her living. Now to begin with the beginning of the living of Martha Hersland. Now to begin the description of the being in Martha Hersland in her beginning. Sometime there will be a complete telling of all young living, feeling, talking, thinking, being. Some have their real being to themselves in young living. Some do not have it then to themselves in them. Later there will be a description of all the kinds of ways there are of feeling themselves in young being. This is now some description of being, of men and women in their beginning, when they are children. They have then ways of being resembling to each other that some of them lose in their later living. There will be now some description of Martha Hersland in her beginning. Soon now there will be much description of the being in men and women when they are young, when they are children, when they are babies, when they are growing into young men and young women. There will be then soon much description of the being coming out of them then as repeating, then when they are beginning, when they are babies and children, and then growing into men and women. This will soon be a description of many men and women in beginning, the being young in them, the being children. This is now a beginning of a description of the being in Martha Hersland as beginning. In some, the nature in them is clearer when they are very young, in some, when they are young, in some, when they are not so young, in some, when they are old ones. Always, in each one, it is there repeating. Sometimes someone knows it in each one. Sometimes someone will know it in every one that one is ever knowing. Sometime there will be a history of all young living, feeling, talking, thinking, being. Some have their real being in young living. Some do not have it then in them. Later there will be a history of all of them. One little boy does something to another little boy who does not like it. He shows no sign of reacting to it, the little boy who does not like it. He seems not to know, and then not to remember to be angry with it. His reaction is so slow to it. Then he hits out, and often the first little boy is surprised at it. This often happens when one little boy does something to another little boy who does not like it. This is the way many little boys do it, and they are of many kinds, the little boys who do this when some other little boy, some little girl, someone does something and they do not like it. This is then the way many little boys do it. This is the way that some little girls do it. One little girl, one little boy, someone, many do something to a little girl who does not like it. She shows just then no sign of reacting to it, the little girl who does not like it. She is not angry. She seems not to remember then to be angry. Her reaction is not there then to it. Then she does something violent to show it, and often then the one that did something to that little girl is surprised at it. That one then has forgotten all about it. This very often happens when a little girl, when a little boy, when someone does something to a little girl who does not like it. This is then the way many little boys and little girls do something when someone does something and they do not like it. They are of many kinds, the little boys and little girls who do something in this way when someone has done something and they have not liked it. Some women and some men do this way in their later living. Many little boys and many little girls do this way when they are very little ones, and then later they change. It changes in them the way to do it, the way to act to anyone who does something and they do not like it. Some have their real being in young living. Some do not have it then in them. Now there will be a description of some who have and some who have not their real being in young living. There are many then little boys and little girls who have the way of acting I have been just describing when someone does something to them, and these then do not like this thing that one has been doing, has done to them. As I was saying, someone does something to some little one who does not like it. The little one then shows no sign of reacting to this thing, the little one that does not like it. The little one shows then no feeling. The little one then is not remembering. The little one then does some violent thing to the one that has done the thing the little one was not liking. The other one then has forgotten and is surprised at the violent action of the little one. This often happens when one little one, when someone, does something to a little one, and that little one does not like that thing. As I was saying, this is often happening. As I was saying, there are many little ones who have this way of acting when anyone has done something they have not been liking. As I was saying, there are many kinds of little ones who have this kind of way of acting when someone had done something they were not then liking. This is then a very common way of acting. There are then many little ones who have this way of acting when someone has done something they were not liking. So then there are many kinds who can have this way of acting when they are little ones, many kinds of men and women. As I was saying, some have their real being in young living. Some do not have it then in them. As I was saying, in some the nature in them is clearer when they are very young. in some when they are young, in some when they are not so young, in some when they are older or ending. Always in each one it is there and repeating. As I was saying, this way of acting that I have been just describing can be in various kinds of men and women when they are little ones, when they are in beginning. There are very many little ones that have such a way of acting when someone has been doing something they have not been liking. In some, it is from the being in them. In some, it is from being in beginning then in them. Some have their real being showing in young living. Some do not have it showing very clearly in them then. Always, in each one, it is then there repeating. Always, in every one sometime, it is clear to someone. There are then many kinds of men and women who have the kind of way of acting I have been just describing when they are little ones. Some of such of them have attacking being in them as bottom being in them. Some of such of them have resisting being in them as their natural way of fighting. This is not very clear then from the action in them when someone has done something they have not been liking. There must be always a description of every way someone can think of men and women, in their beginning, in their middle living, in their ending. There must be always an expression of every way someone can feel kinds in men and women, in their beginning, in their middle living, in their ending. Everyone has their own way of seeing everyone they come to know in their living. Always then, all this makes a completed history of everyone. Everyone then has their own way of seeing everyone. Everyone has some that are more complicated to them than other ones. To some, everyone is or is not a man or woman in their beginning, in their middle living, in their ending, like every other one. Some say of someone they are seeing, he is like every other one. Some have a very different feeling seeing this one. Everyone has some way of making kinds in men and women. Everyone finds someone sometime confusing. Not easy to be certain of the kind that one is then. Mostly everyone sometime comes to a decision about each one. Some come very nearly to never deciding about someone. Some find it harder to decide about children, what kind of being they have in them. Some about men, some about women, some about many, some about almost everyone, some about almost no one. There are then many ways of feeling, of thinking men and women in their beginning, in their middle living, in their ending. Some are very confusing to some, others very confusing to others. Some because of their being, some because of their training, some because of their ambition, some because of the activity, some because of the quietness in them, some because of the nature in them being in beginning, some because of the nature in them being complete in them, some because of the nature in them being coming to an ending. Each one sometime is a whole one in them. Each one sometime is a whole one to someone, to themselves inside them, to someone knowing them, sometime in their living. This coming together of them to be one inside them, in some comes to be in them in the beginning of their living, in some in the middle of their living, in some at the ending of their living. They come together inside them to be a whole one in them, sometime, mostly everyone. Some come together to be one in them in different kinds of ways, in different times in living. Some seem to come together and are not really together then. Some really come together as one and come together really sometime as another whole one inside them. Mostly when someone has come together to someone, it makes that one more or less interesting than that one was before to the one knowing that one. To some then the one that has come together to be a whole by reason of having come together is then no longer interesting. The mystery of that one is then ended to the one knowing that one as a whole one. This is not very uncommon. Some are so uncertain in their kind of them, the kind that have the being that is them not very strongly in them, or else very thinly spread out in them, or rather vacant in them, or very mixed up in them. There are many that almost never really are a whole one inside them, or are a whole one that is almost without form and substance in them. And these then, when one knows this of them, these who then never come really to be a whole one to anyone, to themselves inside them, these then have not any interest to anyone as not being a whole one in them. Mostly those having it as possible to be really a whole one are interesting until they come together inside them to themselves or to someone. Mostly after that, they are to many that know them less interesting. Many after that coming together are more interesting to those that knew them. Mostly all of them, those becoming then more, those becoming then less interesting. In short, mostly all men and women coming to be a whole one inside them, and to those that know them, are more simply repeating themselves to everyone. Some, as I was saying, are more whole ones in them when they are little ones, some when they are young ones, when they are beginning their living, than they are any other time in their living. Some and many men and women are of this kind of them, are more entirely the whole ones in them and to every one in their middle living. Some in the ending of their being are really whole ones to themselves and to others for the first time in their living. End of section 23, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 29th, 2024. Section 24 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 24. This coming together in them to be a whole one is a strange thing in men and women. Sometimes someone is very interesting to someone, very, very interesting to someone, and then that one comes together to be a whole one, and then that one is not any more at all interesting to the one knowing that one. That one then is shrunken by being a whole one. Some have not that happen to them by being a whole one. Some are richer then. All are solider then to those knowing them when they come together inside them. It is very strange, this coming together to be a whole one. As I was saying, some come together as different whole ones in different times in their living. Some seem to come together inside them, but this is not real in them. Some, by their thinking, by their living, come together as a richer whole one than could have been expected from them. Often there is some little thing in someone those knowing that one are hardly noticing, and that keeps that one from coming together until that one in his being has come to be richer than anyone knowing that one ever expected to be in his being. Sometimes someone has something in them that seems not important being in them, and that keeps them open to growing, and that one comes together then later as a richer whole one than anyone knowing that one thought ever to find that one. And then there are very many of them that lose rich being with losing their younger living. There are many that lose it with losing a certain kind of stimulation. There are many that have a covering of passion, of emotion, of quick or slow reaction to everything. That covers them, and sometime, to someone, they come together to be a whole one without that covering. Sometime to everyone, inside them they come together to be a whole one without anyone then feeling the covering on them, which is not lively then in its active being, and such a one may then be very disappointing. Such a one is a dry whole one, when everyone knowing that one felt that one a rich whole, until that one came together as a dry whole one. And so on and so on. The ways of coming together are many and interesting, more and more to everyone. Everyone sometimes is a whole, mostly everyone sometime comes together in them as a whole one. Some, as I was saying, almost never come together in them as a whole one. Some of such a kind of them are then not any longer interesting when it is almost certain of them that they will not come together in them ever to be a whole one inside them. Some of such of them keep on being tantalizing because they come so nearly again and again to be whole ones inside them. This, then, of coming to be whole ones sometimes in them, which is sometime in mostly all men and women, this is very interesting. Some, as I was saying, never come really to be a whole one inside them, not at any time in their living, not in their beginning, not in their middle living, not in their ending. These are of many kinds. Some have it that they never come to be a whole one in them because they are made of little lumps of one kind of being held together or separated from each other as one comes to feel it in them, the lumps in them from each other by other kind of being in them. Sometimes by other kind of being in them that is almost the complete opposite of the lumps in them. Some because the lumps are melting always into the surrounding being that keeps the lumps from touching. In some, because the kind of being in them is spread out so thin in them that everything they have learned, that they like to be in living, all reaction to everything interesting in them has really nothing to do in them with a thin spread being in them. There are other ones who have many kinds of being in them, and none ever really dominating. And there are many kinds of ways of being, so that at no time really such a one is a whole one in them. But really, mostly every one sometime comes together in them to be a whole one in some part of their living, sometimes earlier in their living in loving or in working, and then later in their living in natural development of themselves settling in them. There are many ways of disguising the whole being in each one. Some have a stronger disguise in their beginning than in their middle living or in their ending. Soon now there will be some discussing of the disguising of whole being in young living. Some, as I was saying, never come to be whole ones inside them. Some are always whole ones, though the being in them is all a mushy mass with a skin to hold them in and so make one. Such a one is a whole one, and of such a one I am now beginning a description. These others I have been describing that have it in them to be made some of lumps of one kind of being held together by other kind of being in them, some where all the kinds of being are mingling in them, some where there are little lumps of being and none of them connected with the other lumps that are part of them, and all the other kinds of them that never have it in them to be a whole one inside them, not at any time in their living, though they may be active enough in living. These, then, all of them are very different from the one I am now beginning describing. This one, the one I am now beginning describing, was of the independent, dependent kind of them. This one was of that kind of them, the independent, dependent kind of them, the mass that in the different kinds of them was worked into different concentrations to make them. This one, then, that I am now describing, and always there are many existing like this one then was a whole one, and all those having independent, dependent being have the kind of material being that is the whole of this one. Sometime there will be a description of a complete, undifferentiated one that is of the dependent, independent kind of them. Now there will be a little description of this one, a completely undifferentiated, independent, dependent one. And then there will be a description of how Martha Hersland was made like this one, only more concentrated in her being. And then there will be the history of the beginning of being in Martha Hersland. This one, then, this one that is a whole one, a mushy mass of independent, dependent being, with a skin holding it together from flowing away from this one, holding it together to make of this a whole one. This one, then, is a real one, and always there are many living just like this one in their being, though each one of them is a whole one, separate and yet very resembling the one to the other one, and each one is an individual one to themselves, and each one is a whole one. This one, then, is a whole one, is all of one kind of one, and all of it in this one, the being in this one, is of the same consistency and concentration. This one is of the independent, dependent kind of being. This one always is and was and will be a whole one, always in this one's beginning, in this one's middle living, in this one's ending, always this one was a whole one, the same kind of whole one from the being a baby to the being a dying and dead one. Always this one is a whole one, and this is now some description of this one. It is interesting to see the substance that is independent, dependent beings in so many ways, in so many kinds of men and women. It is interesting to see this substance that has so many kinds of ways of being in many kinds in men and women. It is interesting to see it completely fluid in this one, to see all its activities in this one. Sometimes it is an uncomfortable feeling to know it so well from this one when one is knowing some kinds of men and women having in them independent, dependent being. Sometimes it makes one turn away from seeing the being in some so that one will not know it too clearly in them that they have in them independent, dependent being, and that is the being in the one I am now beginning to be describing. Independent, dependent being is the being in the one I am now beginning describing. There will not be here now much description of this one. There will be here now a little description of this one, and how this one was a whole always in all the living of this one, in the beginning, in the middle living, in the ending of this one. There will be a very little description now of this one, and then a real beginning of Martha Hersland, who is of the independent, dependent kind of them. This one then was, as I was saying, always a whole one. This one was a whole one always, a whole one because there was only one kind of being in this one, always in the same lax condition, and with a skin to separate it from the world around this one. This made of this one a whole one. This one is very existing to my feeling. This one is of the independent, dependent kind of them. This one was always a whole one. This one, all her living, was repeating the whole being there was in this one, and it was all always completely there to everyone, the whole being in this one. To everyone who ever knew this one, always there to everyone when this one was a baby or a little one, or a young girl or a young woman, or a woman in her middle living, or in her ending. There are always very, very many women, very many men like this one, always existing. This one was and is and will be always a real one to everyone that ever knew or knows or will come to know this one. This one is a real one in herself and to everyone. This one is of the independent, dependent kind of them. This one, all her living, was always a complete one, and everyone always knew the whole being of this one. This is now some description of this one. This one is then of the independent, dependent kind of them. This one is all independent, dependent being in solution. Of this one now I will give a very little description. This one is all independent, dependent being in solution. This is now a little description of this one of the independent, dependent kind of them. One always, all her living, always a whole one being independent, dependent being in solution. One being all her living, always of the same concentration of being. The same whole one, when this one was a baby, a young one, an older one, and then an old one, and then dying, and then no longer one, and always then there are others like this one. Always there are many, many millions of every kind of men and women, and this makes many stories very much realer, there being so many always of the same kind of them. It makes it realer than when in a story there are 12 women all alike and 100 men all alike, and a man and a woman completely resembling the one to the other one of them, and always then it makes circuses more interesting, for always then each one doing something in a circus is a kind of men or women, and each one is completed, concentrated at the moment each one has the music stopped, and does the hard thing one has been preparing all his life, and that makes a living for that one, makes the living of that one. This is then very interesting, and always circuses more and more are interesting to anyone interested in kinds in men and women. And now to begin again with this one, the one that was of the independent-dependent kind of them, that was all independent-dependent being in a flabby state of being, that was always a whole one, for this one had a skin that held this one from flowing over everything, and that made this one a whole one, that made this one an individual one, as everyone is, whoever is a man or woman, and so then this one is a real one. And now there will be of this one here now a very little description. This one was then once a very little one, a baby, and then a little one, and then a young girl, and then a woman, and then older, and then later there was an ending to her, and that was the history of this one. This one always was the same one to herself and to everyone when she was a very little one, a baby, and then a little one, and then a bigger one, and then a very considerably bigger one, and then a sick one, and then no longer one. This one was always the same whole one to herself and to everyone when she was a very little one. Then when she was a little one, when she was then a bigger, when she was a very considerably bigger one, and then when she was just continuing, and then when she was ending and dying. This one always then was the same one. Sometimes she was bigger than at other times, sometimes she was fatter, sometimes she was sicker, sometimes she had children around her. Always she was held together to be one, to be a whole one, by the skin of her. Always she was of the independent-dependent kind of them. Always this was all the history of her. In some, the nature in them is clearer when they are very young. In some, when they are young. In some, when they are not so young. In some, when they are getting older. In some, when they are old ones. This one was always to everyone the same one. This one always was the same one. When this one was a little one, a very little one, an older one, a very old one, always this one was the same one. Always this one was all independent, dependent being in solution. Knowing this one completely is then a very important thing. Knowing this one completely will make it easier to know all of the men and women having in them independent, dependent being. All the kinds there are of independent, dependent kinds in men and women. This one then was in the beginning a little baby, and then a little girl, and then a woman, and always everyone knew all the being in this one. The being that was never changing in concentration or in action. This one was a flabby mass of independent, dependent being held together by the skin surrounding, for so this one had individual being. This one then was one that had this meaning, the being all independent, dependent being in possibility of formation. This one then was a very important one. There are always many millions of them living, and each one of them is held together as a whole one by the skin of each one. This one then is independent being in solution. As I was saying, those having independent, dependent being have attacking as their way of fighting, loving, winning. Resisting in such of them, as I was saying, is mostly in them stupid being. This is the natural being in them. This one was so slow always in her attacking that it mostly was resisting in her, as it mostly, the attacking being in this one, just was barely in motion. This one was of the independent, dependent kind of them. Attacking being was so slow in action that it made of this one a mass that was resisting, that was mostly all stupid being. This one was, as I was saying, of the independent, dependent kind of them. This one started somewhere into action. It all would be slowly wobbling, and so make what was attacking being, but anyone coming against this one would only be feeling it as a mass to stick in, and so think it as a mass resisting. Really, this one was of the independent-dependent kind of them. Really, this one had attacking as a way of fighting, as a way of loving. This one was a whole one because this one was held together by a skin, as I was saying. This one always was a whole one. When this one was a young one, a very young one, an older one, a very old one. This one was like many other men and women. This one was like many other men and women as having independent-dependent being. This one then was like very many other babies when this one was a baby too. This one was like many other children when this one was a child. This one was like many other young men and young women when this one was a young woman. This one was like many other men and women when this one was a woman. This one was like many other old men and old women when this one was an old woman. This one was different from all the others of them, for this one had her own skin, and so was separated from all the others of them that have or had or will have the same kind of being to make them. They, each one of them, are different from all the others of them like them, for each one, everyone, has their own skin that cuts them off from all the other ones, and so each one, even of this kind of them, are individual ones, whole ones to themselves and to everyone. This one was like many, very many, men and women. This one was like all of them that have in them independent-dependent being, that have in them anything of independent-dependent being. This one then is interesting. Knowing this one is then an important thing. I know this one very completely in the whole being of this one. This one is then the simplest form of independent-dependent being. Everyone having in them anything of independent-dependent being is connected with this one then by the being in that one and by the being in this one. This is then now the beginning of really knowing independent-dependent being in everyone ever having in them any of such being. More and more there will be much description of independent-dependent being. More and more I will know more of independent-dependent being. More and more there will be more understanding in everyone of independent-dependent being. Some have their real being in them in young living. Some do not have it then in them. Now there will be some description of young living in some. Some have their real being in them in very young living. Some do not have it then in them. Now there will be a little description of very young living in one. This one, and the one I am now beginning describing, is Martha Hersland, and this is a little story of the acting in her of her being in her very young living. This one was a very little one then, and she was running, and she was in the street, and it was a muddy one, and she had an umbrella that she was dragging, and she was crying. "I will throw the umbrella in the mud," she was saying. She was very little then. She was just beginning her schooling. "I will throw the umbrella in the mud," she said, and no one was near her, and she was dragging the umbrella, and bitterness possessed her. "I will throw the umbrella in the mud," she was saying, and nobody heard her. The others had run ahead to get home, and they had left her. "I will throw the umbrella in the mud," and there was desperate anger in her. "I have thrown the umbrella in the mud," burst from her. She had thrown the umbrella in the mud, and that was the end of it all in her. She had thrown the umbrella in the mud, and no one heard her as it burst from her. "I have thrown the umbrella in the mud." It was the end of all that to her. It is very hard telling from any incident in anyone's living what kind of being they have in them. Kinds in being is a subject that is very puzzling. Martha Hersland had independent-dependent being, but this that I have just been telling might have been in the living of a little one having independent-dependent being, might have been in the living of a little one having dependent-independent being, might have been in the living of a little one having a mixture in its being. This then was in the living of Martha Hersland when she was a little one. But as I was saying, it is very hard to know from anything in anyone's living the kind of being in them. Slowly, someone comes to know the being in someone. Slowly then now, everyone reading will know all the being in Martha Hersland. This is then a beginning. Some have the real being in their living, in their young living. Some do not have it then in them. Now there will be some description of young living in some. Sometime there will be a history of all young living, feeling, talking, thinking, being. Some have their real being mostly in their young living. Some do not have it then at all in them. Later there will be a history of all these, of everyone. There are many ways of making kinds in men and women when they are in their beginning, when they are children. They are then each one of them like some others, like some other children. They are each one of them something of themselves then, always somehow a little, some much, very much, themselves inside them, each one, and each one are like many other ones, many other children. There are many ways of making kinds in men and women in their beginning. There are many ways of making kinds in children. In each way of making kinds of them, there is a different system, a different way of feeling, a different way of thinking them as being resembling one to others of them. Martha Hersland, as I was saying, was of the independent, dependent kind of them. Martha knew in her early living a certain number of children. Some I have already been describing. Now there will be more history of some, more history of others of them. As I was saying, Martha was throwing the umbrella in the mud with angry feeling, as she was telling, and nobody was hearing. As I was saying, no one knowing this as having been Martha's way of acting then, when she was a little one, was filled full of angry feeling, with despairing feeling, with responsible feeling, with frightened feeling. No one then could be very certain of the kind of being Martha had in her. Not anyone could know then whether Martha was of the kind of them having attacking as their natural being, the kind of them having resisting as their natural being. Some have their real being in young living. Some do not have it then in them. In those having it then strongly in them, sometimes someone watching them can know it in them. Mostly it is harder to know it in them then in their beginning than in their later young living. Always it is a difficult thing. In some it is almost impossible in their beginning living to know the being in them. In some it is easy then. Now there will be a little description of young living in some. Knowing a map and then seeing the place and knowing then that the roads actually existing are like the map, to some is always astonishing and always then very gratifying. To some there is the same thing in living, and to such a one, seeing each one they are knowing as young ones and older ones and very old ones, and seeing them then as having in them the kind of being that hearing others talking and reading what others have written makes everyone know is the nature of human being. Knowing this then, in every one, at each period in them, is to some, as I was saying, astonishing, and then gratifying, is to some, as I was saying, knowing a place after knowing a map of such a place, is to some to their feeling an astonishment, and then a gratification. This is then always there, all their living in some. That is to say, these ones come to know in those of them that are of their own generation, not children being, though in some even that is known to them by hearing and reading, in other children around them, they being then children, in some of such of them then there is a self-consciousness then, enough to make them know then, even when they are children, children being. It comes to be more strongly in them then when they are young men and women. It comes to be to them then almost overwhelming as astonishment and gratification in their middle living to find themselves, and those of their own age around them, looking like men and women in their middle living, acting, living like men and women in their middle living. This is then to them very astonishing. To some it is gratifying, to some of such of them it is terrifying. They are then, they themselves and others around them, as they remember their fathers and their mothers when they themselves were children, this is then, as I say to many of such of them who have this in them, very astonishing, to some very gratifying, to some even terrifying, and there are then all kinds of feeling in between about this thing. This realizing is strongest in men and women of those around them of their own age and living, when they themselves are having in them then that living that is to them the thing they have known like a map of living, and then they know it in those around them of their own time of living, and in themselves then, and to many, very many, it is then astonishing, to some then gratifying, to some then almost terrifying, to some it is overwhelming then to know it really then inside, really completely then inside them, that all living is always repeating, that they are like everyone else who has or ever has had or ever will have in them middle living, like them in the way they are then in their looks, in their troubles with their health or happiness or working or children. It is to many then overwhelming that they know then that everything they have been hearing or reading about living is true of them, that they are in their middle living, that all those they are knowing of about the same age as they are themselves then are then also in that middle living, that they have known always from reading, from seeing, from hearing, and that is to many very astonishing. To some who have it in them to love repeating and living, very gratifying. To some who are beginning to be a little weary then, very satisfying. To many then almost or completely terrifying. This is then there the understanding of being in middle living in such a one. And then there is in such a one an understanding of men and women they are remembering, who were, when they knew them, in middle living. There is then in such of them a new realization of everyone, for everyone must have some time in them middle living. There are then many who have some time in them the feeling I have been describing with a map, and seeing the place, and knowing then the roads are really existing like the maps of them. This is to very many always, each time, astonishing. There are some who have then a feeling of knowing other children, knowing themselves, they themselves being then children, as being like the children they know from reading, from hearing people talking about being in children. Mostly, everyone does not know it in this way, the being in children. Many know it only from remembering themselves and others who were around them then, from knowing children, from knowing sometime everyone, from having children of their own, or from other ones around them having them, from knowing some in their later living whom they remembered as children, but did not realize then the being in them. Mostly everyone a little sometime in their living realized themselves and others as being like children, like men, like women they have come to know in reading or from hearing about them. There is then the knowing kinds in men and women from the character in them, the nature in them, the mind, the passion, the way of winning, working, loving, dying, having religion in them, the way of giving and the way of receiving, and the way of taking, and the way of accepting, and the way of escaping in them. There are many ways of knowing kinds in men and women from habits of training, of grammar, of playing and washing and working in them, and doing nothing. There are then many, very many ways of knowing kinds in men and women, from prettiness and ugliness in them, from ways of dressing, from all the ways they have of being, and then there are ways of knowing men and women as being in their beginning, as babies and children, and then being young grown men and women, and then men and women in their middle living, and then men and women in their ending. Some find it harder to decide about children what kind of being they have in them than about men and women as young men and women, than men and women as men and women in their middle living, as men and women in their ending. Some find it harder to know what kind of being they have in them the women, than the men, some find it harder to know what kind of being they have in them, the men, than the women. Some find it harder to know the being men and women have in them when they are young men and women than at any other time in their living. Some find it harder with men and women in their middle living than when the disposition in them is changing to middle living disposition, in many to impatient irritation. Some find it harder to know real being in men and women in their ending than when loving, feeling, religion have queer ways of showing in them. Always then, some are very confusing sometime to some. Mostly everyone has some way of making kinds in men and women. Mostly everyone finds someone sometimes confusing. Mostly everyone sometime finds someone very confusing, not easy then to be certain of the kind of being one has in her or in him. Mostly everyone comes to a decision sometime about the kind of being in each one. Some come very nearly to never deciding about someone. Some, as I was saying, find it harder about children, what being they have in them, about men and women when they are beginning, than at any other time in their living. Some have their real being in them in young living. Some do not have it then in them. Now there will be some description of young living in some. Now there will be some description of young living, feeling, talking, thinking, being. Some have their real being in young living. Some do not have it then in them. All have their real being in their young living to some. Not anyone has their real being in young living to some. To begin then with a little description of many ways of feeling being in young living, of feeling, thinking the being, understanding the being of men and women when they are in their beginning, when they are babies, when they are children, when they are growing into being young men and young women. To begin then again with a little description of feeling, thinking kinds in babies and in children, in understanding the being and kinds in being in men and women when they are in their beginning, when they are babies, when they are children. Some then are understanding kinds in children always. Some then have more feeling for kinds in children for being in children than for being in men and women, in grown-up men and women. Some find being in children more confusing, for to them the being in children is the being in men and women in beginning, and so to them children are confusing as being natures in beginning. Children are confusing and deceiving to many. These, then, are to some very difficult to knowing. The being in children is to some a very difficult thing to be understanding. The being in children is very confusing to anyone wanting to understand being in men and women. The being in children is then often very confusing. This is because being in beginning, the nature in them, is then almost hidden, or disguised, or uncertain, or changing, or too loudly in them. Children are then often very confusing, for they are often all of them doing the same thing, and the nature in them does not affect them. They have many of them then not their own way of eating, drinking, playing, laughing, crying, having angry feeling, kicking, screaming, loving, deceiving. Some have then their own individual way of doing, but mostly in children it is a general kind of action, a general kind of way of acting when anyone does anything to them, and they are not liking this thing someone has been doing to them. Always it is hard to know the real being in anyone from knowing things anyone has been doing. With children it is even more confusing. The same kind of acting is done by children that have every different kind of nature in them when they are happy, when they are playing, when they are cheating, when they have angry or injured feeling. Mostly then the being in children, the individual being in each one, is very difficult for anyone even living with them to be knowing. It is often almost hidden or disguised or uncertain or changing or too loudly in them, and so they have not then really in them individual being. Slowly then they come to have in them more and more their individual being. Slowly, more and more, individual being comes out of them as more and more they are themselves inside them. It is very hard to know of anyone the being in them from one or two things they have been doing that someone is telling about them, from many things even that they have been doing and that one knows of them. Knowing real being in men and women is a very slow proceeding, and always more and more this is very certain. As I was saying, it is almost harder to know it in children and young men and women, the being in them, than in older men and women. Not everyone thinks that this is certain. As I was saying, many, many kinds of little boys that in their later living have very different ways of reacting when someone has done something and they do not like the thing someone has been doing. Many, many men who have very different ways of acting when someone has done something they are not liking, very different natures in them when they were little boys, and some little boy, someone did something they were not liking. They showed no signs of reacting to it then, and then later they hit out, and often the little boy, the someone who had done the thing to them they were not liking, had forgotten. So long was the little boy who was not liking the thing the other one did to him in responding. This is true also of women. Many kinds of women with very different kinds of natures in them, when they were little girls and someone did something to them they were not liking, showed at first no reaction, and then they showed angry feeling when everyone had forgotten the thing the little girl had not been liking. In some men, in some women, this shows real nature in them. In some, it is just that nature is in them in beginning, and so children are very confusing to the understanding. In some, the nature in them is clearer when they are very young. In some, when they are young. In some, when they are not so young. In some, when they are old ones. Always, in each one, it is there and repeating. Sometimes someone knows it in each one. As I was saying, some have more feeling for kinds in men and women when men and women are in beginning. Some have more feeling for kinds in men and women when men and women are babies than in any other time in their living. Some have more feeling for kinds in men and women when men and women are children than at any other time in their existing. As I was saying, to some, being in children is very confusing because the nature in them is in its beginning. As I was saying, it is very hard telling from knowing something someone did sometime the nature in them. As I was saying, it is very difficult to know the nature in a man or in a woman from knowing even quite a number of things they are doing. It is even harder to know the nature in children from the action in them, as I have been just saying. That is true of many children, not of all of them by any means, and that must never be forgotten. As I was saying, Martha Hersland, when she was a little one, a very little one, and the others were running ahead, and she had the umbrella for one of them, and she was struggling to catch up with the rest of them, and they were disappearing, and she was being filled fuller always with angry feeling and resentment and desperation, and she was crying out, "I will throw the umbrella in the mud." And nobody was hearing, and she was repeating again and again, and then in a moment of triumphing, she did throw the umbrella in the mud, and then she went on crying and saying, "I did throw the umbrella in the mud." This is a description of an action that many very different kinds of children could have been doing when they were left behind struggling. Martha Hersland did this, and she was a little girl then, and slowly now there will come to be a complete description of the nature in her that this I have been just describing does not now help very much to be understanding. Now there will be some description of Martha Hersland in her young living and the children she knew when she was beginning living. I was telling of the living of the Hersland family in Gossels on a 10-acre place and of people living in small houses near them. And it was then that Martha Hersland was a child and was knowing children. She knew some children at the public school near them where she and her brothers had their American education. Some children that were living then in the small houses near the 10-acre place where the Hersland family were living then, as I was telling, and some other children who knew these children. She knew some children at the public school. Some children were living near them in the small houses, as I was telling, and she knew them and knew some other children who knew these children. And then she knew some children who sometimes came to see them, the Hersland children, who were the kind of children she naturally should have been knowing, from the kind of people Mr. and Mrs. Hersland should naturally be knowing. But these children were never important in her living. Mostly then, she was knowing children living near her, and children knowing these children. Mostly then, Martha, and as I was saying, this was mostly true of all three of them, of all three of the Hersland children. Martha, when she was in the beginning of her living, was more of them, the children, the people living in the small houses near them, and the friends of these people, of these children, than she was of her family living, of her mother's and father's country house living. She was then not at all of the living that would naturally have been her kind of living, of well-to-do living. She was then, as a child, as a young girl, almost until she was a young woman, of the being of those living in small houses near them. Much description of the being in the children living in the small houses near the 10-acre place where the Herslands were living, and of children living in other parts of Gossels, and knowing these children, will be in the description of the beginning being of the youngest of the three Hersland children in the history of David Hersland. Now, in the history of the beginning of the being of Martha, the oldest of the three Hersland children, there will be more a description of how other children felt the being in her, how everyone felt the being in her, and so there will be a description of her as everyone who knew her felt her, now in her beginning, and then later in her living. There will then be much description of the being in the children living in the small houses near them, and of many other children in the history of the beginning of the youngest of the Hersland children, who was really more of them, these children, than his brother or his sister ever had been. Now this is a description of the beginning of the being in the eldest of the Hersland children, in Martha Hersland, and there will be now much description of how everyone ever knowing Martha felt the being in her, other children knowing her, her governesses and the servants, and her brothers, and her teachers, and her mother and her father, and later other girls and boys, and later her lover, and later her husband, and then very many who then knew her, and then again her brothers and her father, and again then everybody who then and on from then to her ending knew her. All three of the Hersland children, as I was saying, were when they were children very much of the living of the people living in small houses near them. The youngest of the three Hersland children, David Hersland, was so entirely of them when he was in his beginning, of them, of the children at school with him, of children knowing these children, and the children living in the small houses near the Hersland family then, was so entirely of the being of all these children that in the description of the being in him, there will be very much description of the being in many of them. In the child being of the second Hersland child, the elder son, Alfred Hersland, there was also a little of this, that he was very much of the living of the people around him, but it was not in him so completely inside him as it was in the being of the younger son, David Hersland, the youngest of the three Hersland children. Then Alfred Hersland was very much sooner through with having it in him, the living of the people around him, as part of the being in him, than either his younger brother or his older sister. He was then really less of them, the poor people around him, than either of the other two Hersland children. But nevertheless, in his young living, in his playing, and in his being interested then, he too was very much of them, the poor people near them, though it was never really very deep in him. and it was very soon all ended for him. He was then Alfred Hersland, in a sense, in his being, less really of the being of the people living in small houses near him, more of the people it was natural for him to know in his living, though he was not of them at all in his beginning, than his brother or his sister. And this will come out very clearly in the history of him that will be written after the history of Martha has reached its completion. It will be interesting then to know it in each one of the Hersland children, just how they were of the living of the, for them, poor people near them. As I was saying, David, the youngest of them, was of the living of the people living in the small houses near them, of their living, of their children's living. David had really inside him the living and the being of the people living in the small houses, and of the people that knew these people, and the children that knew these children, and so they, all of them, the being in them, the natures of many of them, will come to have much description of them being given in the very long history of David Hersland that will be written after there has been written some descriptions of Martha Hersland and then of Alfred Hersland. So then sometime there will be much description of the nature of many of the men, women, and children of the families the Herslands knew in their living in the 10-acre place in a part of Gossels where no rich people were living, where there were not living any who would naturally have been friends then of the Hersland children if the Hersland family had been living the well-to-do living that was really natural for them. There will then, in the history of young David Hersland, which will be a very long one, there will be much description of many people who lived near them, the Hersland family then. As I was saying, Alfred Hersland was very much less of them, the people then living around him, than his younger brother David, then, in a sense, the daughter of the Hersland family, the eldest of them of the children, Martha. Alfred was of them in playing, in quarreling, in taking excursions for hunting and other things, and in bicycling, and in many ways then, and when he was beginning to be somewhere near being a young man. This will all be told in the history of him, which will be begun after there has been written a little description of the whole being and all the living of his elder sister Martha, which is now what is here in beginning. So then, in the history of David Hersland, there will be much description of the being and the nature of the people near the Hersland family when Martha, Alfred, and David were children, and until they were young men and women. In the history of Alfred Hersland, there will be descriptions of his being with them, of Alfred's being with the people around the Hersland family then, and what he did with them in the way of playing, quarreling, and living. Martha Hersland was more of the living and the being of the people around them then than Alfred ever was really inside him, but not so much of them as David was of them. And now, in the history of Martha Hersland, there will be a description of them only in the sense of what way they, the people knowing the Hersland family then, knew her and felt her. End of section 24, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 31st, 2024.